All right. Good morning, everyone. It is Tuesday, April 7th, 2026. This is the Monterey County Board of Supervisors meeting, and we will be doing our budget workshop today. We're going to call our meeting to order and let the record show that all supervisors are present. Supervisor Alejo will be joining us shortly. Are there any additions or corrections to the closed session?
No additions or corrections.
All right, then. We have closed session items number 1A through C. Is there any public comment on our closed session items 1A through C? I'm seeing no one in chambers. Is there anyone online with public comment on closed session? All right, I'm not seeing anyone online raise their hand for public comment on closed session. We'll close public comment on closed session. We will be recessing to closed session until 10:30. We'll be back here in the chambers at 10:30 for our budget workshop. And we'll see you there. And actually, I'll just mention too, before we log off, we do have public comment scheduled at 10:30, and then public comment on the budget items will be held at the conclusion of all department presentations. So there'll be the opportunity for comment on budget workshop related items will happen at the conclusion of the meeting after we receive the presentations from our departments and budget director. All right, thanks.
Can you hear me? Testing 1, 2, 3.
Loud and clear.
All right, welcome everyone. We're going to reconvene the Monterey County Board of Supervisors for our Tuesday, April 7th board meeting. This is our budget workshop. Let the record show that all supervisors are present. Let's invite our Spanish interpreter to make an announcement about services that are available today. Is it Anna who we have with us?
Yes, good morning. Buenos días. Este día voy a estar con ustedes interpretando sus comentarios públicos. Con gusto, cuando ustedes quieran hacer un comentario público, acérquense al lambón y hablen despacio para que yo pueda tomar nota y posteriormente yo voy a decir sus comentarios en inglés. Muchísimas gracias.
Great, thank you very much. We missed celebrating Luis Alejo's birthday. Was that last week? So if you wouldn't mind leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance today.
You can all rise for our nation's pledge. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Supervisor, and happy birthday. Belated. Are there any additions or corrections to our agenda today?
There are. We have, for scheduled matters, for item number 22, we received a revised attachment B, and that is the CSAT County HR 1 budget request draft letter. In addition to the budget workshop for item number 25, we received a revised presentation. And then also for the department budget presentations for item number 26A, we also received a revised presentation. And lastly, for the referral responses, item number 27, we added a presentation to that item.
Great, and those presentations, the revised presentations, have all been uploaded onto Legistar? Okay, so for anyone who's looking for those revised presentations on item number 22, 25, 26.A, and 27, those should all be uploaded on Legistar. Thank you. All right, we'll move right along to our ceremonial resolutions. We have a lot of them today. And the Salinas Valley Chamber of Commerce annual event award ceremony will be held on Thursday at lunch at Sherwood Hall. So I think they're sold out for that event, but a lot of recognitions that we'll be sending over resolutions to honor all of the award winners who'll be celebrated on Thursday. Any public comment on our resolutions this morning? All right, seeing one, okay, and I do see one hand raised, phone number ending in 902. And this is for comment on our ceremonial resolutions this morning. We'll welcome public comment from the phone number ending in 902.
Good morning. This is Nina Beatty. This is to the resolution on Dr. Stephen Packer. He turned community hospital into a cell tower with microwave antennas installed around the building, as well as industrial-grade public Wi-Fi inside, despite the known toxicity of microwave radiation. It's a carcinogen. It damages DNA, the brain, the immune system, the blood, the heart, the cells in our bodies. It dysregulates, sickens, and kills, and yet he's exposed newborns and pregnant women and the seriously ill people trusting the hospital for medical care, as well as the staff, the nursing home next door, and all the homes around the hospital, including mine, despite his mandate to do no harm. By doing so, he's blocked my ability to use the hospital, nor can I take family members there in emergency. Yet he and his wife opposed a cell tower near their home in 2018. The hospital is also understaffed, creating dangerous situations, as my family discovered recently. His administration's employee COVID vaccine mandate ignored the high number of health problems and deaths from the vaccines, the international physicians and researchers warning about the vaccines, the treatments that were working and saving lives, and the high percentage of false positives from the RT-PCR tests. When the state criticized Montage Health for its very high health rates, last year, Packer's administration said the research does not reflect the realities of the cost of providing care in Monterey County, but does the cost of medical care at other hospitals, including spending money sponsoring a professional soccer team, or advertising at Laguna Seca Raceway, or opening an unnecessary clinic in Salinas simply to compete with Salinas Valley Health, or running weekly full-page ads and other advertising in local newspaper when it is the only hospital on the Monterey Peninsula, etc. No, Stephen Packer's actions and legacy continue to harm this community, including all the trees that were killed in their business expansion models. What the Monterey County Business Council does is one thing, but I expect the Board of Supervisors to do better and represent the welfare of the community. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Nina. And that was on item number 17, just for the record. Is there any other public comment on our ceremonial resolutions this morning? Seeing no additional hands raised, I have a motion from Lopez. I have a second from Church. And we will take all in favor of our ceremonial resolutions. Aye. Okay. Did I hear an aye in the end? Supervisor Daniels? Yep. Okay. Perfect. Oh, good. Awesome. Perfect. All right. So unanimously approved. And we do have 2 presentations this morning, so we'll do those before we move on. Only have so many hands. All right. For our first resolution, we're going to be honoring the Kiwanis Club of Monterey on the occasion of its 100th anniversary on April 8th, 2026. And I'd like to welcome down our crew who's here. All right. And I have with me here today Corey Brunson and Kimmel. I'm like, wait a second. And Corey and Robert Brunson here representing the Kiwanis Club. So thank you for joining us today.
And thank you for doing this.
So I'll just make a couple comments to celebrate, but it is an honor on behalf of the Board of Supervisors to present this resolution honoring a remarkable milestone. I know you weren't here when it started, but to be celebrating 100 years is significant community investment. So thank you for everything that you've done to continue the legacy. So for a full century, this organization has embodied what it means to serve community. Since its founding in 1926, the Kiwanis Club of Monterey has brought together generations of local leaders committed to a simple yet powerful mission to improve the lives of families and children. That commitment has shown up in countless ways, from sponsoring youth sports teams and sponsoring students to helping launch beloved community traditions like the Squid Festival, showing up year after year for events, fundraisers, service projects. The Kiwanis has been a steady and generous presence in Monterey County. Donating more than $1 million to local causes is extraordinary. But I also want to recognize the club's other acts of community building, including handing out books to first graders, providing youth scholarships and leadership programs, volunteering with the food bank, and caring for the spaces we share, as well as creating spaces for us to share together as community volunteers. Across generations, Kiwanis members have shown up with heart, with humility, and with a deep belief in investing in the next generation. That's the kind of sustained commitment that makes Monterey County the home that we love. Corey and Robert, thank you so much for being here with us today, for continuing on the legacy of work that the Kiwanis have done in communities across our country. And on behalf of the Board of Supervisors and our community, we just want to say thank you, recognize that you are here representing a much larger group of individuals, and we appreciate and honor the commitment that you've made to our community. So thank you.
Thank you.
And would you like to make a comment? You don't get to leave yet.
I'm the current president of the Kiwanis and of Monterey. And it's a tough time for nonprofit service organizations. And so we work very hard with a small membership to kind of keep the good work going. And we very much appreciate the recognition that the board has provided. And Robert's the treasurer. Christine couldn't be here, but we do appreciate this, and we hope to make a big splash and make sure the community knows what we're doing here at 100 years. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Here, can I join you for the photo?
Yeah, I was going to say, Kate, where's my, yes. Please. Here, let's get over to the middle. Okay, thank you. Good to see you. Congratulations.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Kate, before you go, I'm going to ask my colleagues to join me here for the next resolution, if I may. You can come on down if you'd like to. So our next resolution is to designate April as Arts, Culture, and Creativity Month, recognizing the Arts Council for Monterey County as our county's official local arts agency. I think it's important that we all get to stand here together to celebrate arts in our community. And Jackie, if you want to join us, and anyone else you have with us today. Oh, we got the whole crew. Come on down. Here, I'll let you scoot on into the middle there. We'll make room for everyone. Oh, good. Thank you all for joining us today. So today we're celebrating that the arts are central to how we build community. So it's my pleasure to present this resolution recognizing April 2026 as Arts, Culture, and Creativity Month here in Monterey County, and to recognize the work that the Arts Council does to make that vision a reality in the day-to-day lives of so many of our residents. Thank you. So I'm here with Jackie Atkinson, for the Executive Director of the Arts Council. Thank you for your leadership and the work that you do as a champion for arts in our community. From Salinas Valley to the Monterey Peninsula and all of our rural communities and coastal towns in between, arts and culture reflects the richness and diversity of Monterey County. They tell our stories, preserve our heritage, and bring people together in ways that few other things can. I had the honor of visiting Japan recently, and the arts that were so apparent everywhere in the public created spaces that made you feel so comfortable and safe and at home. We know that arts is transformative in so many ways. Arts and culture support local jobs, fuel our small businesses, enliven our downtowns, and draw visitors here from around the world, contributing to a vibrant local economy and helping make Monterey County the place where we all love living, working, and investing. Just as importantly, the arts creates pathways for learning and opportunity. Through arts education, creative workforce programs, young people gain skills and creativity, skills that we know are so essential to the real-world problem solving and collaboration that are necessary to get good things done for the future. The Arts Council is at the center of so much of this work. Through its programs and partnerships, the Arts Council expands access to the arts, supports local artists and organizations, brings healing and connection into our communities, and is positioned to ensure that arts and culture show up broadly and equitably across our community. So on behalf of the Board of Supervisors, who I'm honored to stand here with, and everyone from the Arts Council who's here with us today, thank you so much for your partnership, for the work that you do, and for bringing joy and light and vibrancy into Monterey County. We appreciate you and are pleased to designate April as our Arts, Culture, and Creativity Month here in Monterey County. Would you like to make a comment? Thank you.
Well, you pretty much said everything I was going to say. But no, I just want to thank the Board of Supervisors and Chair Askew for recognizing April as Arts, Culture, and Creativity Month, and also for supporting the arts throughout our county. I feel like we've really grown in the last 10 years with the arts, and I hope we can continue bringing more arts to our community. It's, we're giving students a voice that they haven't had in the past. We're supporting local artists, and we're just strengthening our creative economy. So we really appreciate this. Thank you.
All right, and we'll scoot on in. We're gonna have to maybe make 2 rows if we can. Yeah, we'll move down and up, loop in. Perfect. You're right now. You're good.
Okay, all right.
Are we all there? You got everyone?
Thank you.
You're good, you're good. Other real camera. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. We want to thank you too. All right, thank you all for joining us today and spending a little bit of your morning here in your board chambers. We're always happy to have folks from the community join us in person. All right, we're going to move along to our appointments calendar, which includes 2 items, 19 and 20. Any public comment on our appointments today? Seeing no hands raised, I'll bring it back to the board for action. I have a motion from Alejo.
Second.
A second from Daniels. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, passes unanimously. Moving right along to our general public comments this morning. This is for items that are not on the agenda, but are within the purview of the County of Monterey. And we welcome your comments. So thank you for joining us. If you're here in person, come on up to the front of the room and we'll hear you. I'll just also mention we also have a time set aside at the conclusion of the presentation from our departments at the budget workshop to receive additional comments on items specific to the budget workshop today. That will happen later this afternoon, but we welcome general public comments here now. Thank you.
Good morning, board. My name is Daniel Munoz. This morning, President Trump threatened to wipe out an entire civilization of people. I don't think he cares much for life. Lee Zeldin is his appointed head of the Environmental Protection Agency. Lee Zeldin's goal has been to roll back EPA regulations to favor business interests, which is contradictory to the purpose of us even having an EPA. Our Monterey County Commissioner Juan Hidalgo stated in a meeting I attended on April 1st, which was recorded, that he has no interest in Salinas having pesticide air monitors unless the EPA requires it. Board, if we're waiting for anyone Trump appointed to do the right thing, I think we're wasting our time. Pesticide air monitors shouldn't be an option. They need to be mandatory. We use the most pesticides than anywhere else in the state. How do we know what we're breathing if we don't know what we're breathing? It took Safe Ag, Safe Schools 2 years to get a 30-minute meeting with the Ag Commissioner, Juan Hidalgo. That is also very disrespectful to our community who pays his close to $300,000 salary, not to mention his little entourage of assistants. I'm asking you, board members, please help protect our children. We're depending on you and Mr. Hidalgo now, not the Trump EPA. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone else in chambers for public comment?
Good morning, Chair and Supervisors. My name is Jonathan Bagley-Rao. I'm with the Institute for Innovation and Economic Development at Cal State Monterey Bay. I'm here today to ask for your support to provide investment, to provide free digital marketing assistance to small businesses in South Monterey County. Over the last several months, we have spoken with South Monterey County City Managers, Monterey County Business Council, and county staff, and we've heard a consistent message. Small businesses are being left behind. There are several organizations that provide advisory services, but many businesses simply don't have the time or the technical skills to implement those recommendations. We need someone who can actually build their websites and set up Google Business Profile. Get Virtual provides that hands-on support. CSUMB students, many of whom are first-generation bilingual and from South County communities themselves, will work in teams as part of their service learning course requirement to deliver real, practical services such as building and improving websites, setting up e-commerce platforms, and managing social media and online presences. This is no-cost support for business owners, meaningful career-building experience for our students, and keeping local talent engaged in the local economy. This model is already proven with support from U.S. Economic Development Administration grant. We partnered with the University of California, Santa Cruz to launch Get Virtual during the pandemic. These programs continue to serve businesses today, but their reach is limited. We are ready to bring those services and those same results to South Monterey County. We respectfully ask for your support in piloting the Get Virtual program to help South Monterey County businesses thrive in today's digital economy. The program is a win-win for students, communities, and small businesses. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. And we'll just say if you have anything in writing to submit, you can either make it sure that the clerk gets it at the clerk's office, or always email any additional budget asks to the board at cob@countyofmonterey.gov. Fantastic.
I emailed
Thank
them
you.
this morning, so you should have.
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your time.
Anyone else in chambers for public comment? Okay, I'm not seeing anyone in chambers. We'll go to public comment online, and we'll start with the phone number ending in 902.
Good morning. This is Nina Beatty. I agree with the previous speaker on protecting the community from pesticides and herbicides. Mr. Hidalgo's actions don't protect public health, and he should be replaced if he can't do so. The second comment I'd like to make is about the CAL FIRE project that the county's doing in Jacks Peak. In case you didn't know, CAL FIRE is the agency known for widespread cheating at the Ione Fire Academy, and there have been other scandals too. It's creating fire conditions in Jacks Peak, which isn't surprising given its history. And it's not just worsening fire danger. It's doing this during nesting season. They caused widespread nest abandonment, resulting in many deaths when they cleared the old Capitol site in Monterey. By eliminating vegetation and limbing up trees, CAL FIRE creates wind tunnels and dries the land, two factors that speed wind access. They eliminate the moisture zones in the area and the wind blocks, which is what vegetation and all the branches on a tree do. They block the wind so it can't freely travel and carry sparks and carry flames. CAL FIRE is causing erosion and loss of topsoil, as well as compacting the soil with their machinery, which changes the conditions for plant and tree health. As a result, with the new sunlight that gets into areas, you're going to get grasses, the most flammable vegetation. Last year, it conducted a quote controlled burn beside Highway 1 near Carmel and near homes, surrounded by vegetation and under a tree and next to a dead tree. When I went back to the area after they'd done this burn, I saw that the overhanging branch, they had a branch overhanging the fire, and it was singed. It's lucky it didn't catch fire. And the dead tree's trunk was singed from the fire. It is only luck that the fire did not get out of control and also catch the dead tree's roots on fire, which can happen. This could have been disastrous as far as causing fire. And this is a CAL FIRE project. The interesting thing is the vegetation that surrounded the burn showed what vegetation does.
Thank you for your comments today, Nina. We'll move on next to the phone number ending in 705.
Good morning, Supervisors. I am asking you to cease your quest to remove eucalyptus trees throughout the state. Your costly plan, namely eucalyptus tree removal pilot program, is a tragic waste of taxpayers' money, a witch hunt ignoring the true science of what trees are doing to help mitigate climate change, preserve and create rainfall, clean our air, harbor greenhouse gases by the tons yearly, regardless of species. In your report, never once do you mention the top U.S. scientist, Jack Cohen, stating that removing eucalyptus trees and replacing them with other vegetation will not prevent future wildland-urban interface fires. Marilyn, Mr. Church's assistant on this witch hunt, stated in her presentation that the only way this plan can work is if they go to the state for more taxpayers' money to remove the trees. First, it's homeowners they scare by lies that eucalyptus trees are more flammable than other trees, and ignoring Mr. Cohen's statement, the United States' first fire science expert, that destruction in the wildland-urban interface is primarily the result of a flammability of residential areas such as wooden houses and wooden fences, rather than the trees themselves. I presented a photo to you last meeting showing a whole neighborhood burnt to the ground, surrounded by eucalyptus trees that did not burn, and thus saved a forest beyond. But all this real science is being ignored by you, which endangers us all with more global heat. Thank you.
Thank you, Lorna, for your comment this morning. We'll go next to Christine. Okay, we lost Christine. Okay, we'll come back to Christine. We'll go to the phone number ending in 837. Phone number ending in 837, you're up.
Hi, supervisors. Good morning. This is Brian Rosen. I just wanted to talk briefly about eucalyptus trees. I remember living through the Thomas fire. I was taking care of my mom that was down in Santa Barbara, and it burnt all the way from Ojai, and there were lots and lots of dead oak trees everywhere. And and it just destroyed so much. So it's not just eucalyptus. All trees can burn up. But what's interesting is I've been hiking to a trail up there down in Santa Barbara County since the 70s, and there's these two lone eucalyptus trees. And when I went up recently, I noticed that all the trees were burnt, except for those two trees. There were some beautiful pine trees up there. I'm not sure what kind. They were all burnt. It's so sad. But those two eucalyptus trees survived. And I thought, and they're green, and they're not quite what they used to be, but they survived. Everything else was burnt. So then I went to the National Park website, and I thought it's not quite so simple. Like the fire around Mount Tamalpais, the growth under the dead stuff burnt up, but the eucalyptus tree actually prevented the area from becoming a major fire. And so I recommend you go and look online under National Park Service report on eucalyptus trees. It's not all black and white, and there are plenty of it. Then everybody's talking about defensible space, but you go out to Carmel Valley and all these homes are nestled in the trees, and nobody wants to get rid of all the trees. It would turn the area into a dead zone. So let's just be realistic here. It's not just, let's just not blame one kind of tree. Actually, there are cases where eucalyptus tree have retarded fires. And I'm not an expert, but there's a lot of good information on the internet. And it's very popular to just, let's blame the eucalyptus trees. Let's not worry about the very thick oak trees that are very thick all above Carmel Valley. You don't think that's a major fire risk?
Thank you for your comments today, Brian. All right, we'll go next to the phone to Christine. And I just lost.
Yes, I'm sorry. Are you referring to Christian?
I'm sorry, Christian? Then yes, I'm referring to Christian.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Good morning. I'm a resident of Carmel Valley. I've lived there for almost 5 years. Yesterday afternoon, there was a traffic backup because of the construction going on at the traffic circle. I'm not sure if any of you are aware of this, but it took an hour for me to get from my house in Carmel Valley Village through the traffic circle. If there was any kind of notification that the construction company would be halting traffic with manual slow and stop signs at the traffic circle, if there was any kind of notification about that, I was not aware of it. I've talked to other people who also were not aware of that. I had an appointment that I was over an hour late getting to because of this inadvertent construction activity. The construction company, if they are going to be spontaneously stopping traffic, or if the notifications are going out and we're not getting them, then there needs to be a consequence to the people involved, either at the construction company or on this board of supervisors, to those people that are personally affected by this. Secondarily, once you leave the traffic circle, there is a section of the road that's being repaved or that is currently unpaved. The transition from that unpaved section to the paved section, this morning when I went across it, just about smashed in my two front tires. The transition needs to be more gentle. It needs to be done correctly because right now it is violent when you drive across that. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments and feedback. And my apologies on misreading the name. Thank you for your comments, though. I'm not seeing any other hands raised, so we'll close public comment. And I'll just encourage anyone who's shared public comment. We also encourage, if you'd like to have any follow-up from the board, if there's any questions or outstanding issues, to please send an email to the county at cob@countyofmonterey.gov so that appropriate follow-up can occur. Thank you. All right, we'll close public comment and move on to our scheduled matters today. Our first scheduled matter, item number 22, is to receive an update and authorize the chair of the board to sign letters of support for a CSAC, that's California State Association of Counties, proposal for state funding request to mitigate the impacts of HR 1. We do have a brief presentation from our legislative program manager. Oh, and it looks like Nicole has her hand raised. We'll need to bring her over as a panelist. Hang tight, Nicole, we're bringing you over.
Sorry about that. I'll be brief today. Okay, so hi, everyone. Good morning. My name is Nicole Hollingsworth. I'm the Legislative Program Manager for Monterey County. And sorry I couldn't be with you today in person. I'm a little under the weather. So here I am on Zoom today. So today we have a recommendation that's actually coming directly from CSAC, which we are a member of course. In general, CSAC is taking a very aggressive approach right now in terms of HR 1 mitigation, mostly aimed at the state. So this is a little bit of a different CSAC approach, and that's why we're bringing it to the board today. So HR 1, as proposed, would restructure federal funding for major safety net programs, as we know, and shift up to about $9.5 billion annually in costs to California and its counties. The measure also expands eligibility verification and work requirements. We know all that. Without state partnership or federal amendments, counties would face significant unfunded mandates in indigent care, public hospital operations, and human services administration. So today, CSAC has identified HR 1 as the most consequential fiscal challenge to the counties in decades. Under the proposed legislation, approximately 1.5 million Californians can lose Medi-Cal coverage, and counties, of course, will remain legally obligated to provide basic and indigent care under welfare and institutions codes, and despite the state withdrawing local funding for that mandate following the 2013 Medi-Cal expansion. Also, elimination of federal Medi-Cal supplemental financing tools is expected to reduce public hospitals statewide by billions of dollars. And so what you have before you in terms of the request is to authorize the chair of the board to sign letters of support for this specific CSAC proposal for state funding to request mitigations of one. And so now I'd like to turn the floor over. I think we have Dr. Harris here, and Elsa Jimenez here, and Dr. Roderick Franks is here as well to offer comments.
Good morning, members of the public and Chair Askew, as well as members of the board. I sincerely appreciate the CSAC ask and the county approach to this significant challenge we all face in California. You know, Natividad Medical Center and a public hospital has been in Monterey County since 1844. Monterey County is the original public health system in this state, and this is an existential threat to the care in this state and Monterey County's commitment. And I think this is an excellent and a very meaningful approach to covering those in our county and supporting the mission of Natividad in the county, particularly those that are vulnerable. So thank you for that support, and I ask for your support.
Thank you, Dr. Harris. Chair Askew, members of the board, Roderick Franks, Social Services Director. County eligibility workforce plays an essential role in helping individuals and families obtain and retain their Medi-Cal coverage and their CalFresh benefits. Counties face a substantial increase in workload as a result of the new expanded work requirements for Medi-Cal and CalFresh, as well as the increase in the number of redeterminations that are required as a part of HR 1. The county eligibility request reflects an increase in funding that will be needed for counties to truly implement the new eligibility requirements and maximize the number of people who will be able to obtain the exemptions to the work requirements and therefore maintain their Medi-Cal coverage and their nutrition assistance. So CSAC is actually requesting funding for up to an additional 2,500 eligibility workers statewide. Locally, that translates to about 27 additional eligibility workers here in the County of Monterey that are sorely needed to really help all of those that we are coming in contact with either obtain or retain their medical coverage and nutrition benefits. In addition, CSAC is also requesting that the state hold counties harmless for some of the error penalties as a result of H.R. 1 for many conditions that are just beyond our control to control. So we here at Social Services are clearly in support of CSAC's position. And I would now turn it over to Miriam Mendoza from the Health Department.
Good morning, board chair, board members, and for Miriam Mendoza, and for Director Jimenez. This multi-year request is a result of months of collaboration between counties and county associations to analyze the impacts of H.R. 1 on county budgets. Our health director, Elsa Jimenez, has been an active member of the Indigent Care Working Group. As has been shared, counties are mandated to provide indigent care to low-income Californians who have no other source of health care. When the Affordable Care Act was implemented and demand for indigent care dramatically declined, the health realignment funding provided to counties to meet this mandate was redirected by the state. Most counties have about 60% of their health realignment redirected. As a public hospital county, we participate via a formula-based process, resulting in about 51% of our realignment being redirected to the state annually. The collaborative indigent care funding request also includes $200 million in one-time funding in 26-27 to rebuild the needed indigent care infrastructure and $50 million in ongoing funding for public health programs and to provide services to individuals who lose health care coverage. Local health departments will receive an allocation proportional to reductions experienced in the future of public health allocation. In our county, we have been diligent in spending our future public health allocation and therefore experienced a slight reduction of 1.22%. This request also includes $228 million in 26-27 and $828 million in 27 and 28 for behavioral health services. In addition to Medi-Cal, specialty mental health services, and substance use disorder services, counties provide behavioral health coverage to other individuals. The allocation methodology has yet to be determined. However, the demand for services is likely to increase as individuals lose eligibility for Medi-Cal. This funding will support counties in providing services to this population, and therefore the Health Department is supportive of CSAC request. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Nicole, was there any other presenters on this item?
No other presenters on this item.
We'll bring it back to the board for discussion, and I'll take it to our CSAC rep for comments. Start.
Thank you very much for the presentation, and I think it was important to inform our community about how this legislation that was approved by Congress last July 4th, H.R. 1, or the big ugly bill, whatever you want to call it, created a lot of is creating a lot of impacts on critical services in our community, and it's going to get worse in subsequent years, and that's why we're having to go and plead with our state legislators and our governor that we want to continue to provide critical care and other services, but counties can only do it if we're provided the funding to be able to deliver that service. But I think this is a good opportunity, though, to at least inform our public, because sometimes it won't hit them until they face that barrier, like having to do 2 redeterminations for CalFresh instead of once per year. Now it's 2. Now it's double the work. Or because of some other requirements, are going to lose their Medi-Cal healthcare coverage. But what I didn't hear in the presentation, if any of the presenters could just talk about how many Monterey County residents do we expect to lose Medi-Cal coverage because of H.R. 1? I thought it was a number like 30, almost 30,000. If you could just highlight that. And also for Dr. Harris, as you said, Natividad is the oldest public hospital in California. But what would it cost for Natividad to bring back an indigent care program, a healthcare program of last resort, basically, for folks that are going to be coming in when they're really sick versus having healthcare coverage as they may have once had to deal with illness early on rather than coming to the emergency room when they are very, very sick. And so that would be my second question. And then for Roderick from the Department of Social Services, if you could just highlight what kind of, if we have the funding for eligibility workers who are having now to do twice, if not more work to keep people eligible, what is it going to take for your department to be able to have that extra assistance to keep people enrolled in these critical safety net programs?
Thank you, Supervisor, Chair, Board. Roderick Franks again. So I can give some answer to the number of persons who we can estimate may lose their Medi-Cal coverage as a result of some of the provisions of H.R. 1. And I'm speaking specifically to the community engagement and work requirements. So there's a group of individuals that were able to secure coverage as a part of the Affordable Care Act expansion population. We can estimate that from that population that are subject to the work requirements and the community engagement requirements, about 12,500 to 19,000 individuals will lose their Medi-Cal coverage in the County of Monterey just because of the work requirements. That's not taking into account those that may lose their benefits or fail to renew their benefits because of other changes related to the bill. Those are going to be a little bit difficult for us to be able to pin down because it's a little bit more difficult. But we do believe we have a pretty good estimate on the work requirements and what impact that will have.
What about estimates on how many people will lose access to CalFresh nutrition program?
So there are many different changes that are coming to CalFresh. So there's changes in the type of citizenship classification. So there's many persons who are eligible now based on their classification that will not be eligible. So some like those with protected status or some with other alien status. Certain persons will no longer be eligible. And also there are some changes in those that receive exemptions for having children as minor dependents. Those rules have changed. And also work and community engagement requirements for CalFresh, especially for our able-bodied without dependents. However, in the County of Monterey, we've received a waiver for our adult dependents, adults. I always want to say ABOD, but you know how social services directors, we love our acronyms, so I'm trying to say able-bodied adults without dependents. We received a waiver until the end of October here in the County of Monterey because of our unemployment rate, but we're hoping that that will be extended through December into January, but we're waiting to see. So the impact as far as work requirements for CalFresh are a little unknown for us at this point.
And if Dr. Harris wants to address just the cost of an indigent care program. The state used to have these programs across California. They kind of went away with the expansion of the Affordable Care Act. But now we're having to restart these programs with no funding to be able to do so.
Thanks, Supervisor Alejo. I appreciate the question. I think part of the challenge is all of these programs are intertwined and impact one another. You know, we talk about the public hospitals or eligibility or CalFresh. These are all the folks that we serve, and then we all work as a collective county team and meeting those needs. For the public hospitals, one of the really important things to understand is, without getting to all the acronyms, we all have them, but the state-directed payments that ultimately fund or a significant source of funding for the public hospitals is a $2.3 billion impact on all the public hospitals in California. again, as you pointed out, we are the, I'd like to say we're the heart and the original soul of the public system here in the state. That impact is 76 million just in Natividad. And as you alluded to, these come in waves or stages. Those numbers really hit in the 2028 to 2032 timeframe. If they all come into full effect, this would have significant impact on Natividad. More imminently, the FMAP, again, without getting into the acronyms, is probably less important, or it is less important in general. But this is part of the federal match and, again, the funding that ultimately comes to the public hospitals. Again, Natividad, that range is in the 100 to 300 million range for all the publics in California, the designated publics, which include the UCs. That's in the range of 3 to 7 million for Natividad, and that starts in October. Really sort of emphasizing the waves of these things that are occurring, including eligibility. What does that look like as we move forward to support those folks? We're still going to be here. We're still going to treat everybody regardless of if they have coverage. But unfortunately, with the way things are being set up, folks with diabetes, for example, are going to be coming in where they were previously well managed on their medications, whether insulin or what have you, and now are unable to get care and are coming in sicker to the emergency room, needing acute care, and needing an ICU admission, ultimately needing their family to support and their community to support, and ultimately all of us to support them. This is not the way to care for an individual or our families or our community. And that's going to have significant impact financially as well over time. And what is that actually going to be? We're all 58 counties in California are needing to go back and look, what does this look like pre-2014? There are many folks that weren't around in leadership and really understanding what that looked like when these original laws back in, I believe one of the original came back in 1933, but really reevaluating that and what's that look like, because we're still going to be here, we're still going to provide these services, but really critical to understand the interlink with my colleagues that have already spoken and all of us together, making sure all of these are supported in order that we can provide care, food, shelter, et cetera, which is what we're all about.
Thank you for answering all my questions. I just wanted to say CSAC, our Counties Association, is asking all 58 counties to send similar support letters. We have a critical window of time from now until the May budget revise comes out, probably the second week of May, and then until a vote is taken in early June. But I think the governor and the state legislature need to see themselves as being partners with this to address or mitigate the impacts of H.R. 1. Otherwise, it's the most vulnerable out in our communities that are going to suffer the most. And so I think that's why us weighing in and having this conversation today is so critical. Thank you very much.
I'm grateful that CSAC did this work and laid out a plan that could help our county respond to the impacts of H.R. 1. I don't have anything to add to the letter. I'm supportive, but I do want to just not miss the opportunity to just say, we're going to be engaging in our budgeting this afternoon. Our budgets are a reflection of what we value, and we are here because the federal government does not value nutrition programs, does not value health care, and obviously doesn't value even the bottom line of a state budget, because this will be so much more costly to the state of California over time, as has been reflected in what you just shared with us. And clearly, it's not about dollars and cents either, because we're spending tens of billions of dollars right now engaged in Iran. So I'm very sad that we're here right now, and but I'm grateful to our county leaders who have been working with entities like CSAC, and I'm grateful that CSAC has rolled up their sleeves and come up with a plan. And I'm hopeful that in sending this letter to our legislators, we'll get the support that we need to protect our safety net from the impacts of H.R. 1. So I'm 100% supportive. Thank you very much.
Great. Any other comments, questions? All right. I did just have a couple. Thank you for the work that CSAC's leading on this. I think having the counties aligned together, tell the story of what the impact will be is significant and necessary. So thank you, Nicole and team, for pulling this letter together. I do think it's important to talk about the impacts that will hit Monterey County in addition to the statewide impacts. So I'm not sure if there's an opportunity within the context of this draft letter to call out some of the specific numbers that our department directors have shared. Things to the effect of the fact that we have 170-ish thousand, 170 to 175,000 residents in the county who are covered by Medi-Cal. The Alliance is estimating that up to 30% of those individuals Alliance-wide may fall out of coverage. That's significantly, it's 30%, not 30,000. That we have, data that was shared back in October of 2025 spoke to the number of Medi-Cal enrollee, Medi-Cal covered individuals who will now be subject to the redetermination every 2 months. That was upwards of 60,000 of our current members. That the co-pays that will go into effect could cause others to fall out of access to care. And the reduction in the look back from 3 months to 1 month will cause many others to fall out of care as well. So the impact of the numbers I had from October were that about $50 million in benefits flow into Monterey County on a monthly basis to our Medi-Cal enrolled system, and to lose a third of that is devastating. So I think if we could include some of those specific figures in our letter, it will add strength and clarity to the message that we're collectively trying to send. I did have 2 corrections on the letter. One that spoke to the sentence about the total cost. I believe it said, bear with me.
I apologize, Chair Askew. I believe I spelled your name incorrectly, and I'm very sorry about that.
Yeah, no worries. So that was one of them. And then there's a section where we need to insert the county name. So we can.
Yes, I saw that too. I will fix that.
Okay.
And also I'll work with the healthcare team on implementing the specific Monterey County data in there.
Okay.
There's a place for that.
Perfect. Yeah, let's get that included as well. And then on the second paragraph, it says the County of Monterey anticipates that the impact of these changes could result in costs ranging from $6 to $9.5 billion annually. And I think that's statewide. So if we could be clear about what our county impact is anticipated to be, and calling that out as the statewide impact. I think it's—
Sure, I'll tweet that sentence too.
Perfect.
Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, wonderful. Thank you so much. But I do think that this is important and necessary, and want to thank, again, CSAC for helping to organize unified coordination on these points. All right, let's open it up to public comment on this item. Anyone in chambers? I'm not seeing anyone in chambers. Is there anyone online? This is on item number 22, some advocacy letters. I don't see any hands raised online, so we'll close public comment.
I'll make the motion
Perfect.
to approve the letter with the changes that you directed.
Okay.
Second that.
We have a motion from Alejo, a second from Daniels, to approve the letter with the changes that were outlined, to include adding local details, a correction of the sentence about total cost versus county cost, and then some other editorial corrections. Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
All right, passes unanimously. We can move on to our budget workshop. And what we have scheduled here, it's about 11:30 right now. We have 2 items on our morning session. So 3 items. We'll be receiving some comments from our CAO and a presentation from our county budget director. And then we'll break for lunch for an hour. We'll be back here at 1 o'clock to receive presentations from our departments about budget impacts. At that point, following those department presentations, we'll receive public comment on anything specific to the budget and then give direction. But with that, we'll open it up to, some board opening comments. Those were my board opening comments. And so I'll keep it brief so we can stay on timeline today. But I do just want to encourage all of our departments and any member of the community who has feedback, thoughts, ideas, priorities. We get the information that we receive formally, but the information that we hear from you really does help us make better decisions. So if you're able to participate formally in the process, if you're able to contact our offices outside of the formal hearing here, we do take all of that that feedback into consideration as we move forward. But with that, I will pass it over to our CAO for her opening comments.
I will try to keep it fairly brief because our team is going to have a pretty robust PowerPoint presentation. Not as long as prior presentations have been, but a lot of the context that I would cover is going to be covered by the team. So I do want to take a moment to just thank both Michael and Deja for the work that they've done. Both of them have been here less than a year, but have taken the budget and looked at it in many different ways, which has helped to have this outward view, meaning getting to know our budget in a different way, similar to what the public would typically view, and then trying to then take it apart and see why things are the way they are, and questioning some of the allocations that have been made in the past and whether or not those allocations still make sense today. Part of the responsibility given to me by the Board of Supervisors when I first arrived almost over 4 years ago now, or a little over, was to take the budget and create a clear and transparent overview. So looking at Supervisor Church, I think we are in our 4th year, so this is 3 years plus. The key has been to have a sense of the landscape, but also to ensure transparency, that when you look at our budget book and you look at the narratives, it makes sense not just to us that are reviewing the budget, but also to those in the public that pick up the book. And if they want to ask a question, it's easily found within the narratives of the different departments. So we do operate with the idea of transparency and no surprises. We want the board to remain informed when there's key issues occurring both at the federal and state level, how that's going to impact our budget internally. What we continue to deal with as part of the budget formulation has been the labor costs and also the organizational right sizing of our various departments. The obligations that we have, including the MOUs with our different, our various labor organizations, and also the very overdue base wage studies that are being implemented, we're very cautious as we move forward. They are being implemented, but at the same time, they are impacting the dollars that are available. So in terms of potential growth, in terms of other programs, we want to operate very cautiously because these are going to be ongoing costs and ongoing services that the community will rely on and have relied on for a very long time. In terms of disaster recovery, this county has had a disaster at least once a year, if not twice a year since I've been here. And the reliance that we had in receiving reimbursement for some of the services that we provided or some of the programs that we stood up during these different disasters have taken a little bit of time for the reimbursement to come back, or even for a determination as to whether or not they're eligible for reimbursement. So much of the dollars that we've allocated into our strategic reserve in the past have actually been used to respond to emergencies, and we continue to monitor that. The departments, with the limited resources that they have, are adjusting their budgets, but also experiencing impacts in terms of some of the grants going away and some of the other key services that were in place through grants or through other resources, and then taking a closer look of what their mandated or core services are. So today there'll be a little bit of conversation about that. This gives us an opportunity to just present a moment in time where we're at this moment. This is a conversation that's been ongoing. The budget prep started somewhere back in November, December, and now over the years, having been in county world for a long time, almost 30 years, it's become a topic that we discuss frequently every month, if not every week. And so at this time, I just want to turn it over to both Michael and Deja, and they will provide us with where we're at in terms of what we are facing, what departments have brought forward, and then receiving some of the feedback of where they still have need that we have not been able to address, but need board direction in order to move forward. Today is a budget workshop. The budget hearings are actually scheduled at the end of May. Our recommended budget from the CAO's office will be available at the beginning of May. But again, that's not the end goal. At that time, there'll be discussions at budget hearings, and then the adoption is scheduled for towards the end of June. There will be community meetings as well, virtual and in person, depending on what works best for each of the board members' districts. And then we'll try to have one in this room as well so that it's open to community both virtually and in person. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Michael and Deja.
To be able to go, it's on, yeah. Thank you for this opportunity to be able to go over in advance and discuss the development of the FY 26 and 27 budget. So our workshop goals for today are we're going to discuss the budget status and forecast, overview of augmentations that were submitted, discuss some potential funding solutions. We'll go through the department presentations this afternoon after lunch, and then we'll look for board direction after. For the board direction, we're going to be looking for requested augmentations, direction on remaining requested augmentations that are out there. Vacancy management. Receive directive to work directly with the departments to clean up all the vacancies that are out there. And for discretionary contributions. Looking for the direction for change in TOT contribution for road fund, development set-aside amounts, and or alternate funding solutions. This first slide you'll see here is what the forecasted general fund shortfall that was presented during the budget end of year report for our FY 2026-2027 fiscal year budget. Starting with the 25-26 baseline, we had $44.7 million in obligations that we needed to include in this next year's budget. $12 million just in salary increases in wage studies, with another $3.4 in direct IHSS wage increases. All the counties across the state are seeing the increase in jail medical, so there's another 8.6 there. Loss of Measure AA for ongoing that we'll be discussing here later in the presentation, and various sources of other reserves and cannabis augmentations that we've had to do during the year, resulting in the $44.7 million. As you can see at the very bottom line of that slide is it was a projected shortage of $26.8 million. This slide here, you'll see the general fund 3-year forecast. This is a summary of what you'll see on page 2 of the 3-year forecast that was included in the agenda package. And what this shows is the anticipated revenue for the next 3 years, anticipated expenditures over the next 3 years, and our projected shortfall in red. Wow, $118.8 million this first year for this next year. What you're not seeing on the screen is that projected shortfall does include all vacancies as if they were 100% filled. So if we were to fill every single vacancy that we have in the county, we'd end up at $118.9 million short for FY 26-27. If we remove all those vacant positions, we're still at a shortfall of $40.6 million for this next year. That does extrapolate over the next 2 years after that, reaching $76.9 million in 29. So looking at the CAO's recommended budget, we have a status quo focus. First, maintain status quo filled positions, exception of third-party funded positions. We also maintain key services, which included legal services for labor negotiations, trial-related services for the ADO, and maintain programs, which specifically called out social services out-of-home care costs. Here we go to the GFC recommended and remaining requests. So as you can see, we narrowly focused on those status quo items that were submitted through augmentation. FTEs requested in the budget just to balance that they had to remove in order to balance were 131.8 FTE for a total of $42.5 million. That's just to balance the budget that was out there for their GFC targets. So going to the next column for the FTE recommended and GFC recommended, for the CAO recommendations, we're recommending 105.3 be restored in the status quo, as well as $26.7 million for the recommended funding, which leaves us about $15.8 million in remaining requests from the departments. The remaining GFC remaining FTE requests by department, these include For the status quo filled positions, 4 from the district attorney, which these were all 4 were third-party funded that are left that have not been included in the recommended budget. For the status quo vacancies, you'll see a list of from the assessor, county clerk, recorder. There was 3 there. Auditor, controller, Department of Emergency Management, probation, public works, facilities and parks, sheriff, coroner, and social services. For new positions, there were the civil rights office, human resources, and public works, facilities, and parks, for a total of 26.5 FTE that were not included in the CEO recommended budget, which totals $3.9 million. For the non-GFC recommended FTE requests, there were some recommendations for the CAO Sustainability's Climate Action Plan, 3 that are fully grant-funded positions with limited terms to the grant, health services for the health department for 3 FTE that were through realignment and fees, 80% realignment and 20% on fees, and 2 other positions for social services, which will be paid through fully paid through state reimbursement. These totaled about $1.5 million. So here's a list of the total requested augmentations by department to give you a really in-depth look on what we're looking at here as far as what that $15.8 million includes. Let me just remind you that the last remaining request is a compilation of FTE programs and services that were not approved in the recommended budget. Let me go back to Going back to this slide, just let me point out here is that where in our recommended budget, we had $26.7 million that we're recommending going forward. Part of this recommendation to be able to support this, to support the status quo is we're looking to the board for direction, and that will later go to the subcommittee for the Measure AA funds, where through this budget development cycle, we asked that all departments notate what was eligible in their budgets for Measure AA support. So as we received augmentations, they were able to provide us a summary of how it could be and how it qualifies for Measure AA funding. So of that $26.7 million that we're recommending in the budget, $10.5 million of that is identified as Measure AA eligible. The first category is $8.9 million just for salaries and benefits of county employees. This would be 39.53 FTE. As you can see in that top list, 2 of those items were already previously approved in the FY 25-26 budget. Those for the sheriff corner and health for FTE in their areas. So we'll still be looking for funding going into the 26-27 fiscal year as well. The new items for the 26-27 fiscal year would be your cooperative extension service, which is a 0.3 FTE, district attorney. So let me point out that while we did approve the 6 filled positions, the district attorney identified that 20% of the work that they do in those 6 filled positions can be covered by Measure AA funding. And that equates to about 1.5 FTE out of the 6 FTE that was approved, for a total of $480,000. Between the sheriff corner, both status quo filled and status quo vacant, that's 26 FTE for about $6.1 million. And then we have the Animal Services Joint Powers Agreement, which is a mandated program that we need to support, which qualifies for Measure AA funding of about $700,000. The bottom half of this slide, you'll see these are just the other GFC recommended items that do qualify that are non-salary and benefits. Two of which the items have been approved in the FY 25-26 budget for Axon cameras for the Sheriff Coroner's Department and the Health Department for the approved spay and neuter clinic, with the new $4,000 ask for the cooperative extension service for office supplies and staff training, about $1.6 million. This comes to the total of $10.5 million ask of Measure AA funding to help support the GFC recommended items from the CAO. So the status quo on a 3-year high-level forecast, this is just taking those that GFC recommended that you saw on the previous slide, that is the full CO recommended budget of the $26.7 million, bringing that down to what we previously were approved for a $20,000 or $20 million fund balance use, and including assuming that we will be approved through the Measure AA committee and the Board of Supervisors for the full $10.5 million in Measure AA funding, while we maintain a freeze vehicle replacement contribution over the next 3 years. And then less funding that we've already included in the base of $3 million, we're looking at an excess of $2.2 million. So we are not in a shortfall. Again, assuming that we'll be able to get the approval for the Measure AA funding. Now going forward, as you can see though, that excess doesn't carry forward into the next 2 years. These are just assumptions that with an operational expense increase, which is pretty normal for every year when it comes to insurance and all of those other additional cost plan increases, about $10 million, a COLA increase of 3%, and then going down into the funding options to help cover those expenditures. We're doing a very conservative non-program revenue growth, specifically mostly in our property tax of 3.5% that we're going to apply. And then assuming as we grow as well, Measure AA contribution will grow about 5% over the future years as the tax revenue increases for Measure AA. And then we'll still continue that to freeze the vehicle replacement contribution. Still with the less funding in the base, we're going to end up at $20 million shortfall in 2027 and 2028, which then extends into 2028, 2029 to $34 million. Now we'll go ahead and look at the funding solutions, where we'll discuss vacant position, discretionary contributions, and alternate funding solutions. So this slide you may have seen before. We've presented it a few times, duration of vacant positions. As you'll see on this slide, we have it at the end of January, we had a total of 772 total vacancies, which 155 of those were 2 years and older. And so here, this is where, while we have a 772 vacancies and we want to take a narrow look at the 2 years, but what we're going to be looking for is for direction to be able to work directly with departments to really clean up all of these vacancies across the county. Here is a list of the board discretionary change options. The top half of this list is your contributions that are mandated by fiscal policy, which they can be changed in the fiscal policies, but those are the grouping above there. So we have contingencies appropriation at 1% of the general fund. You'll see that was a $2.1 million change. The TOT contribution to road fund, which is up to 25%. We've had to add a little bit with the revenue that we've been receiving there. And then 4 development set-asides, which if we stay with the percentages that are in fiscal policy, that it would increase about $165K there across the 4 organizations. And then below are specific board direction allotments that exist currently in the budget that we're presenting as inclusions in the FY 26-27 budget. No changes have been made to those. We still have Hartnell College, Salinas Regional Sports Authority, the countywide memberships, Monterey Bay Unified Air Pollution Control District dues, Pajaro Sunny Mesa Pajaro Park, Court-Appointed Special Advocates of Monterey County, Association of Monterey Bay Area Governments, the Prunedale Senior Center, Pajaro Sunny Mesa Community Service District Fish and Wildlife Contribution, and the Pajaro River Watershed Flood Prevention Authority. You'll see there's just a minor change in the countywide memberships with a little increase from year over year. But a total increase for these discretionary change options of $2.5 million. This slide you'll see these are some of the alternate funding solutions that we wanted to bring to the board and the public's attention. That there is, looking over what we had previously approved in the 25-26 budget for Measure AA eligible ongoing expenditures of about $3.1 million, we're asking for an additional $7.4 million to cover all of the Measure AA eligible items for ongoing expenditures in the CO recommended budget. Other options include We reduced the TOT contribution to roads to 15% from 25, which would free up another $4 million. We do additional realignment swaps, which would give us $1 million. Reduce current allocation to the capital fund 478 of about $2.5 million. Discretionary program reduction, if we look at some of the discretionary programs and utilize about 500,000 of that. And we're asking that we retain the FY26 amount for the development set-asides. That'll save us about $165,000 in the budget. And just as a historical comment, the development set-asides have been retained at that amount just for the last 2 years, and so this would be a good opportunity to save some funding for some alternate funding solutions there. And then if we implemented a TOT tax increase measure of a 1.5%, that should generate about a $5.7 million additional dollars in funding to support our budget. Total, if we were just to go with the board on this, $21.3 million would help support next year's budget and decision-making with the upcoming augmentations. After lunch, we are set to resume with department presentations. So, I'm on score. Everybody's bellies might be rumbling. I was trying to meet the 12 o'clock. I think we did good. But I want to go on to, just to recap what we talked about, which we'll recap again after department presentations, is that what we'll be looking at is direction on these 3 items from the remaining augmentations, working with departments on all the vacancies, and any of those discretionary changes that we had discussed. Now I can open it up for any questions or comments.
Great, thank you. We'll start over here with Supervisor Lopez.
Thank you. Just one question. The language choice on I think it was the second to last slide. If you'd go back, it was the measure AA increases.
This slide?
I don't see anything yet. No, keep going. It was just sort of a general slide. It wasn't I think a second from the last.
A second from the last.
Yeah.
This one.
Go forward again. I literally was second to last. All right. Now we're just going all over the place.
Yeah, I don't know.
The point of the question was that it was that one. Go back, that one.
Yep.
Okay, 16. So the measure A increase of 25, 26 previously approved. So Claire, that language choice is odd to me. So the money's coming in based on a tax. So we're talking about increasing the amount that we are not allocating out of AA, repurposing dollars that have already been approved for use. I mean, I want to be clear on what we're saying with that 7.4.
Yeah, so great question, Supervisor. Michael Beaton, Assistant CEO. So what the 7.4 represents, in the current year budget, when we started this fiscal year budget, the board approved $5.7 million of Measure AA items in the actual draft of the adoption of the recommended budget for the adopted budget for fiscal year 25-26. Of that $5.7 million, there's about a $3 million that is a continuation, that we would consider a continuation item. For example, the Axon cameras, the certain staffing for the animal services, spay and neuter clinic, and I think there's another item which is escaping me right now. And so what this is asking is take that $3 million, as we roll it forward, but we're having to add another $7.5 million of Measure AA as an ongoing expense. So in total, Measure AA, we estimate around $26 million a year in total revenue to the county, of which we're asking the board to allow us to use that $3 million plus another 7.4, so I think it's just above 10 million of the 26 million for the ongoing budget operations. That would leave $16 million for discretion for the board for one-time projects, ongoing road repairs, and community endeavors that may need to happen in the unincorporated area, versus tying it up to just the ongoing operational costs required to operate the county.
Yeah, so I just wanted it in public based on the point that we're looking at 10.4 million from this fund becoming ongoing costs based on what was just explained for the most part, right? And so given that, I'm struggling with that figure, that percentage, given the fact that we're still waiting for those first projects to hit, and we're budgeting out 10.4 in a way that we can't control. So again, I knew the background, just wanted that stated in public, given my concerns around that top number and our commitments made to community in that process. Thank you.
So my questions and comments are going to go pretty much the same general way. And if we want to, this is slide 11, so this is a good one to start with here. As I'm understanding it, we're looking at some of these departments and saying, well, they're doing whatever figure, 40% of their work in the unincorporated areas, so 40% of the budget becomes AA eligible. And I don't think that's what was really sold to the public. I mean, this was presented as something that was going to be a tax that was going to be used totally, completely on projects that are somewhat discretionary, somewhat expanding our services, not backfilling what has been traditionally just general fund money coming in. I don't feel we're being honest to the public at this point, especially this early on in the first year doing it. So I can't support that going into that way. It's got to be something that's clearly onto there, like the cameras for the sheriff's office. The AA has used those when they've been used outside of the incorporated areas. That is the intent of AA. That's what was sold to the public. That's what I sold to the public and doing, and that's what I'm going to be 100% committed on following through on. Some of these, I think, like on the JPA with animal services, being that it's tied to positions there which actually or serve the city and the county, I don't think that is being presented in the proper way here. This is a little different than most other departments in the sense that what we have here is a JPA agreement between the city of Salinas and the county of Monterey. And everything the county of Monterey does traditionally through animal services has been the unincorporated area. We have a certain amount that we're responsible for in our agreement with. It is not particularly tied to those positions, and I think it really needs to be separated. This is just our, I think it presents itself better if we just say this is just our financial responsibility as a JPA and what we're supposed to contribute as a county for county services. And instead of tying it to positions that actually go into the city. And that's where my real concern comes down with some of these that are being presented. And it seems to me, I'm not really quite sure how we're determining what AA eligibility here and who is the AA eligible czar making these decisions. It seems like if we're going to each department is sort of setting its own parameters. And I don't know if that's fitting universally across everywhere, and I think that's an important thing that has to be really defined. The second thing, if we could go to the next slide onto there, slide 12. Thank you. The point here about I have a real concern with the 10 million Supervisor Lopez raised here too. But when we talk about 5% growth in future years, we're not doing a 5% economic growth. If that's what we're committing to, basically we're committing to a larger and larger share being pulled out of this, and eventually it'll all be going right back into this kind of a fund, and there will not be any decision making. So that shouldn't even. Again, I felt this was presented as something that would be somewhat discretionary and looked at every year, and I believe that's what was in the ballot. We're required to do that. So to talk about locking in a growth here, locking in a certain amount is going to be spent a certain way, I think is away from the spirit of AA. I think it's questionably legally, and perhaps the county council could weigh in on that. But I think it's something we got to look at every year independently, and that's where I'm a pretty hard position on at this point. Thank you.
Couple questions, but I'll just start with a comment on Measure AA funding, because I think we've asked as a board a couple times now, maybe more than one time. I think the only thing that's going to clarify how that money is spent is when the ad hoc comes up with a policy for that, and we've been asking for that. So I don't know when that's coming.
That's in April.
That's going to make all the difference in the world when not only do we as a board know, but all of the different departments know what opportunities they have and what that looks like. And I would hope it comes in the form of even percentages. This amount of AA funding each year is going to be directed to parks, or what, maybe you can't, but you can come up with a system, because we're going to have this conversation over and over and over again until we get a policy. And so far, all we've got are projects. And I don't blame you for coming with this when there's no policy. In regards to the reduction in TOT to roads, I'm curious what that means for upcoming projects, and I don't know if this is the appropriate time or just to ask Mr. Ishii when he makes his presentation to let us know what that looks like. At this point in time, I think you plan out your projects, so if we go to 15%, I would like to know what that means in terms of upcoming projects. And it's not generally something I'm comfortable with, and I'm not comfortable swapping it for AA, because it's backfilling what we had an allocation. AA, in terms of what I understood it to, would be above and beyond the current allocation, the maintenance of effort. And if we're just swapping accounts, then I don't know if it's true to the intent. And then in regards to the development set aside, you spoke about staying within the percentages that are in the fiscal policy. Can you remind me what that policy is? I know we haven't adhered to it. Each year, I think we've made some changes here. This has been sort of flexible, but what is the actual policy?
Good question. I'll bring that up right now.
If you could bring up the slide just so that we could see what prior years have looked like.
Okay.
I'm not concerned about the prior years. I'm familiar with those. I just want to know, what is the starting point? We have a policy that I believe was a percentage. I'm aware that the board has the right to change that. But what is the actual starting point? What's the policy we're diverging from, or does one not exist?
One exists, and it's on that same screen that she'll bring up shortly. It is based on percentage.
Okay.
Yes, I don't have the percentages up here, but I do have the financial policy.
Great. I'd love that, please.
Do you want me to join? I don't have it on this screen. Should I just?
You can just tell me it.
Okay. Yeah, so what we have in here is the Convention and Visitor Bureaus receives a contribution equal to 5.03%. Monterey County Business Council receives a contribution equal to 0.5%. The Monterey County Film Commission receives a contribution equal to 0.76%. And the Arts Council for Monterey receives a contribution equal to 1.58%, totaling a combined 7.87%.
And that 7.87% is of the total TOT raised that year?
Contributing from the county's total TOT revenues.
Okay, thank you so much. That's super helpful.
You're very welcome. If I can just also point out in that fiscal policy, the reason why I'm asking, to retain those amounts is because it also does state, in the event of fiscal constraints, the board retains the authority to reduce its allocation at any time.
Great, thank you. So thank you for the presentation. Thank you for trying to pull together a balanced budget. I think I've expressed concerns about sort of the trajectory that we've been on and the need to look out over the next couple of years and be really intentional about the path that we continue to follow. You've laid that out really clearly here, and I just want to say thank you. I think I'll share a couple of the concerns that were raised specifically, but I also want to start by saying that when we look at the total budget, the 3-year forecast on slide 5, on slide, I lost my slides. On slide 12, when we look at our high-level forecast on slide 12, with all of the changes that are proposed that we are going to, I think you're going to hear some disagreement with, that only leaves us with barely balanced $2 million of excess for this year. So any changes that we're going to direct you to make to not spend certain funds, I think we're going to have to be challenged also to figure out where those additional resources are going to come to backfill or what else will be cut as a result of that, not just for this year, but looking forward from a policy perspective into future years. So I just want to acknowledge that there's not a lot of flexibility in what's in front of us. So when we back up some of these items that you're counting on money for, there will be some pretty big gaps left. So I want to acknowledge that. In terms of the Measure AA eligible proposed eligible projects or expenditures on slide 11. I want to, I think, echo Supervisor Daniels in terms of this is exactly why we need a policy, so that a policy will help guide not just us as a board, provide transparency to the community, but also help our budget team get really clear about how to build a budget that is aligned with what the board has directed. We've failed to provide that direction, so therefore you're coming to us with a proposed solution, which I think is fair, however, may not actually align with what the direction that we want to provide is. But in the absence of that direction, this is where we are. I do want to call out on the Measure AA eligible proposed items for 26-27. Of that 10.5, 7 million of that would be redirected to the sheriff's office. I think that one of the, if we are going to start talking about Measure AA eligible projects, we talked about our emergency management system in a broad base. We talked about disaster response. There were a number of other community priorities that were included that I think we really do need to be thoughtful about what we set up for the future if this is setting policy or putting money into place that will then become ongoing expenditures. The sheriff's office would be eligible for county general fund, and that's how we typically fund the sheriff. So I think we need to be really intentional about what we do moving forward with those AA, if we do redirect AA funds. In regards to on slide 16, it speaks to a couple of proposals to alternative funding solutions. Someone, I'm not sure who said it, but reducing the TOT contribution to roads down to 15% is not something that I could support. At this point in time, I think we need to stand by the commitment that we made. And then reducing the current allocation to our capital fund, 478, is also an issue that the proposed budget itself doesn't align with the master plan for facilities that we're working on that has clearly identified significant facility needs for the county. If anything, we need to think about how we're using Fund 478 for its intended purpose for maintenance and identifying an additional allocation that can be made for major capital infrastructure needs that the county has significant needs proposed and moving forward. And then under new mandated programs on slide 7, there was reference to a new mandated program service with general fund contribution for $614,000, but it wasn't recommended for inclusion in the baseline budget. Is there a reason that a mandated program wouldn't be included as part of the baseline?
Give us 1 second.
Okay.
1 second.
We can come back to that. I guess I just wanted to, it struck me like, I feel like if there's mandated programs and services, we need to figure out how to get those included in a baseline.
So looking at the list here, and we don't have a slide necessarily specifically on it, but we had a request from HCD for the general plan housing and safety element update. That one was identified as an additional $300,000 above and beyond what was currently already assigned by Measure AA. We also had an additional $150,000 from Public Works and Facilities. identified as Fort Ord open space unscheduled maintenance for $150,000. They also listed that as Measure A eligible. Both of those items were. The remaining differences looks like to be the Hitchcock Road Animal Services for both the spay and neuter clinics, and that looks like the compilation. So that's the 3 different programs that were identified to make up that dollar amount.
Okay, and those are all considered mandated? So we'll have to fund those regardless of whether they're in the baseline or not?
From the program, yes. From the individualized department, yes, they classified it as a mandatory. I think there's some question as to if it is actually a mandatory service or a mandatory thing, and can it be done now, or can we move some of that funding over to Measure AA? With Measure AA, we have requested from all individualized departments an inventory of any requests that they may have from Measure AA. We're presenting that to the Measure AA committee in April. I guess we're in April. Are we in April? Yeah. We're in April. Man, sorry. That we're going to be requesting that, giving that list to the Measure AA committee for them to potentially prioritize and identify after the policy development, of course. And these items will be listed on there as well for the consideration of that component as well.
Okay,
right.
So thank you for that. And I understand sometimes there are going to be things that are listed as mandated, that are mandated, but that the departments have some flexibility in terms of what they're putting up or what they're not putting up. So I think that's a question to the CAO.
Just to expand on the comment of why they weren't included just yet, we're still crafting the recommended budget.
Okay.
What we included was specifically focused on key things, which were to safeguard filled positions as much as possible, and then key projects. So there is a slide that Deja covered. So we are trying to safeguard any filled position that was general fund and not necessarily third-party funded. And then we also made sure we maintain the legal services for labor negotiations and the trial-related services in the public defender's office, and also the social services out-of-home care. Those are places that we went to first, but it's not set in stone. The JPA is still something that the board would decide. The JPA did recommend that the allocation be changed, the formula, in terms of what percentage the city pays, what percentage the county pays. That's what resulted in that increase for the JPA. And then you have HCD making a request beyond what they currently had. I think there's some dollars that would probably carry over to next year, but they're asking for additional resources to finalize some of their projects. So that's where some of those came in. So our goal was really just to make sure the filled positions were as much as possible safeguarded, and then communication is being had with departments on the remaining, just acknowledging also that we're losing a lot of the funding that we've depended on in the past, which includes cannabis. Social services is being impacted by what's going on with the state and federal, as well as the health department. So we're trying to safeguard in different areas as much as possible. So right now, the recommended budget from the CAO would only include these things. We're asking for guidance on the others.
Got it. Thank you. And then my just final comment and question is I spent some time this weekend reading through the Behavioral Health Services Act integrated draft plan that's in circulation. And the changes in BHSA, I think, are demanding that we look at those dollars with a broader view than we have in the past. The coordination that could occur in terms of achieving BHSA outcomes, that's the Behavioral Health Services Act outcomes, in alignment with law enforcement, in alignment with housing, and in alignment with a number of other departments that have needs. I'm not sure that the plan that I read shows that we're thinking about those dollars in a broader sense as we develop this budget for the county. So I think that's a conversation that we need to have as well in partnership and in clear collaboration with behavioral health. But the intent of those monies and the way that they're structured and the way that I'm seeing now other counties approaching that the budget for BHSA collaboratively is one that I think we need to wrap into our decision making as part of a full budget discussion.
And that could be something that comes back again as part of the budget hearings. We recently submitted a draft. We do have Miriam here, but I've also alerted Melanie, who is the Deputy Director for Behavioral Health, to be prepared for a conversation related to how the plan is currently drafted.
Great, thank you. And then I guess my final comment, and this just comes from the comment that was made that we're still planning on bringing projects specific to the AA committee. I think my hope and my intention and my ask would be, and if there's support from my colleagues, which I think I don't get to make this decision, but given previous conversations, I think that the hope was that the AA committee would be focusing on developing a policy, not continuing to look at specific projects. But I defer to my colleagues enough on that direction. Anyway, those were my comments and questions. We'll open this particular item up to public comment. I think, was this a specific, this was set up.
Chair, if I could just add the one thing I did not stay on here, and I just want to make sure it's a clear majority because you and Supervisor Daniels both expressed that, is I'm also not in favor of dropping the TOT from 25% to 15% for the road.
Thank you. Okay, so let's open this up to public comment. We will be breaking for lunch briefly, coming back at 1 o'clock for the specific department discussions. But if there's any public comment specifically on the CAO presentation, CAO budget team presentation this morning, we'll take public comments in the chambers. Seeing none, we'll take public comments online. And I have one hand raised, but I can't see who it's from.
Liam McLaughlin.
Liam, we welcome your public comment.
Thank you. Hi, can everyone hear me?
And thank you.
This is Liam McLaughlin. I'm the political and community organizer with SKU 521. Thanks so much for having this this meeting and presenting what things are looking like. Just wanted to say that our county workers need all the support they can get with the federal government neglecting their duties to our public services. We were already in a tough situation after COVID, and just wanted to remind folks, to keep the county workers in mind, as many of you are, when you're thinking about these budget items. So just wanted to say that, and thanks for all your hard work. Looking forward to continue working with everyone.
Thank you. And then there was one additional hand up from Randy Ishii.
Thank you, and good morning, Chair and members of the board. Randall Ishii, Director of Public Works, Facilities and Parks. The Public Works, Facilities and Parks Department recognizes that these are very challenging, very significant financial challenges and times of which the county is going into. So the department greatly appreciates and recognizes the gravity of the decisions that will have to be made. The department just wishes to add some additional information for the board's consideration regarding the proposal of the reduction of transient occupancy tax to road fund. The transient occupancy tax contribution has represented the maintenance of effort, also known as MOE, requirement to the road fund, and there is a minimum requirement that is involved. Pursuant to the board's passage of the Local Road Rehabilitation Program version 2.0 board approved policy, that policy recognized that the local roads for communities such as Bradley, Spreckles, San Ardo, Aromas, Carmel Valley Village, and others, just to name a few, would be funded using the difference between that minimum maintenance of effort requirement and the 25% of the county's total TOT, which typically comes in around north of $3 million and somewhere approximately $4 million for the last couple of years. So that delta amount of approximately $4 million has served as the funding source for those local communities' roads. Without that funding source, there would need to be some funding source to fill that in. And at this juncture, the department's plan, since completing the streets in the community of Aromas and Rancho Tierra Grande, the next set of plans are looking towards communities such as the community of Spreckles and parts of Carmel Valley Village and some others, just to name a few. And so recognizing that, that's one of the bits of information. The second bit of information is that there is a ordinance from the Transportation Agency for Monterey County that requires a minimum maintenance effort requirement. And pursuant to the calculation of the greater of when Measure X passed or the SB1 average, that number is somewhere around $6.6 million. So there needs to be something to fill in that gap as well to meet that legal requirement. And that concludes this comment. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Seeing no additional hands raised for public comment or anyone in chambers approaching the front, we will recess for lunch for about 40 minutes, and we'll be back here at 1 p.m. Typically, we come back a little bit later than that, but we'll be back at 1 p.m. today to continue our budget workshop. Thank you. We are conducting our budget workshop today, and we'll be continuing this afternoon with our department budget presentations. Before we do that, we'll let the record show that all supervisors are present and ask for Anna to make our Spanish interpretation announcements. Anna's with us online, providing Spanish interpretation services.
Buenas tardes, soy Ana Rueda de Vidales y con gusto les voy a poder proporcionar servicios de interpretación esta tarde. Si ustedes gustan hacer un comentario público, pueden acercarse al lambón y con gusto voy a interpretar su comentario en inglés. Gracias.
Thank you very much for all of the service that you provide to us and our residents to make sure that our meetings are accessible to everyone. All right, with that, we're going to move on to item number 26. This is our afternoon department budget presentations. We'll start with the assessor county clerk recorder, Marina Camacho's office. And we're going to try to, in order to allow time for all of our discussions and then direction and public comment, we're going to ask that the presentations and question portion for each department try to hold to 10 minutes total. So I think that was shared earlier, but we'll just reiterate that. Perfect. We'll invite our assessor up to present. Am I getting that right, Michael? Yep. I got a confused look.
Sorry, no, you're correct. We are missing a department on here, which is Ag Co-op, but we'll address that at a later time.
Okay, we'll get to that. Okay, but we'll start with the assessor county clerk recorder.
We can, yes. Sorry. My bad. Yeah, if you want to. There you go.
Thank you. Do I just give you a, okay. Are we ready? Good afternoon, Chair Rudascu, Supervisors, CAO, Council colleagues, and members of the public. Marina Camacho, Monterey County Assessor Clerk Recorder, and I am here to present, I guess. I would like to take first this opportunity to thank the board, the budget office, and CAO De La Rosa for their efforts to ensure that the Assessor County Clerk Recorder's Office status quo operations are maintained. We really appreciate that. Today I'm here not to request additional funding, but to request the board to allow us to keep 3 unfunded administrative positions located within the assessor's office. These are positions that have been vacated less than 2 years, and only because due to promotions, resignation. So we would like to see if we are requesting to keep them. We're hoping that the economic outlook improves along with increased revenues for recording and assessments, which would allow us to fill these vacancies only if additional revenues materialize. For right now, I would like to just start by providing a quick snapshot of the role that the Assessor County Clerk Recorders is responsible for, and that is just to help everybody understand what we do in this. We identify, value, and assess all taxable property within the county. Records of real property are and access public record repository is on the recorder side of all recorded documents. And by law, the assessor locates all taxable property, identifies owners, and determines the property value, ensuring that every property is assessed fairly, accurately, and equitably as of the lien date. The assessor's office is also responsible for providing or producing 68% of the property taxes that are the largest source of the discretionary funding revenue for this board. It also applies all exemptions and exclusions, which help to reduce the taxable value of properties for eligible taxpayers, including homeowners, disabled veterans, and nonprofit organizations, among others. The assessor's work culminates in the completion of an annual assessment roll, which lists the assessed values on all taxable properties in Monterey County. This assessment roll is critical as it forms the basis for the calculation of property taxes, which fund essential public services such as schools, infrastructure, and public safety. The three positions that I'm asking for to remain unfunded were not included in the budget, in the baseline, which totaled $365,559 and consists of administrative secretary, confidential, and office assistant 2, and senior account clerk. This accounts for 6% of the assessor's office staffing. The role of these positions are admin support, secretary, which supports myself as a department head, as well as the office. The office assistant's primary function is to support the appraisal staff and support, provide public service or customer service to the public, both on the phone and at the counter, and anything else that this office may need. The senior account clerk also provides clerical support for the auditor appraiser position, which actually works on collecting or generating revenue of the unsecured values. As I stated earlier, these positions have not been vacant for more than 2 years. They were vacated because of either promotions or resignations. As we went through the budget process, our role and our goal was to balance our budget, and we prioritized funding for positions in our core services. However, our administrative support is very thin, and we're hoping that by keeping these positions unfunded, we can quickly pivot and restore these roles as the economic outlook improves without the need for a lengthy budget reauthorization process. So, any questions? And we thank you.
Any questions from the board? All right, not seeing any. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
All right, next up we have the auditor controller. We'll welcome Rupa Shah.
Good afternoon. Chair Askew, Board of Supervisors, CEO De La Rosa, County Council Susan Blitch, and members of the public. We have a very quick presentation. We're requesting approval of 3 vacant positions in the Auditor Controller's Office. I will go into the specific of each position request in the following slides. Next slide. Here we have a quick snapshot of our Auditor Controller's position count and summary. So we have 45.5 permanent positions in our office and 12 backfill positions, which were approved about 3 years ago for the system upgrade project, for a total of 57.5 positions, of which 16, as you can see on the second column, are vacant. That equates to 28% vacancy rate in my office. Of the 16 vacant positions, we are proposing to release 9 backfill positions, meaning we're not asking for any retainage or augmentation appropriation for those positions. Of the remaining 7, we are very appreciative that the CAO's office has approved the 4 positions that are in currently active recruitment phases, which means that our office is actively pursuing recruitments. That leaves 3 positions that are currently vacant but not in the active recruitment phase that we are requesting augmentation for. So the next slide. And these high vacancy is caused by consistent ongoing challenges in finding qualified individuals to fill or vacancies. It has been just a constant ongoing challenge to get people on board, to find qualified individuals to fill our vacancies. So as a result, recruitments sometimes have to be kept open longer just to find adequate pool of applicants. Sometimes we find ourselves restarting the lengthy recruitment process when a selected candidate has withdrawn. This vacancy rate does not actually include the leave of absences. Key individuals, key staff members are on leave, creating further strain for the existing staff and for the workload. So the high workload, this vacancy and the leave of absences results in high workload for the existing staff, and they are made responsible to handle not only the operations but also the system upgrade project work. And that could lead to burnout as well as potential for their turnover in my office. Next one is just the specifics about the 3 positions that we are making a request for. These positions are not in current recruitment phase just because we have been going through the struggle of filling multiple vacancies. And so due to the high vacancies in the division supporting the system upgrade project as well as the core operations, we had to put a little bit of a break on some other positions, and these are the 3 positions that are listed here. The first one is actually a backfill position that we're making a request for, expecting an attrition in this division, coupled with a key staff on an extended leave of absence. We have a need to just fill the holes and gaps in the workload right now, currently within the system upgrade project as well as the core operations. So we are expecting this to be a one-time request for funding because of the expected attrition in the very near future. So I just want to highlight that part, that this is hopefully a very quick funding need, and it will be offset through attrition in the near future. The next one is the internal auditor 3. Fortunately, unfortunately, this was actually approved in the budget cycle for 24-25 because at that time, I was able to provide the position count for the auditor controller's office, which has remained static over the last 13 years. We have not. In 2013-14, the position count in the auditor controller's office was 46. Today, we have 45.5 permanent positions. So we have not grown in the auditor controller's office, while our county budget has grown from $1 billion to $2 billion today, which equates to higher demands on the work, additional services provided to the departments, additional employees of the county that need to be paid, all those things. So essentially, it is not that we have additional position. We are really at a very skeleton level, and it would be really important for the county of our size to be able to have 3 people internal audit structure. Currently, we have 2 positions filled, and this one has remained vacant, unfortunately, but we are at a verge of, beginning the process of recruitment for this position. So it would be imperative that, the county, if the county is able to support the internal audit effort in the auditor controller's office with 3 positions instead of 2. And then the last but not the least, senior payroll technician. This became vacant towards the end of last calendar year. And of course, senior payroll technician supports the functions in the payroll section, making sure that employees of the county, 5,000 plus, are paid on a timely basis. So I believe that is it. And so I think the last 2 position dollar amount request adds up to approximately $378,000. considering that the first position is not expected to be an ongoing funding request or need. With that, the next slide is again just the summary of those 3 positions listed with the dollar amounts. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you.
Any questions?
One question.
But, Rupa, my other question is on the 3 positions, do you have a rank for them?
Yeah, yes. Allow me to make a little bit of a humor here. I think the first ERP business analyst and the internal auditor 3, those 2 positions are tying in my mind at the first level, at the level rank 1, because again, the ERP business analyst, it's a one-time ask, and the internal audit, the value and the work that they are able to do in the office for the county is invaluable. It supports the benefits outweigh the cost for that position. So that's how I would want to put it out for internal audit position. So those 2 are tying at rank number 1 and then senior payroll tech number 2. Thank you.
Okay, I don't see any other questions. All right, thank you so much for that presentation. And thank you for the work that you've done as our auditor controller as well. Just want to say thank you.
I appreciate it.
Okay, next up we have, Michael, there was an additional department we needed to slot in. Do we know where that will fit?
Thank you. I misspoke. It's actually under Recreation and Education Services, so it would go after Public Works for co-op extension. I just misread it. I was looking for ag, but co-op extension is it.
Okay, got it. Okay, perfect. Thank you. All right, with that, we'll move on to our health department, and we have Miriam Mendoza with us today.
Good afternoon, Chair Rudascu, board members, CEO de la Rosa, Council Blitch. I'm Miriam Mendoza, Assistant Director of Health, in for Director Jimenez, who is currently out of the office. Thank you for the opportunity of presenting highlights of our budget to you today. Next. Next slide. Starting with a snapshot of our budget, our baseline appropriations of $464.1 million represent about a 2% increase over the current year's budget and continue a financing structure of about 97% department revenues in restricted funds and 3% general fund contribution. We submitted augmentations in the amount of $3.6 million, for which we are seeking $1.6 million in general funds, county funds, for a total requested budget of $467.7 million. Next slide, please. This slide, I actually don't have to speak to because I just learned that it has been included in the CAO's recommended budget. And so all I have to say is we're very grateful for that. So next slide, please. Okay, so in terms of augmentation, still pending augmentation requests, we have, through our Office of Equity, requests for $750,000, and that is to continue our coordinated outreach and media strategy to help eligible residents apply for and stay connected to Medi-Cal benefits. We believe that without a focused outreach, training, and hands-on support, residents could lose coverage or remain uninsured, leading to delayed care and widening health inequities. The continuing campaign would be similar, equity-centered and in partnership with local CBOs who will continue to serve as trusted messengers, providing culturally and linguistically responsive and services. Over the $750,000, about $600,000 would be used for training, outreach, and enrollment support, and about up to $150,000 to expand the media strategy. Having reviewed the criteria for Measure AA funding, and because health is included in there, we would suggest that maybe 25% of this ask could be funded with Measure AA funding, but we'll leave it to your board and the budget office to determine if that is to be approved. Next slide, please. For animal services, we are re-upping recommendation for your consideration and hopefully approval. And that is to establish a fund balance for the JPA that could be used to fund one-time expenses such as vehicles replacement, equipment replacement, and even to fund some additional spay and neuter clinics in the future. The fund balance would accrue over time for unspent city and county contributions, and again, it would be for one-time uses. The JPA's executive board of directors reviewed and approved us to present this to you at the February meeting. Next slide. And just just wanting to keep you to remind you of impacts that are impacting the health department at the time. From the federal level, we have the passage of HR1, for which we expect our our patient population to decrease by about 27% for the period from 2025 to 28, and that's due to the phased-in changes to the criteria for Medi-Cal eligibility. We also have the elimination of our CalFresh nutrition education program and our teen pregnancy prevention program, which are about $700,000 and $450,000 respectively. In terms of the State Budget Act, as we know, the Medi-Cal expansion for the U.S. population is frozen as of January 2026. Our services at the primary care clinics at this point for individuals with UIS Medi-Cal are being reimbursed at a fee-for-service level, which is a fraction of the actual billing rate. And just for context, of our current patients in clinic services, about 22% of them are UIS. Next slide. And this was a summary of our augmentation requests, prioritized, and re-emphasizing that we believe that they were eligible for Measure AA funds. And so the only one that remains at this point is number 6 for our Medi-Cal outreach campaign. Next slide. And that concludes the information that I had prepared for you today. I am open to happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. I do have a question in regards to slide, there's a number on it, but the requested all funds section where we're showing.
Slide 2?
Yeah, slide 2. Thank you. So under the fiscal year 26-27 augmentations, the $1.5 million in increased revenue, is that a request to have that?
No, that's
you do have that.
That's our own revenue. Yeah, the 1.6 million that we were requesting was a combination of the animal service ask, the JPA ask, plus the $750,000 for the Medi-Cal outreach and media campaign.
Right. Okay. And then for the general fund contribution, the 1.6 million would only now be the
750,000.
But going back to last year, where the general fund contribution to the health department was 17.8 million. Does this budget represent a reduction in the general fund contribution to the health department?
So it's 17.8 because we got funding for one-time type of items. And so to start the new fiscal year, you take those out and start with just your baseline budget. So so we had last year was 17.8 because we had been granted additional funding for one-time expenses.
From the general fund?
Yes.
Okay, so I guess my question is, for this year, what is the total general fund contribution to the health department?
So our baseline is 16 million.
Okay. So it's a reduction, a slight reduction, but because of the
one-time
million last year, that was a one-time allocation for project.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. And then on the, it's not on your presentation, but on our previous presentation from the budget team, there was a realignment transfer. I think that's from health to social services. Can you speak to where that fits into your budget?
Well, it's included in our public health budget and is to support our. Oh, I'm blanking. Our CMS program, and it is included. It is included in as part of our requested baseline budget.
Okay, but does that represent, if it's transfer from health over to social services, does that represent a loss of funding that the health department would have otherwise used?
No, that's an ongoing transfer.
Miriam, what she's asking is actually related to a redirection from in realignment, if that was to be requested for the redirection to occur of the 1 million, which was in our earlier slide that the budget team presented. How would that impact the department? Because this would be realignment that's currently sitting with the department that would be transferred over to social services to support their operation.
Oh, okay. So if we're talking about a transfer from public health on to
social services as a redirection,
it would impact our receipts. It wouldn't impact the immediate requested budget, but it would be something that we would have to fit in the future.
Okay, so it's a loss of funds for health.
It would be a loss of funds for public health.
Okay, knowing that we need them in social services, but we're taking them not from general fund, we're taking them from health directly.
Correct.
I just wanted that to be because it's not presented here, but I think that there's some really big policy changes that are happening, and I think it's important that we talk about them and that we're really clear about what they are, so that we can make sure that we're preserving the full scope of health programs and services that our community needs and expects and has relied on, not just today, but into the future. And so that wasn't in the slide presentation, but I do think it's a conversation that we should be having.
Yeah, that definitely would be an impact.
Thank you.
Just one more clarification. For the that realignment redirection, if it was asked for, it's actually something that would come from your fund balance over to social services.
Correct.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. Thank you for the information. We'll look forward to, we've got the one final ask in there. Thank you. Okay, we'll move on next to our, Department of Social Services.
Thank you, Chair. Ruth Askew, members of the board, administration, and public. Roderick Franks, Director of Social Services here at the County of Monterey. You can go to the next slide. So here's just an overview of what I plan to cover in the presentation today, and we'll move on. All right, so just a quick overview of how our budget of $372 million divides out. We have 853 positions. I'd like to bring to your attention that last year when I was standing up here doing a presentation, we had over 900 FTE budgeted in our department. Yet for this current budget, we did a significant force reduction of about 76 vacant positions. And so really looking at how we are able to function within our allocated resources. So you can see the vast majority of our money goes to program administration and then also to funding our entitlement programs like our CalWorks, General Assistance, in-home supportive services, and of course our out-of-home care. Next slide. So I just put up this chart to illustrate that we receive about 91% of our total revenues from federal and state sources. And while the county contribution of $28 million looks fairly large, it only comprises about 8% of our total budget. Next slide. So how does that county contribution break down? Well, you can see here on the pie chart that the largest portion of that money goes to our entitlement programs, which again covers costs for our general assistance program, our CalWorks, in-home supportive services, and our out-of-home care, which is, of course, providing services to our children in foster care. Next slide. So we had some budget cost drivers this year. One is our general assistance caseloads and therefore costs rose about 12% higher than the previous year. We were able to negotiate a new contract for our IHS in-home providers that added about $3.4 million in wage and benefits costs, but that also increases our 4% maintenance of effort cost, and that was about $913,000 this year. And then as was discussed earlier this morning, we had some impacts from HR 1, and one of the most significant was the administrative cost shift that HR 1 brought. In the past, the administrative share between states and the federal government was 50-50. 50%, 50%. HR1 changed that to 25% federal government, 50% states. That added about $2.1 million of unanticipated administrative costs to our budget. And then, of course, our out-of-home care costs continue to be high. While our out-of-home placement rate continues to be at the lowest it has been in over a decade, we do have some children in our care with very complex needs that require a very high level of service and therefore a high level of cost. And then, as you can see from the graph right below, our salaries increased about $5.8 million. And that's about almost 5% over what we estimate the cost to be when we end this year of 26. So that's a very, very significant cost driver for us. Next slide. So seeing those cost drivers, we worked hard to employ some budget reduction strategies. One is we are working to maintain a 7% vacancy rate and the savings that go along with it. That's pretty traditional for our department. Historically, we maintain between a 6 and 7% vacancy rate, which I think is pretty typical for a department of our size with over 800 employees. That saves us about $9.2 million. We are also looking at gathering savings from those on leave of absence. We are looking at utilizing some of our realignment fund balance as a one-time cost savings, reducing our overtime usage, which will be difficult as we run into an era when we have actually increased work demands. Reducing all of our contracts. We went through all of our contracts with a fine-tooth comb to see what contracts were absolutely necessary, what contracts we could cut, what contracts we could reduce and still maintain a high level of customer service. We're even taking kind of a drastic step to reduce our employee travel and training. That's only $115,000, but that has a significant impact on maintaining a highly trained workforce. We are looking at making changes to the general assistance program as a way to control caseload growth and cost growth. And then, of course, we are doing whatever internal initiatives that we can generate to maximize our current state and federal funding sources. We are committed to not leaving a dollar on the table uncollected. So as you've heard from other departments presenting today, we're very pleased with our collaboration with county administration and the budget office. They are including a number of our requested augmentations in the county administrator's recommended budget. The first one that I'd just like to take a few minutes to talk about is the CalFresh administrative cost shift impact. That turned out to be about $2.1 million. Again, our out-of-home care costs continue to be high. We are asking for $1.25 million. And then, of course, funding for our general assistance program. So the CalFresh administration cost really is about shifting that 50-50 traditional cost split to 25-75. In the state of California, it's statutorily required that 30% of the non-federal share are covered by the counties. So our traditional share had been about 15%. That then will raise under the new cost-sharing ratio to 22.5%. Next slide. So what does that really mean? So you can see in the graphic in the upper right how things are currently, how the percentages will break beginning October of this year. And then what that really meant to our operations. So when we ran the numbers for the new cost-sharing ratio, it really came to a cost to us of over $2.6 million. We tried to do internally whatever we could to reduce that amount as much as possible. And one of the ways that we are able to do that would be to shift a number of workers from the CalFresh program to another program that had a higher level and rate of reimbursement. We were therefore able to reduce the financial impact based on the HR1 cost shift down from $2.6 million to about $2.1. What does that 2.1 actually mean? This is why we are so thankful with this augmentation being included in the budget. That 2.1 million actually allows us to leverage about $5 million from the state and about $2.4 million from the federal government. So that $2.1 million investment into our budget really adds up to about $9.5 million of value to the county. So if we didn't have that $9.5 million, what would that mean? So just for illustrative purposes only, what that would look like is that would be about 58 eligibility specialist 2 positions, 8 supervisors for a total of 66 positions. With a reduction of that amount, there is no possible way that we could ever provide the service workload that is now being required of us. It's just not possible. So again, thank you so much for the providing for the augmentation. So again, as I indicated, another cost driver was our out-of-home care rate, and you've seen this in the packet. I think that you've had time to review this slide. You know, in addition, the county has a significant shortage of resource parents. We have been working hard over the last few years in recruitment of our resource parents to make sure that every child who comes into our contact and needs out-of-home care has the ability to first be placed with a family member or near kin, and then also to have our resource parents available. In some cases, those families just aren't sufficient to supply the high level of care for the needs that the children present with, and these then become very high cost placements that generally go over a long period of time. So the General Assistance Program, I'm just putting this slide up there so you can see the trends. Not really out of control. We're pretty consistent with where we were last year, but still seeing some growth. But we really need to make sure that we are monitoring this program closely, that we are making sure that those that are receiving assistance are those that really require that assistance, and then looking at the program parameters to make sure that they are still current and consistent with the approach of the county. So we have a few augmentations that we are asking for that are not included in the administrator's recommended budget. And to go over those, I'd like to ask our Deputy Director of Cal Works Employment Services and Adult and Aging Services, Diana Jimenez, to come up and give a short presentation on our request for 2 IH in-home supportive services social workers.
Good afternoon, Chair Askew, members of the board, CEO De La Rosa, and members of the public. The IHSS In-Home Supportive Services Program serves people who are medically fragile, low income, and living with significant barriers such as chronic illness, mobility challenges, food insecurity, social isolation, and or no family support. These are individuals who cannot live safely in their homes without assistance. The IHSS program is a safety net program that prevents them from falling into crisis, becoming institutionalized or hospitalized. And it is far less expensive than these costs, with an average cost of $14,600 per month for long-term care and or $5,500 per day for hospitalization. Our social workers are the backbone of this program. They determine eligibility, assess functional needs, and ensure people receive the right level of support to safely remain in their homes for as long as possible. Over the past decade, our IHSS caseload has increased by 72%. This is driven by the aging population that's living longer and with more medical complexities, and also with the rise in children with autism or other disabilities. Yet staffing levels have not kept up with the community's growing needs. As of February of this year, we had 7,500 IHSS cases, an average of 300 per worker, with only 26 social workers. We had 2,300 overdue reassessments, with the oldest nearly a year old. We have 800 applications pending, with some residents waiting 6 months to be assessed for IHSS services. Our intake timeliness dropped from 94% to 33% in the last 7 months. This backlog reflects a lack of staffing capacity and chronic underfunding. To add to our challenges, last July, we had to prioritize community first choice option cases, which we refer to as CIFCO cases, to avoid substantial financial penalties from the state. This forced us to redirect resources away from intake and non-CIFCO cases, which caused further delays. These delays are not simply operational. They directly affect the people we serve with essential services they need and depend on for daily living, such as bathing, dressing, meal preparations, and mobility assistance. Our staffing shortage makes it impossible to meet these competing demands, required timelines, or to meet the needs of the community. Without additional support, the backlog will continue to grow, and vulnerable residents will face increased risk of crisis, hospitalization, or institutionalization. So today we're asking for your support and approval to restore at least 2 IHSS social workers. It's not going to solve our problem, but it will bring caseloads down from 300 to 268 per worker. A meaningful first step to stabilize this program and protect the community members we serve. Thank you for your consideration of this request.
Thank you very much, Diana. I'd like to say that the 2 workers we're requesting have been unfunded in our current budget all year. We had hoped that by holding them unfunded in this current budget, that there would have been some successful lobbying efforts at the state, where it is known statewide that this IHSS program is significantly underfunded. Those hopes deteriorated throughout the legislative session, and additional funding didn't materialize. So this really isn't a new request. This is a pressure that we've been feeling for quite some time and are seeing no other recourse but to come forward and request this augmentation. As Diana mentioned, in July, they had a 94% reassessment rate. In August is when we had to shift significant resources in working on these community first option cases. We immediately saw a drop down to 30% of our typical case reassessment rate. But if we do not prioritize these community first option cases and their reassessments, we will incur significant financial penalty. So we are kind of in a resource bare situation and really requesting your assistance in helping us with that. With that, if there's any questions, we would be happy to answer them.
Just on those 2 positions, Roderick, not having those filled, what impact does that have on people getting in-home care, which I think is one of the most effective things that we're able to actually go through and do in terms of keeping people out of hospitals, keeping them out of institutionalized care, giving them dignity in their own home. And as I think as Diana pushed across there earlier, it's also cheaper to do it this way. But I look at it as really a step towards dignity for people who are in sometimes later parts of their life or severely restricted in some other ways. So without those 2 positions, is that, what happens to people then who don't have that care? They just have to go on for months longer before they get the assistance, or they go into some temporary hospitalization?
Thank you, Supervisor Chair Root Askew, Supervisor Church. That is a very good question. It is easy to consider this program by the numbers because it does save the public funds. Yet, what it really does, it allows those among us who are aged or disabled to live with dignity. And it's hard to put a value on that. But yet when we look at what the implications could be of us not being able to keep up with the workload, as Diana mentioned, it could lead to increased levels of institutionalization, delays in people receiving the services that they are eligible for and need, during which time there could be a decompensation in their level of functioning, which then could lead to an institutionalization. So while we may not have a direct line in regards to will this keep people in their homes, I think we can very clearly make the indirect reference that by not having these resources, there certainly could be those among us who would not be able to stay or live in their homes.
And I just had a couple questions. Thank you. I'll start with where Supervisor Church left off, noting that the issue of the need for our IHSS social workers who help support our clients who have access to IHSS supports is a critical one, and became very we became face to face with the needs for those positions during the apartment fire in Monterey in Supervisor Daniel's district, where we realized that there are a number of individuals who are very living independently, but very much only because of and in need of the support that they receive from an IHSS provider. And possibly even in situations where we have folks who have an IHSS provider, but actually require more care than that IHSS provider can provide. And so these are the social workers that would be able to help identify those situations and ensure that we're not leaving people without the care that's necessary. Given the significant revenue match that's available for this, being able to fill 2 positions at half of what the total cost is, knowing that they're going to be ensuring the safety and health and well-being of our residents who need that support the most. Thank you for bringing it forward so that we have an opportunity to consider it. I had a couple questions about the one-time use of realignment fund. That's realignment fund that was in savings and reserves that's being pulled out to meet the needs for this year? Am I understanding that directly?
That's correct, Supervisor. Those are realignment funds that are in our realignment fund balance.
Okay.
We use those funds as however we need to, and currently we have been using some additional funds to close out the year as well. So by utilizing any of those in our fund balance is a little scary, but we believe that, this is financially responsible for this budget.
No, thank you. And I would agree. I guess I would just worry that one-time use of funds for ongoing costs is something that we need to be aware of as, I think, a county board. We've reduced, I think, I know you're looking at how to reduce your general fund, a reliance on general fund, but the reality of that, when these one-time realignments are used up, is that there will be an increased need for general fund contribution in order to maintain a baseline of services. And I want to make sure we are cognizant of that and prepared to ensure that the services that are being provided by social services continue not just for today, but for future years and are there when we need them most. So I get it, that's where the money is right now, but I do think we should proceed with caution on that front. And then just a question, broadly speaking, and I'd raised it earlier, as we look at the Behavioral Health Services Act and the coordination that I'm seeing happening in other communities and other counties. We talk about our out-of-home care programming, and we talk about coordination with IHSS. And I see that there are communities that are approaching their Behavioral Health Services Act with a broader view than has been approached in the past. And I'm just curious if you can identify or if there was any discussion in the development of this budget around how the BHSA could coordinate more closely with and provide funding in spaces that would be appropriate within social services.
Thank you, Supervisor. Not as a part of our budget planning process. However, we have been in contact with the Health Department Behavioral Health Bureau in regards to the Behavioral Health Services Act. I know Diana has in fact reached out as a part of being involved in the development of the plan. And so we look forward to ongoing and future collaboration with our behavioral health partners.
Okay, but there's nothing specifically included in the plan at this point that would identify. Okay, perfect. Thank you for that. All right, those were my questions. And we will, anything else? Okay, thank you very much. We'll move on to our next item. All right, and next up we have, it looks like, Public Works, Facilities, and Parks. We've got Randy Ishii with us here in person without a vest on today.
Not this time. I am
Not
dressed
today.
appropriately for
All
the
right.
occasion. Service dress blues for today. And good afternoon, and thank you very much, Chair and members of the board. As introduced, I'm Randall Ishii, Director of Public Works, Facilities, and Parks, And with me today, both online and in person, are various members of the department who are able to answer any questions should the board choose to raise any questions. We have a brief PowerPoint presentation to guide the conversation for today, and staff will indicate to the budget office when to proceed to the next slide by saying next slide. So this slide up on the screen represents the overview for today's presentation. First, going over the department overview and core functions, then a general fund budget overview and unmet needs. That'll be followed up by the budget augmentations by priority, and then our request for your support. So as we go to the next slide. This will provide a brief overview of the department's various core functions. And so as we go to the next slide, in the interest of time, rather than go over the entire panoply of the services that the department provides, which is in general one of our primary mission sets, is to maintain, design, construct, and then go back into that cycle of maintenance, the various county infrastructure which the county owns and maintains. And this ranges from 1,260 miles of county-maintained roads, 175 bridges, some various enterprise funds, the East Garrison Community Services District Oversight and the Financing Authority, the county service areas, and those are just the outside funds. And so as we go to the next slide, for our general fund funded positions, this is a brief overview of the facilities branch that provides maintenance of all the county's buildings and grounds that are owned, some services at lease buildings, preparation of the 5-year CIP, the general property management, the utility services, litter control, and then our county parks, which are north of 30,000 acres of parks and open space, as well as the former Fort Ord lands, Laguna Seca Rifle and Pistol Range, and the central service units of fleet services for the whole county, mail courier, and records retention. And again, these are the infrastructure services that are provided by the department for both incorporated areas where county owns buildings and unincorporated areas in the county. Next slide, please. And so that takes us to the general fund budget and its unmet needs. So as we go to the next slide, this table/matrix represents in general the revenues versus expenditures and how to make for a balanced budget for our general fund side. And while the focus on today's budget workshop is for the general fund funded units, the same applies to our outside fund or third-party funded units such as road fund in its philosophy. The department first looked to make cuts where needed for various vendors, various consulting services, supplies, and other capital expenditures to the maximum extent feasible. We cut back and eliminated any non-mandatory trainings for staff. But even at that, for our general fund side, we did have to look at staff reductions, which were a last resort. Our county workforce, our employees, our staff are the greatest asset of which the department has that is spokes of the county will to keep it going. So that was the absolute last thing we looked at. We are very thankful to the CEO's office for recommending for the board, and shown in this revised budget, that the CEO's office is recommending funding for the positions that were potentially needing to be reduced. And those were 12 existing status quo positions, 11 of which were filled and 1 vacant in the facilities unit alone. And that would have represented a 50% to 67% reduction in the various units across that division. And what that would have done is it would have shifted us from a proactive site-based set of crews to a very reactive model. There would have been greater delays and increased potential risks in terms of contract procurement renewals. There would have been reduced emergency response staffing for the Emergency Operations Center activation, should the EOC be activated, and a strain on financial operations, including billing, reconciliation, payment processing. And again, that would have been a 50 to 67% reduction just in facilities alone. So again, the department is very grateful to the CEO's office for recommending funding for those and restoring those existing filled positions. That'll take us to our next slide, where, as noted on the previous slide, the baseline reduction would have been north of $2 million, more like $2.67 million, and 3 FTE vacant positions are being asked for. So that takes us to the unfunded augmentation requests. The department is bringing forward 24 augmentations, totaling a little bit north of $4 million. Most of those are base level services at $3 million. Then there's mandated services at a little north of $578,000. Then some mission critical program increases of $150,000. And the last composition of that $4 million is these new but non-mandated services/programs, and that's $270,000. With that, they'll take us to our augmentations in order of descending priority, with the highest priority one first. Next slide, please. And so the first request is the restoration of the one vacant existing status quo building maintenance worker position at approximately $135,000. Again, this is part of the workforce that maintains the county's buildings and grounds, county staff, that is, that make repairs for a booster pump that goes out at a county building to something on the grounds that needs attention immediately, or setting up for special events here at the government center. And that takes us to our next set of augmentations. The next slide, please. And so our second priority is restoring the park's salary savings at approximately $92,000. This is something the department has recognized is potentially Measure AA eligible. And that takes us to the third priority, which is the restoration of two vacant existing status quo park positions, consisting of a senior secretary and a senior parks, utilities, and water system specialist. And that's the position that oversees the county's water treatment plants and wastewater treatment plants, primarily located at the lakes, but also the sanitation services at the various county parks. And that totals approximately $290,000, and that's, again, something flagged as Measure AA eligible. Takes us to our next slide for our fourth priority, and this is something that, again, it was part of our services. We looked at everything we could possibly cut, and this was something that we have to cut but asked for the board's consideration to restore. And this is a contract we have with a company known as A&B Fire, Alpha and Bravo Fire, at $125,000. This is a mandatory obligation because this outside vendor inspects and maintains the fire suppression systems at various county buildings. So there's significance there with getting this one restored. And the same applies to the next priority, priority number 5, which is the heating, ventilation, and air condition maintenance for various county buildings. Our staff is not capable of being certified for and maintaining the quote-unquote HVAC systems at county buildings. This is the outside vendor that does that maintenance for us. So department submits this as a mission-critical priority, and we're asking for $150,000 to have that restored. So we go to the next slide, please. Our sixth priority is one that the department has historically brought forward in these budget cycles, and that is the facility unscheduled maintenance. And this is the funding source for any emergency repairs necessary at county buildings and grounds. Typically, this has been funded by Fund 478, and the department requests consideration of using some funding source, including Fund 478, to restore this function at approximately $1 million, which has been the historic trend. And this is something that our job order contractors would use as their funding source to make emergency repairs at county buildings. Which takes us then to priority number 7. As mentioned, approximately 3,000 acres of land came to the county when the Fort Ord Reuse Authority, also known as FORA, had dissolved. These are the lands that came with it, that came under the county's purview. And there's various open spaces that are out there nearby the Laguna Seca Recreation Area and south of the community known as East Garrison. Since there's so much open space out there, the department is asking for an allowance for vegetation management, primarily using goat herding services out on those lands to control vegetation and fire fuels to the tune of approximately $150,000. And the department submits that this is something that is Measure AA eligible. So I'll take us to our next slide. Our next priority would be training services at a ranger academy for our new park rangers. The course is approximately $40,000, and this is something that, because it's an extension of park services, the department submits that this is something that is Measure AA eligible. The next priority that the department submits is the ongoing allowance for performing the Carmel River Lagoon interim sandbar management activities. That is the one that typically around the winter season, when the rains start coming in and the Carmel River flowing from the Carmel Valley begins to rise, there's a community nearby, the Carmel River Lagoon, that is in potential jeopardy when the river level and lagoon water level rises and begins to crest over. So this is the activity to create a pilot channel after acquiring the various permits from the various regulatory agencies to construct the pilot channel and allow the river to naturally breach into that pilot channel and prevent flooding in those communities. So that allowance that we're asking for is approximately $263,000. Takes us to our next set of priorities of augmentations. Priority number 10 is a new one, and this is part of those new services that were spoken to earlier. This is a request for our county service areas, aka special districts, for 3 different Prop 218 studies. And because it's for county service areas, the department requests that this would be a short-term repayable loan that would be paid back by the CSAs, assuming that there's a successful Prop 218 rate increase that right-sizes the services and the funding needed for those county service areas. So the 3 of them that are being submitted are for CSA 17, Rancho Tierra Grande. Another one is CSA 44, Corral de Tierra Oaks. And then the third one being the Baranda County Sanitation District Zone 2 for the San Gerardo water system. And the amounts are shown there. And the funding source for this loan the department submits is Measure AA. Moving on, we have our priority number 11, which is the restoration of Laguna Seca Rifle Range operating schedule. In order for parks to be able to submit a balanced baseline budget, we unfortunately needed to cut the services at the rifle range and decrease it from the 4 days of the week that is open to the public down to 3 days of the week being open to the public. To restore it to 4 days per week, which has been the historical operating schedule, barring any special events, that is approximately $40,000 for the year. And the department submits that as also something that is Measure AA eligible. We'll move on to the next slide, and as we're getting closer to the conclusion of staff's presentation, the 12th priority is consideration of helping the department pay for 2 new replacement vehicles. There is VAMP, or Vehicle Asset Management Program funds that have been accrued for these vehicles, but they are not quite enough to cover the cost difference between what's been accrued versus the cost of purchasing these new replacement vehicles. Both their costs are shown on the slide, and it's approximately $118,000 total. Another priority is the facility preventive maintenance. This is a new one that the department submitted last year. This is something where facilities maintenance staff could get more ahead of the schedule and rather be so reactive to do some additional preventative work at each of the county's buildings and grounds. And the request is for $1 million. So that takes us to the next priority. And priority number 14 is the request for installation of security systems at various county buildings. One of those is the Pajaro Library, also known as the Puerto Vallejo Mansion and the Ag Commissioner's Office. Another one is the Supervisor District 4 Coastal Office / the Military and Veteran Affairs Office. And then thirdly, the Castroville Library and the Supervisor District 2 Office. Of these, the department submits that the Puerto Vallejo Mansion and the Castroville Library, being in unincorporated Monterey County, could be Measure AA eligible. And this takes us to our final priority, which is a computerized maintenance management system. And this is for our facilities branch. This is a modern-day industry standard way of doing work orders, record keeping, and asset management tracking through these systems called computerized maintenance management systems, or CMMS. The department has already started that endeavor on our public works, roads, and bridges side. And so this request is for funding for our facility side to also be able to pair onto that CMMS program that we already have in place and have that much better record keeping that will inform future capital construction and capital improvement project decisions that will go into the 5-year capital improvement plan. And so going on to the final slide, and this is our final priority, and that is a request for restoration of the Vehicle Asset Management Program for these various general fund funded units at the tune of approximately $340,000. That takes us to our next slide. And the department's loss of these augmentations would have an impact on the service levels that the department is able to provide for both internal customers and external customers. For example, going from the top down, the loss of the 3 vacant positions across facilities and parks would mean there's a loss of operational capacity, again, by losing the 1 facilities and 2 parks positions, which would impair our service delivery and our response capability. There's also regulatory and life safety matters in mind where, without restoring some of these requests, it impairs the ability to meet these things such as mandatory fire inspections, testing, and maintenance, which is the A&B fire agreement, and the former Fort Ord open space unscheduled maintenance, which is an asset the county has that needs consideration for vegetation management. There's also the Ranger Academy, and again, the historic Como River Lagoon sandbar management activity that has been a long standing practice by the department. And these would lead to further long-term issues if not funded. There's deferred maintenance and system failures, and again, that would materialize as reduced ability to perform mission-critical HVAC activities and unscheduled facilities maintenance, which could lead to accelerated asset deterioration and higher long-term costs, with the adage of being pay now or pay more later. We will also be looking at reduced public services, one of those being the Laguna Seca Rifle and Pistol Range, where the operations would be decreased from 4 days per week to 3 days per week. And then rounding things out is the long-term asset impact. The department has performed a 20-year facility management plan in its current phase, and things such as the suspension of VAMP contributions and continued lack of funding for preventive maintenance reduces the fleet replacement planning and accelerates asset deterioration across the county's infrastructure. That takes us to our final slide, and we thank the board for the consideration. We thank the board and the CAO's office for your support, and that concludes staff's presentation. We are available for questions and comments, and we thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions, comments on the side?
Thank you, Mr. Ishii. I wanted to go back to the priority number 10, the augmentation for the short-term repayable loan. So these studies that are being conducted, the 218 studies, if they pass, would ultimately create revenue for the county as well in the form of a larger CSA, the CSAs themselves raising more money that would support work that Public Works would ultimately conduct in those jurisdictions. Is that correct?
Thank you for the question, Supervisor Daniels. That is exactly correct. Those CSAs would then have enough revenue to maintain themselves, right-sizing themselves, and be able to pay for the services to fund the activated services that they have in their communities. And thus, this request would be a loan for them because currently there is not enough fund balance in either of these CSAs or special districts to get to the next phase of being able to perform their Prop 218. There's just not enough fund balance in there for them to be able to fully fund their Prop 218.
So then upon successful funding and then vote, if it succeeds, then the CSA would pay the county back for the loan that was given to do the study?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, great. Thank you. And then on priority number 11, the rifle range, is there a desire by the community? Is that something we hear about, the 3 days being not enough and wanting to restore to the 4-day schedule? Or from Laguna Seca as well? I'm just curious, what's the level of incoming that we have based on the rifle range schedule?
I will ask our Chief of Parks, Brian Flores, to please come up and help answer the question, but to establish some framework for the response. The 4 days per week has been the historic trend, and the department has seen various members of the public come and attend the range. And to add to it, we have considered doing a time and motion or rate study to look at the rate a little bit further. But again, this is the only public range in the county as a whole. And to add to the response, I'll look to our Chief of Parks if there's anything further to add.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. Not too much to add there, Supervisor Daniels, other than, like Director Ishii said, it's been historic that we've had the 4 days a week. Mm-hmm. Dropping it down to 3 days a week, we will definitely get pushback from the public. It would probably be the Monday that we would cut out, but still that's a heavily used day. Each day the range is used. I mean, it's a waiting list to get there. So I don't have the exact, daily revenue take with me right now, but we can get that to you.
But there's a waiting list. That was helpful. It's utilized. I think this might even be a question for the CAO. I'm just looking at some of these augmentation requests, and I'm not sure how we move forward without some of them. So the request is for an augmentation, but you can't not service your fire equipment, right? You can't, if our HVAC system stops working in a building, we'd have to address it. I'm sure that either Supervisor Askew or myself would hear from neighboring communities if Fort Ord maintenance was not done in terms of open space maintenance. And so I'm just trying to understand what are the opportunities here to address these augmentation requests, assuming we don't have the allocation available to Public Works and Facilities and Parks. So what would we do in a situation where the HVAC system suddenly doesn't work, or we want to keep it maintained so it does work longer and we don't have to pay more in the long run?
One of the things that we would potentially utilize is contingencies. We will have a higher contingency than we did this current year. So that will be in play in the event that there's an emergency, let's say that doesn't rise to the level of a strategic reserve request, you would have contingencies available. So for some of this last year, we purposely stayed away from utilizing much of the contingency because we had a huge cost that was coming, which was the correctional health care. We anticipated for that. We knew the contract was going to be something we would have to cover. Going forward, some of these items, there's a potential that, based on the direction from the board, we could take a closer look, work with Randy and his team to see what sort of revenue would make sense, what sort of resource we have. And then also in terms of planning, at what level, right? So if, again, what we did is safeguard filled positions and safeguard key things. The direction that we really need from the board is what else are you wanting us to look at? And we do have some remaining dollars, but it's very limited. It's not enough to cover all of it. So we really do need that direction. And in addition to that, in terms of the redirection, that's $1 million there that potentially could be used by social services in some of the items that they brought up as well. So what we're really seeking is if there's something on here that you feel is a deal breaker, absolutely needs to happen, then we need to know that. Otherwise, our focus will remain those filled positions and then other key projects. Measure AA has been mentioned a couple times. That discussion is also something that needs to occur. If there's specific dollars from AA that are going to be allocated, I think that would be helpful to know that. I know Supervisor Askew, reacted to my comment about contingencies because of how, we've been in the past in terms of having those dollars available, but also understanding that our focus is really to maintain services. And if there's something else on here that you'd like to see covered and the potential of repayment coming from these Prop 118s, that might be something that your board can decide you want to move forward.
So if I were to provide that, I just seeing some things on this list like the mandatory obligation that we have to maintain our fire equipment, right? Like you can't not do that. So that's what I'm looking to, right? Like you've got an obligation to get it serviced, I'm guessing every year to make sure people are safe. And then I would also say I'm looking at some of these safety requests, installing security systems. Like, that's a reality. So I guess I'm not saying necessarily it's an augmentation to Public Works. I'm saying that to the county, like that these are things we need to take seriously.
And just know we have added specific things to board offices. This is something that would be above what's already been added.
Got it.
So
Okay.
District 4 does have a Ring camera, and I think I think there's a Ring camera at your door, or you close the door completely. We added Ring cameras to District 2 and actually 3 districts.
I have something
Your-
at
yours
mine.
as
Yeah,
well.
I thought what I wanted to make sure I wasn't saying is no to something that I have in my office and other districts
No,
need.
no. Most instances when your offices have brought up a security matter, we've addressed it. We have offered different options, including potentially building something out. Within your budgets, I think Supervisor Church used his budget to provide a partition when you're coming into his office. You don't automatically walk into his entire office. But we've done these different things. There are things that we could do. What I think we're looking for direction is if you tell us, the Prop at 218 absolutely makes sense.
And it does. The Prop 218 absolutely makes sense since it comes back to the county. It's a loan, and it will, if successful, ultimately become revenue to address issues that Public Works is tackling in those neighborhoods anyway.
So in this discussion, once presentations are complete, you would go through and say, these are the things we want to work on. It's likely that the board may come back and give us an amount that's above and beyond what we're going to be able to cover as part of the recommended budget. And so those would come back in discussion during the budget hearings. So there are things that we will address, but we do need the board to give us some direction in terms of some of those items that you're just like, you know what, I'd rather hold on some of these items and move on others. That would be helpful to us.
Well, then I'll add one more because I don't know, and it's it's been happening for years, long before I got here, but I don't know how you dig that channel at the Carmel Lagoon and then just stop 1 year. Because if you don't dig the channel, the homes flood. So I hate that annual event if it's raining. And hopefully not hopefully, but I think we're going to unfortunately be in some dry years. But we have to figure that out. And I think it's directly proportional to the work we do on the scenic road protective structure and the other projects at the lagoon. But absent those projects, I think we have to dig the channel.
There are key things that we would be able to cover in the event of an emergency. We'll have access to other resources. So
okay, great.
There is that, but also in terms of planning, I think we had this discussion last year about the channel, of digging that out. In the event that we get to that point where Public Works has to go in there and do something, we absolutely would access resources to be able to do that.
And I'll leave that there.
It could potentially be contingencies. It could potentially be a strategic reserve. In terms of planning, we could plan for those dollars to be there, but there is a backup plan as well.
Nope. Okay. I do have, just want to go on record, I think the priority number 10, the special districts, Prop 218 studies, I think those are things we need to do to maintain the infrastructure that exists. The forward open space, it says forward open space, but really it's fuel removal, so critical fire safety zones around residential neighborhoods. So I do think that that's important. I had a same question about some of the mandated items around priority 5 for the HVAC maintenance and priority 4 for the fire. Those seem like things that we don't have a choice to do. So yeah, those were my comments. But thank you very much for the presentation, and we will move on to our next item, which is our cooperative extension. Come on up.
Hi everyone, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
And then move the microphone over. Yeah, there you go.
Let's try it again. Okay, third time's a charm? Yeah? Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Emily Freed, and I am the Area Director for UC Cooperative Extension Offices in Monterey, San Benito, and Santa Cruz County. I don't have a deck. I'm just going to be verbally presenting today. I'm also the Monterey County Department Head for UC Cooperative Extension Office, which is located on Abbott Street. UC Cooperative Extension provides research, outreach, and extension programming such as 4-H and Master Gardeners throughout Monterey County. Cooperative Extension is a department that provides support and services for everyone in the county, including youth, older adults, growers, industry leaders, and our thriving agricultural industry. Everyone benefits from UC Cooperative Extension. My role as area director and department head for Monterey County, San Benito, and Santa Cruz County is, I like to say, I have 1 CIO, 2 CEOs, and 15 board members. So my joke is that I used to have all black hair before I started this job. So can you even imagine 15 board members, right? It's a lot, right, Michael? So I started my role in June 2025, and I've had the pleasure of meeting with all of you, including Sonia and her staff, and I've met one-on-one with each of the board members. I want to thank you all for your time and your support of research, science, and education. In all of our meetings, I stress the importance of a newer, safer, and more efficient fleet, and that's why I'm here today to pick back up the conversation. Specifically, I want to talk about our department's augmentation for 2 replacement trucks. For the 26-27 budget, UC Cooperative Extension requested 2 replacement trucks because our staff is expanding, which is very exciting. We have 5 academic advisors, 7 staff, 3 county admin, a total of about 15 in our county office. Plus, we have a new vegetable crop and weed science advisor joining our office in July, a food safety specialist, and this summer we're bringing on a lot of summer staff. So very quickly, we will be at 20. And we also serve many unincorporated areas throughout the county. Right now, we have 10 Monterey County vehicles. Thank you for those. And as I mentioned, 20 staff members, and we have 6 vehicles that are well beyond their projected lifespan, well beyond. For example, 2 of our vehicles were due for replacement in 2015, 1 vehicle was due for replacement in 2016, and 3 vehicles were due for replacement in 2021. So with that, we submitted our augmentation for 2 replacement vehicles to replace 1 vehicle from 2007 and 1 from 2008, both of which have over 100,000 and 15,000 miles on them. So our department is expanding, hence the ask and request for a newer, safer, more efficient fleet. Unfortunately, our augmentation was not funded. So I'm here today for 2 reasons. First, on behalf of UC Cooperative Extension, I'm seeking partial funding for 2 replacement trucks. Second, to share that UC Cooperative Extension is doing the research and simultaneously looking for alternative solutions for our fleet. Got it. So I'm going to elaborate on both. You may wonder why our department needs trucks rather than sedans. We are specifically requesting trucks, all-wheel drive, and cabs because our advisors tow drones, they tow equipment, and they move agricultural materials to farms, which we can't put in the cabs. So the good news, I want to stress the good news because it's always good to hear about good news, right? So the good news is our department has accrued about $68,000 in VAMP funds for 2 replacement vehicles. So we are doing the work and we are saving. So we've saved about 78% of what we need for our request for 2 replacement vehicles. I'm impressed with that, and that wasn't before I got here. So today, we are requesting an additional $22,000 to get us to the finish line and to purchase 2 2025 trucks estimated by fleet that are about $45,000. So to be clear, my ask is for a $22,000 supplement to our $68,000 accrued in VAMP fees for 2 current market replacement trucks. To elaborate on my second request, Sonia had a great suggestion in a recent budget workshop call to do an inter-vehicle transfer. I really love the way she thinks, right? Let's take our current resources and see how we can move them around. So since the budget call, as we do at Cooperative Extension, I've done the research. And I want to share about my research and what I've learned. So I reached out to Fleet Services to check in. As of right now, Fleet is not aware of any trucks that are being turned in before the end of the fiscal year. I've also asked that our department be added to the waiting list if qualified trucks come into Fleet. Again, the key for an internal transfer for qualified trucks is four-wheel drive with cabs and trucks that aren't completely spent by the time they get to fleet, which we know happens. I've also received a tip from Michael, who suggested I reach out to the sheriff's office, which I did. I sent an email introducing myself, explaining that we are looking for internal transfer trucks. I haven't yet heard back, and Fleet also has not heard that the sheriff's office is going to be turning any trucks, but I'm doing the research. So to sum it up, UC Cooperative Extensions provides support to everyone in Monterey County, and everyone benefits from our services and our programs. Our advisors are out in the field working year-round in severe weather conditions, serving our growers and working with staff and researchers at federal research facilities in our city, in Salinas. We also believe that we may be eligible for Measure AA funding. My commitment to the advisors and the staff since day one has been to update our fleet, which I believe can be accomplished in two ways. One, again, I'm requesting a $22,000 increase for our 26-27 budget to add to our already accrued $68,000 VAMP funds, which will allow our department to replace 2 vehicles. Second, an internal transfer for 2 or more trucks from another department, if and when available, which would help Cooperative Extension move the needle forward and replace some of our aging fleet. As we like to say at Cooperative Extension, the field doesn't come to us, so we have to go to the field, right? And in order to do our work that is rooted in science education and community programming, we need a newer, safer fleet. We understand the county's fiscal issues for next year, and we have done our due diligence and the research to meet the department's needs and reduce impacts to the general fund. Cooperative Extension is doing all we can to compromise on our ask for the next fiscal budget year. So thank you for our time, and thank you for listening.
Thank you. And thanks for all the problem solving in live time.
We're working hard.
All right. I don't see anyone making eye contact with me for a question, so we can move right along to our next item, which is Department of Emergency Management. And Kelsey's already on her way up.
Hello. Thank you so much for having me today. Before I get started, I did want to just give a shout out to the CAO budget team. I know that this is Michael's Super Bowl today, but I greatly appreciate his work as well as Deja and our amazing Bella Lessick for their daily support that they provide throughout the year, not just in preparation for this. They are a true asset to our department, and I greatly appreciate the transparency and efficacy that they provided our office. So with regards to the Department of Emergency Management fiscal year 26-27 budget augmentation requests, we have but one request. Next slide. We greatly appreciate the county administrator's recommendation to retain our field position that we had put forward as part of our attempt to meet the baseline budget. We did provide a year-to-year comparison of our baseline budget in addition to our augmentation requests from last year to this year. We greatly appreciate all of the augmentation requests that were provided last year, and we'd like to expand on how those have benefited the department as well as the community. So last year, you very graciously approved the augmentation request to keep our administrative secretary position and to reclassify a management analyst 2 to a management analyst 3 for the purpose of increasing our ability to pursue reimbursement from FEMA through our public assistance programs post-disaster. This has been extremely beneficial to our department, and we appreciate that very generous contribution. Since spring 2024, we've been able to increase the county's obligations by almost 200%, and so this has gone a long way. I will also say that between the Homeland Security Grant Program and the Public Assistance Program, there's a lot of inconsistency, there's ebbs and flows, there's more activity some parts of the year and less others, and so the combination of these two programs managed by one position has been extremely effective and useful in our staff time. Last year also, we requested that, though unfunded, we retain one frozen management analyst 2 position, which had been previously allocated by the board several years prior as a training and exercise coordinator for the Emergency Operations Center. We did not receive an augmentation for the Management Analyst 2 position that was temporarily overseeing the Assembly Bill 102 implementation in our recovery efforts in Pajaro, which resulted in a workforce reduction. And in addition to that, our request for $600,000 for the Emergency Operations Center response budget was also not approved. This past year, this has been difficult on us in our ability to respond to emergencies that maybe would not necessarily escalate to a local emergency, which would then, local proclamation of emergency, which would then trigger our request for strategic reserve funds. Next slide. So this year we are putting forward this one augmentation request for $179,701 for one staff position. I did want to note, though, that we are not requesting the EOC response budget. That's not to say it's not important and it's not needed, but we understand the predicament that the board is currently in. Next slide. So I think I've already covered this, so we can go to the next slide. We are asking for a reclassification of our frozen Management Analyst 2 position, which had intended to be a training and exercise coordinator position, to a Management Analyst 1 position to assist us with a variety of unfunded mandates. Predominantly the SB 38 to review battery energy storage system emergency action plans through the permit process, as well as Assembly Bill 339 compliance with regards to labor meet and confers on contracts regarding services, which is a vast majority of our contracts. What I will say is we have a funded requirement in the implementation of the 2020 Wildfire Private Property Debris Removal Program insurance collection. So this was a program that the county provided in 2020 for residents in District 5 whose homes had burned down. The program offered at no cost to property owners the removal of debris from the property, and this was under a federal program. The element here is federal programs cannot have a duplication of funds, essentially. And so if a property owner received insurance funds for building replacement or debris removal, those funds have to be collected and remitted back to the federal government. The duty for collecting those insurance proceeds falls to the Department of Emergency Management. We have put this off for a couple of years as a result of our ongoing recovery efforts in Pajaro, as well as throughout the rest of the county post-2023 floods and, of course, the 2024 floods, and then, of course, the 2025 Moss Landing incident. And so we are now in a position that we're needing to go and collect the insurance proceeds. And so if this position is unable to do so, we would either at best have to pay back $38,000 to the state or potentially be liable for the $7.3 million in debris removal expenses conducted by the state government. My intention for this program is after some of these unfunded mandates are processed and the demand for things like battery energy storage system emergency action plan reviews diminish, that this position can be pivoted to pursue things such as a community curbside chipping program for vegetation removal on private property, which would in turn be funded by California Fire Safe grants or other state and federal grants available that our office is pursuing under our wildfire resilience program. And so with that, next slide. Wanted to reiterate the need for our Emergency Operations Center budget. We are planning to work with the CAO's office this next coming fiscal year to identify a potential solution that is more financially sustainable, that doesn't immediately impact the strategic reserves or contingency funds. But at this juncture, our current posture of not having a response budget is somewhat untenable and unacceptable in terms of future responses. And so I hope we have a fire-free year and a flood-free year until this solution can be identified. Until such time, we anticipate that any responses to disasters in the county will result in an immediate request for strategic reserves. And so with that, I humbly thank you for your time and your consideration of our one augmentation request and am available for questions.
Thank you. So your one augmentation request would be this reclassification of a management analyst 2 to a management analyst 1, that position. So your presentation just left me with some questions.
Absolutely.
So we had the Carmel fire and the River fire.
Yes.
Folks lost their homes.
Yes.
They utilized a program.
Yes.
And we need to be able to report back to the federal government who used funds or who got insurance or who may be double dipped. What's happening?
Specifically the insurance funds, which is an implication of double dipping, hence the federal policy for no duplication of benefits. So on average, each property costs about $100,000 to $200,000 to remove the debris. Many properties either had rebuilding bucketed with debris removal in their insurance policies, meaning that they were maxing out their entire policy on just rebuilding and therefore would not have had funds to remove the debris, or vice versa. They would have spent their money on removing the debris but would have been unable to rebuild. And so this was a program brokered between Cal OES and FEMA to provide for all wildfire victims across the state, for which we fell into eligibility for that program as well. This was along the same time as the CZU fire, which was significantly impactful, and I believe Santa Cruz County also participated. The removal of the debris is at no cost to the property owner unless they received insurance proceeds specifically for debris removal. The Department of Emergency Management is responsible for reaching out to the property owner and collecting any insurance proceeds that they might have had and remitting those funds to the state and then to the federal government to ensure that there's no duplication of benefits.
So roughly how many property owners do we need to consult with and do this analysis?
About 113.
Okay. So I want to be supportive.
Yes.
But we have to do this no matter what. Yes. Like it seems like this is something we have to figure out how to do.
Yes, and what I will say is that once this is complete, it's complete. Mm-hmm. We're not going to have to do this every year. This is a one-time activity, which is why on that slide I also provided additional services that I felt this position could be serving with additional revenue through grants, such as a community curbside chipping program. The intention, I think also long-term, is that much like I believe social services and their alignment fund, our department fluctuates with the disaster and the demands of pursuing federal reimbursement depending on how many disasters we have that year. Sometimes there's an exhaustive amount of work, sometimes there's an extremely small amount of work, but we do have to have the capacity to pivot depending on the demand. And so the intention is to also have this position put some of these projects on hold if additional disasters occur and we need them to focus on cost recovery as well. So, which is 100% reimbursable under Category Z for public assistance. So I anticipate that there will be some revenue to offset the cost, but would not count on it as a potential revenue long-term.
So what I would say then to the CAO is that one thing we can guarantee is there'll be more crises like this in the future. And it sounds like the description of the job is something that would be of value to the county. But even if we don't go down that path, if there's some sort of outsourcing for this work that could be done, I think we have to do this follow-up from the 2020 fire work. So I like this description. Obviously, we could use it, and there will be more emergencies guaranteed. But at minimum, figuring out a way to even outsource that work so it gets done.
I will say that our experience with outsourcing has not been successful. We find that the county financial systems and our processes and workflows for processing money and contracts are very nuanced, as well as understanding FEMA cost recovery. And so consultants are very expensive. And they typically end up resulting in staff time and more staff time than necessary coordinating the activities that we could have just done ourselves. And also by fostering in-house that knowledge, skills, and abilities, we create a bit more sustainability and continuity within the department to actively pursue reimbursement.
Just a quick question, but I was asked whether or not a retired annuitant would work, but also I think just to have a general idea of what the cost would be. Otherwise, I think what you're basically saying is we're going to pay the 171, whether we pay it to hire somebody or bring in a consultant. I think the difference there, though, is the one-time costs versus the ongoing. So for the grant funding, what you're looking to do is potentially bring in grant dollars to keep the position going, or
Yes.
bring in grant dollars to keep the services going with oversight by the management analyst. I'm curious as to whether a management analyst is the right position, or are we looking more at somebody that has fiscal background?
It's a combination of things. So I will say that the private property debris removal collection is the immediate need, but long-term we have an exhaustive administrative burden between the battery energy storage system emergency action plan review, additional contractual obligations for managing all of the EOC contracts. And then the additional potential here is the community curbside chipping program, which would be overseen by our office with additional grant revenue. And so I think it's a combination of what we're talking about. I am hesitant to encourage retired annuitants. They are a tremendous amount of knowledge that they bring, but ultimately we're looking for something more sustainable within cost recovery efforts, because we're constantly having to put, Band-Aids on a gaping wound that is any type of federal cost recovery. And so historically we relied on other departments. Actually, I saw Bruce Sukow in the back, who we depended on, and thank you very much to the district attorney's office for many years of supporting our cost recovery efforts prior to us having a finance manager. But ultimately, I think this will allow us that flexibility to respond to cost recovery as the disasters unfold, but also the offsetting of additional grant revenue to help with that lull in federal response. I think the management analyst is appropriate in that a lot of this is can be community facing as well. So it's not just finance, it's engaging with a property owner, engaging with a renter or whomever for scheduling chipping, to schedule a meeting to talk about insurance collection. So I think the management analyst is appropriate in that it's not just accounting, but it is customer service oriented.
Any other questions? All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. We'll move on to our district attorney. We have Ginny Paccioni with us to present.
All right, thank you very much. Ginny Paccioni, Chair Askew, Supervisors. Before I move into the slides that have been presented in the budget packet, I want to take a moment to speak about what's happening in my office since the last budget season. The context matters for everything I'm going to ask you to consider for today. The Government Code, Section 26500, is unambiguous. The district attorney is required to attend courts, initiate prosecutions, and conduct all prosecutions for public offenses. This is not discretionary, it's a statutory mandate, and it's what we do. Last year, our office reviewed 15,000 criminal cases. We filed over 11,000 of those cases. This is an increase over the past year. And during this year, where we had a growing volume of work, the board, during last year's budget season, froze 6 of our attorney positions, removed and deleted 2 victim advocate positions and 2 legal secretary positions. In addition, because of the soft freeze, the budget office denied waivers to fill 6 additional vacant positions. 2 attorneys, 2 investigators, and 2 other vital staff members. That left me with 8 attorney vacancies that I could not fill, positions that on paper could do nothing to deliver services to our constituents. On paper, my office has 53 deputy district attorney positions. With the budget and board's actions in the last year, I am reduced to 45 attorneys. However, in reality, I only have 39 attorneys handling those criminal cases that I just talked to you about. And that doesn't even include the cases that are already in the court system on a day-to-day basis. The remaining attorneys are assigned to matters that are outside the direct prosecution of those new cases. So I have 39 attorneys averaging a caseload of over 282 cases. 3 attorneys that are out on medical leave. People have babies, and because of the generous leave policy that the county has, they're gone at 6-month intervals, which makes it very difficult to fill their caseloads. So we have a caseload of over 282 cases per attorney, and it's not a number that our attorneys can sustain with justice being delivered. And again, it doesn't account for all the other cases that have been previously filed, because it takes time for cases to get through the court system. Gang cases, sexual assault cases, fatal DUI prosecutions, like the 2 that happened last Friday in the county. With 3 attorneys currently on medical leave, I've got an attorney in court alone handling multiple caseloads simultaneously. It's not a system, it's a triage situation. Our victims suffer, accountability is lost, and I am unable to meet my minimum obligations if this understaffing continues. The attorney positions in my 2026-2027 budget are not enhancements. They are not wish list items. They are the floor. They're the minimum required for this office to fill its statutory duty to the people of Monterey County. The damage, if you will, from the soft hiring freeze and the throttling of support staff hiring is not abstract. It is a real measure in real time to a real caseload. I have over 2,000 cases that are waiting to be entered into my case management system or are currently being reviewed by an attorney and are waiting to get into the court where it'll be handled by those 39 attorneys. This is not sustainable. Over 2,000 cases involving victims, people who reported crimes, cooperated with law enforcement, and are now waiting, and they're waiting for my staff to enter a case into a system, waiting to know whether charges are going to be filed, and waiting for any sign that the justice system sees them. I cannot afford to have even one support person, one support position removed from my budget. Every position that disappears makes this backlog deeper and these victims wait longer. I have augmentation requests. But before I get to that, I will say that when we were, when 2 weeks before, 2 weeks before we submitted our budget, we had a balanced budget. We were able to sustain those attorney positions that had been previously frozen. We had funding for them. There was going to be a delayed hiring, but we had a balanced budget that we submitted or were planning on submitting. And then we received notice from the Social Services Department that our budget was being cut by them. They're a third-party funder that eliminated 2 deputy or district attorney investigator positions. These are unique positions because they are hired specifically to investigate welfare fraud. This is a social services obligation that they contract with our office to provide these services. There are over 50,000 welfare recipients in Monterey County. And let me be direct, welfare fraud investigators do not exist to punish people who need the help. Public assistance serves a meaningful and legitimate purpose. And the overwhelming, the overwhelming majority of the recipients depend on it lawfully. But there are bad actors who commit fraud to access public funds unlawfully. And the scale of our welfare population means that there is real and consequential fraud occurring. To illustrate the stakes, our welfare fraud investigators recently uncovered a scheme in which residents in Chinatown were being exploited by drug traffickers and exchanging their lawful benefits for narcotics. That investigation linked drug trafficking and murder to that exploitation. This is not routine work. This is complex investigation that requires in-depth knowledge, and it protects our most vulnerable residents. Losing those two filled positions is losing a lot of capacity to do that type of work. 2 days before our budget was due, we were informed that our budget was being cut further out of the cannabis unit to the tune of over $600,000. That forces the elimination of 2 district attorney investigators. Those are senior district attorney investigators. And it totally removes our ability to conduct any cannabis investigations moving forward. Now, previously, in the budget office's presentation, they said that the positions that they weren't supporting were positions that were funded by third-party resources. But actually, this is not third-party. This was a general ordinance that was passed. It was not a specific. It was general fund money, and the board previously had decided they were going to put it in a separate pot and call it cannabis money, but it actually is just general fund money. So it actually isn't specially funded anywhere else by law. However, the removal of those 2 positions removes any cannabis oversight. It eliminates my office from having any meaningful investigations moving forward. Last year, my team investigated 93, and they conducted 93 inspections in the last year. We have 11 active criminal cases currently in progress. Recently, in the news this week, there was a cannabis operator who was claiming that Monterey County was, being overly harsh and it was hard to conduct business in Monterey County. Well, I can assure you that none of that came from my office. We investigated his unit, his business twice in the last 3 years and had no investigative complaints. The complaints that business had were construction. It was permitting. It was not anything to do with cannabis. It was the same thing that anyone who wants to build a business or run any other type of business, it's through permitting that he had issues. It wasn't through our office. So we are not over-regulating with our investigations. But without our investigations, illegal operators go unchecked. Legal operators who are complying with the law and paying their taxes unfairly get competition from those who are not. And the regulatory environment that the board worked to build collapses. I am able, although again, the budget office said that I had 4 positions I was asking for augmentations for. I'm actually asking for 3, the 2 for the 2 social services welfare fraud investigators and 1 senior investigator that's being cut as a result of the cannabis cuts. I can absorb the other person because I have an open prison position that is not general fund, and I can move that second investigator, senior investigator, into that position. So our ask isn't the over $1 million that was previously presented today. But there are broader operational consequences for the loss of this investigator, the senior investigator. These senior investigators are dealing with complex, long-running cases, and they cannot be handled by junior staff. Their knowledge, their relationship over the months and years that they've worked cannot transfer easily. They work on officer-involved shootings where we conduct independent officer-involved shooting reviews, and that makes it more challenging with the fewer senior investigators. And the loss of expertise is significant. Cases go months and sometimes years. Multi-defendant conspiracies, financial fraud, organized crime enterprises, which we're currently prosecuting, require sustained investigative attention, and a senior investigator like this one will definitely be quite impactful. The last piece that I wanted to bring up was the equity and the slides. Yeah, I can do the slides. And these are all in the packet too. As all 3 of these filled positions are female. I have worked very hard and diligently to diversify my investigative staff, but these 3 positions are females, and it definitely impacts our diversity and equity. Now, the reason why this next slide is here is to talk about Measure AA. The reason why we're talking about Measure AA is because the Budget Office asked us to submit if there were some augmentations that might be considered under AA for county happening in the unincorporated area. That's the reason why this slide is here. 25% of our caseload originates in the unincorporated part of Monterey County. Measure A was voter approved for general government purposes, explicitly for public safety. The work of this office is public safety in the most fundamental sense. Using AA funds to preserve investigative capacity of this office is entirely consistent with what the voters approved and what those communities need. So our formal augmentation request is actually $842,000, $347,000. It's not the over $1 million. And that represents 3 investigator positions that are all filled. I'm not asking for an expansion. I'm not asking for new programs. I'm asking the board to preserve what already exists, our positions, our ability to handle our active cases and functioning units so that we can continue to deliver justice to the residents of Monterey County. We're asking you to preserve these 3 positions moving forward to uphold our constitutional mandate. Thank you.
All right, I'll go first. Thank you for your presentation. And the question I have is, with the vacancies, I'm trying to understand what the hangup is and what could potentially be modified so you don't lose the 3 people. And so if you could help me by understanding what the obstacles are to safeguarding those 3 positions under the current conditions you're facing today, that would be very helpful.
Okay. So my core mandate is to attend the courts with prosecutors. So getting rid of, I'm already below capacity for my prosecutors. So eliminating a prosecutor position and filling the investigator with an attorney position, I failed to meet my core mandates. The positions, the investigator positions that are here, the welfare fraud investigators, those were brought into my office for the sole purpose of doing the work of social services. That's not a core mandate of mine. It's not a legal mandate of mine. Because they're district attorney investigators 1, and specifically are their job descriptions are geared for welfare fraud investigations, I don't have funding out of my general fund money to cover those. So that is clearly, that's all third-party funding. The same thing with the cannabis investigator. Well, the person that is going to get cut is not the cannabis investigator, but the funds that came through for that, that position, the cannabis funding that we received for that was specifically for the purposes of investigating cannabis. We didn't have those positions in our office prior to that. The board gave us those positions in order to do that enforcement. So I can't give up my core services to do these other things that aren't my core services.
So would you say, though, that that person that was hired to investigate cannabis has other duties as well that they're doing? It's not just investigating cannabis.
Okay, so
I'm saying that to
seniority.
try to figure out how to cover all the things you're describing that you need to be able to do, that you're mandated to do.
So I'm not mandated to investigate cannabis.
No.
So there are absolutely other cases. We've got 2,000 cases in the pipeline. There are absolutely other things the investigator can do. There's no lack of work. So in terms of other stuff they can do, yes, there's absolutely a ton of work that they can do.
I'm asking, are they doing other things?
Well, no, because the funding is coming for cannabis for those 2 investigators currently, and they are strictly doing cannabis investigations because those positions were given to us for the purpose of those investigations. But if that's removed, we won't be doing cannabis investigations.
So I guess what I'm trying to, I'm trying to get to a couple different places. The first is trying to understand, and it sounds like the answer is no, is if there is a way to use the vacancies that you have with the people that you have and move them into some of these other positions so you don't lose these people. And so it sounds like you answered that question.
Yeah, I can do one.
You can do
one of the 2 that are being cut in cannabis, I can move one of them into a vacant investigator position that is not general funded.
So 1 of 3. So now we're down to 2. Okay, that's helpful. And so in regards to the cannabis funding, though, the funding isn't there because the program is not succeeding right now, right? The program has gotten very small. I mean, I'm not saying it's not succeeding, but it's very small compared to what it was when those positions were allocated, and that funding was allocated. But in terms of your mandate, and I'm leaving those other 2 aside right now, we've got to answer that question. But in terms of what you just said about cannabis, it's not a mandate to investigate cannabis, but criminal activity, any drugs that are any operation that's around drugs in Monterey County, illegal operation, whether it's, growing, marketing, selling, would be an activity that the district attorney would be investigating if a crime has occurred, no?
Could.
Okay. Because I just want to separate the 2, because we hear this sometimes, if the money's not there, we're not going to do the job, but if we had a large-scale narcotics operation operating illegally in Monterey County, I'm sure the sheriff and the DA would respond.
I'd like to think so.
Okay, I just want to be clear. Okay, and so then for those other 2, what I'm trying to figure out is how we work with HR to keep the people that you need in order to maintain your maintain these positions and complete the work that you're legally mandated to complete. But I'm not sure where we go with that. I will say in regards to Measure AA, absent a policy, perhaps we do need to make our own policy as we go, and public safety certainly fits the bill. Thank you.
I think just to address the concern about the filled positions that might be impacted, this is where I think we're going to need you to work with Andreas to see how we could potentially look at that job description. It's the thing that's an issue is the dollars from social services and the fact that DAI-1s can only do welfare fraud cases because of the way the job description is crafted. So I think what's critical is to understand in what way would that work within your department to where they're not tied to only welfare fraud. So that's an operational concern for you. I mean, an operational question for you to then work with HR to try to see how that's something that could be alleviated. Just in terms of history, I know it's really hard because it literally was created just to address welfare fraud cases. The other piece is social services is still putting in a good amount of dollars. What they are looking at is just the number of cases that are coming in. So that's what the issue is there. It's not that they're not wanting to support. They are supporting, but they had to reduce based on what they have going on. So I think that's where you were getting at, is in terms of how do we make it so that we don't have people walking out the door. But I
agree.
But the issue is just the way that the job description is currently crafted, that it only allows for them to work welfare fraud cases.
Thank you. Thank you, District Attorney. And first of all, I want to appreciate all the good work your office does, because your office has stepped in many times when we needed needs throughout the county, and that's been very much recognized and appreciated.
Thank you.
And just to start, I want to say I want to make sure we don't lose these 3 investigators, especially the senior staff who has a unique expertise and historical knowledge in your office. But I did want to just echo some of the concerns of my colleague, Supervisor Daniels. As we all know, it's not unique to your department. You know, there's a certain number of FTs approved at the beginning of the year, and sometimes when these belt tightening starts taking place, I think we're going to face a little bit more difficult times in the years ahead. The FTs are approved and they're kind of like left vacant to provide some kind of flexibility in the office. And I think that's what we're trying to get at. Many departments do that. They leave the vacancies open to help balance the budget at the end of the year. And I just want to make sure that I think I'm hearing our CAO express it, but I want to express it as well to make sure that there's a way we can make sure we're able to use those vacant positions in a way to make sure there's no loss of current staff who are doing good work for our county and our residents. Also on the investigations for welfare fraud with the Department of Social Services, I think they're still providing over $1.5 million in funding, correct, for the next fiscal year?
Yes, we have 3 other investigators and an attorney and a half of a legal secretary doing the welfare fraud work.
Okay, and the only other thing I wanted just to throw in here and acknowledge, because it was an issue debate on some of the wage studies. We have to make some tough decisions to spread some of those in other departments over 4 years to minimize the impact. But I think the DA's office decided to do that over 2 years, which just put more, I think, financial constraints moving forward. If you could just address that.
Yeah. Actually, that was the DA's Association negotiated that with our labor people. We didn't have anything to do with those negotiations. But my office was not involved in the negotiations at all.
Okay, so
but yes, that's true. They did negotiate it over 2 years instead of the 4 years that other county employees did.
So what? If you could just explain, what cost pressure that have on your department then overall?
Oh, well, it disproportionately impacted our department because I think it was a 17% raise over 2 years, and we're hitting the second part of it in this next fiscal year. I think their second part of their wage increase hits fully in 26, 27.
Okay, well, I just want to acknowledge that because your office was always doing a good job of staying balanced on budget, but this just added to, I think, the difficulty of being able to achieve that when the increases were so significant over a smaller period of time. Thank you.
Sorry, I just want to kind of go back here to AA again, because we do have a policy, and that was laid out when we put this on the ballot. And I'm sorry, it was that it was to be spent in unincorporated areas, and that it can't be done in terms of long-term budget planning. It has to be done annually. That was what was laid out specifically from council on the ballot on how it was to be presented, and then morally we put out an argument to the public, and that's why I want to make sure it's clear. I mean, sure, it can be defined better, but we do have a policy. I'm going to say, we do have a policy, and the moral argument was to the public is that it was, going to be used for projects, not necessarily as backfill. Doesn't mean it can't be used for some backfill, but it wasn't going to be the main effort is to raise this money to use it to fill in back services somewhere. So, there's been some discussions here, and I just want to be clear that we do have some guidelines that we're going on here. We're not operating out of a vacuum, and I don't want to give anybody in the county or anybody in the public the wrong impression that we got this money and we don't know what we're doing with it. There are clear guidelines that are placed there, and and this is the first year it's here, so there is development that has to be done, and so there are steps being done, and it's good to raise that, but we got to be clear that we do have a process and some limitations and some guardrails.
I appreciate your presentation, Madam D. I think for me, this board's been clear about wanting to preserve positions, and I don't see yours any different. I know that we've still got some work to do to figure that out, but personally, that's what I want to see happen at the end of today. I don't think anybody within your department should be released via the proposals as they've been laid out so far. I think we've still got some more work to do before this thing comes back finalized, but I'm hoping we can find that path, and that's what I'm going to support.
Thank you, sir.
Great, and I'll just, I think, echo some of the comments. I think the path may look different than what's proposed directly in front of us, but if we could, I would support directing our CAO and the HR team to sit down and figure out what kind of job description amendments or class and comp pieces need to be adjusted so that those vacant positions are available to ensure that we don't lose any of the essential staff that you've invested in bringing on board to the county that are part of our essential workforce. So I would hope that we can figure out how to take care of those things. And just a point on the, Sonia, if you could, or if you could explain on the social service funding, that's the reduction from the reduction by $410,000. Does that means that there's still additional funding that's provided? How much of what's the total amount of funding from Department of Social Services for that work?
It was 1.9. Now it's 1.5. Yeah. It was originally 1.9. Now it's 1.5.
Okay, so it's not the reduction of that service line per se. It's a reduction in the service line. It's not the elimination of that.
Well, it's not the elimination. No, we still have 3 other investigators, a prosecutor, and a half-time secretary.
Very helpful. Thank you. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, moving right along, we have probation department up next.
So good afternoon, Chair Wendy Rude-Askew and members of the Board of Supervisors and community members. My name is Jose Ramirez, Chief Probation Officer. So today I'm asking for your continued support and funding for critical positions that directly impact public safety, legal compliance, and control and cost control in our county. These are not new programs that I'll be talking about. They are core functions that are already in place and under increasing demand. Without adequate staffing, we face higher risk of increased recidivism, risk of jail population or rising jail population, greater system cost, and potential noncompliance with state mandates. Each position we are requesting supports a proven evidence-based practice approach based on supervising high-risk individuals, increasing repeat offense or reducing repeat offenses, and staff managing people in the community rather than significantly higher costs while they're in custody. This is about maintaining a system that works, one that protects the public, uses taxpayers' dollars responsibly, and delivers measurable outcomes. We are asking for the resources necessary to sustain that balance. Can I get the next slide? Priority number 1 is our juvenile sex offender and mental health caseload. This is one probation officer. This probation officer supervises some of the highest risk youth, serious offenses, significant mental health needs. The probation officer ensures close monitoring, connects youth to treatment, while holding them accountable to court orders. This reduces repeat offenses by addressing root causes like trauma and mental health, prevents costly system involvement, including detention and emergency care, improves compliance with court orders and treatment and supervision, keeps youth safely in the community where outcomes are better than custody. This is not just supervision. This is a targeted intervention that protects the community. Can I get the next slide? Priority number 2 is our pretrial release and supervised home confinement. These programs are not optional. They are required by state law and court rulings. They allow us to safely supervise individuals in the community instead of jail, saves significant taxpayers' dollars. Jail cost is about $350 per day per person. It's approximately. And I took these numbers off of really the state numbers. Reduces jail overcrowding, pressures on court resources, or county resources, excuse me. Allows individuals to continue working, supporting their families, and accessing services. uses risk-based tools to ensure only appropriate individuals are released from custody, prevents increased recidivism linked to unnecessary incarceration. Now I'm going to get into a couple of numbers here and the history of why we're asking for this money. So these programs are free to offenders which were funded through AB 1869, but has a sunset date of June 30th of 2026. Prior to AB 1869, we used to charge fines and fees to individuals, and so we were able to support and pay for the cost of these probation officers and some of the equipment. So clients removed from the Monterey County Jail during for pretrial release program in 2025 was 967 individuals. In calendar year 2024, there were 814 individuals. Clients who served imposed jail sentences through supervised home confinement program in lieu of county jail time in calendar year 2025 was 545 individuals, and in 2024 was 547 individuals. Impact, if not funded, these combined programs have removed a total of 2,873 incarcerated persons from custody at the Monterey County Jail, saving the county significant potential cost associated with 24/7 care of local detained adults. So when you add, the cost per inmate, it's about a little over $1 million over the 2-year course. These programs offer sentencing alternatives to detention to the Superior Court and allowing qualified offenders to remain employed, continue treatment, and family engagement in the community. The loss of many significant, or the loss of my significantly increased the jail population. The risk of noncompliance with the state law if we don't have these positions, jail population and costs will rise, court backlog will increase, and community supervision will be reduced, increasing risk and liability. I go to the next slide. Community Corrections Unit. This unit supervises the highest risk adult offenders, those released from prison or long-term custody with significant complex needs. Manages individuals with the greatest risk to public safety, provides intensive supervision and coordinations for mental health and substance abuse treatment, follows best practice ratios, which is 50-1, proven to reduce recidivism, prevents reoffending through close monitoring and rapid intervention. If staffing is reduced, caseloads increase beyond safe levels, supervision quality declines, the risk to the community is significantly increased. Next slide, please. Priority number 4, Silver Star program at Rancho Cielo. This program focuses on early intervention with at-risk youth before they become deeper involved in the justice system. Keeps youth engaged in school, job training, positive activities, provides pathways to employment and long-term safe sufficiency, reduces likelihood of future justice involvement, strengthens community connections and support systems. This prevention is prevention in action, changing the path of young lives before costly interventions are needed. And in closing, these priorities are public safety, fiscal responsibility, and better outcomes. They reduce recidivism, lower long-term cost, and create safer and stronger communities. I would like to thank you for your support and consideration, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Questions? Questions? Right. We do have a question. Okay, yep.
Just one on.
We'll start over here.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes, go ahead. Go ahead, Glenn. I'll wait.
My question was, on these positions, none of these positions are currently filled, or are they?
These positions are currently filled, but we do have some vacancies where we would move the staff.
All right, thank you.
Or allocate them.
Thank you. Going to priority number 2, you could explain what happened there with the loss of the state AB 1869 funding. Was that just no longer allocated in the state budget for this purpose? It seemed like this is something that's been kind of institutionalized, right, for home arrest for decades in California. What happened there that caused to lose funding for these 2 FTEs?
So you are correct. So back in July 1st, 2021, make sure I got that correct. Yeah, it was a 5-year that we had. So there was a sunset date of July 1st of this year. So like I said, prior to that, how we would fund the program is we would get funding through fines and fees. But at that time, July 1st of 2021, it was when AB 1869 was passed, and is when we wind up losing or being able to have that opportunity to charge for fines and fees. Yeah, I'm sorry, I don't have the rest of it, but that's where it was. So there was a sunset date.
So there's no current legislative effort before the vote on the state budget on June 15th to extend this another 5 years? It seemed like that would be the Probation Officers Association would be advocating to extend that funding to keep these positions, these vital positions, going.
You're 100% right. So we have been trying to push for that to get funding. We started doing it since what I could recall when I first became chief about a year ago. We've been pushing the effort forward, but it seems like it's not getting any momentum. All the other counties in the state are facing the same situation. There's counties in the state that I'm aware of that are in worse situation than we are.
Right. Yeah. Well, I think we have to. There's some advocacy that should take place there before, while we still got a window of opportunity. But I do want to be supportive of these, as you said. Otherwise, these folks will be confined, and we all know that's much more expensive than having this program available to the hundreds of individuals that utilize it each and every year. Not to mention that they have the ability to be closer to their families and still be held accountable. But I want to go to another topic related, because you're asking for some positions here. And recently you spoke to the superintendent of the Salinas Union High School District regarding the inability to continue a program that had existed for a long time by having probation staff at many school sites here in Salinas. They sent a letter that we all received just earlier today about not keeping all 12 positions, which would free up at least 6 for other staffing purposes in the department. But the superintendent and the school board was asking for at least some time to, as we know, we're going into the fiscal year on July 1st. It's right around the corner. Asking for some more time to at least have another year of funding, reduction in staff from 12 to 6 at the 5 high schools, and I think 1 for serving the middle schools, and that the school district would pay 100% of it. Could you just speak to that point? If 6 positions would be freed up, could they be doing these roles, the positions you're asking for? Because this program and the school site, probation historically had paid 60%. The school districts or outside grants paid for 40%. But now 6 positions would now they would be able to be redirected for other probation department needs. And these 6 seem like would at least have 100% funding at no cost to other probation funding streams. It just seems like those might be good. A good thing to keep those 6 positions fully funded, at least for another year, to not only give us and the school districts more time to figure out an alternative plan if one is available, but to also keep these 6 positions fully funded, at least for the next fiscal year.
Okay, so first of all, I would like to start off by saying we do value our relationship with Salinas Unified School District, and we will continue to work with them on the prevention side of things. So when I met with the superintendent, that was one thing that I did offer. So through the years and in this current contract, without getting into too much of the detail, because I wasn't prepared for this question, but Salinas Unified School District pays a little over $1 million. Out of general county funds, we pay $2.7 million, which we, in order for us to continue that, I mean, yes, you are right. I mean, if they were to pay for 6 positions 100%, history has been that every time, because we've done this before, I believe we have 10 probation officers and a probation aide. And what's happened in the past is under prior administration, we've had to add 1 or 2 probation officers to the schools because they were constantly being bounced from, give you an example, from Washington Middle School to Hardin Middle School, and they were going back and forth. When things come up or things are raised as concerns, we're having to pull, which is one of the fundings that I'm asking for, is our PRCS unit, our home confinement unit, our adult division, and we're having to put these resources on campus, 3-4 officers. And we can't continue to sustain that because as we move forward, they're falling behind in their mandates. And when we look at the campus-based probation officers, the ones that are there, like I said, they pay, it's about 39% of the budget for 100% of it. They're on campus 100% of the time, 24/7. Some obstacles that have occurred through the years is they're on campus all the time, which has been my directive to my staff. And they're fall behind on their core mandates. So where they're filing reports late, meeting with parents after 5 o'clock, 7 o'clock at night, or early in the morning. And these have been issues that have been, have gone in through the years. Our staff are excellent. They don't complain, but they're still doing that. We don't have an overtime budget to pay our staff, our probation officers past 5, but they'll flex their time or they will, sometimes I don't even know about it. So they wind up, working their, after hours and whatnot. So it was a decision that I made, and that's why, I met with some of the board members to make you all aware of this, that this was coming. But I'm willing to entertain any ideas that you may have, or the board, or even the superintendent.
Great. Thank you. I think we're not making a decision today. Obviously, we're going to come back at the end of May and take a final vote in June. But I just wanted to express the openness to that. It's kind of difficult when the school district has had this program for the last quarter century, and now because of the difficult financial times your department's having to face, you're having to make some tough decisions and reprioritizing where you put your resources towards. But in this case, I also think it's fair to say not remove everything overnight, but let's do a reduction here for the next fiscal year. They're putting up the money for it, and then see what gives that additional year to do additional planning about what's the best way to address those security needs on their school campuses as well. So I just want to express that support for that, acknowledge it. I know some of the educators were going to be speaking a little later during public comment, but I just wanted to make sure that was an item that we got on the table to come back, to bring back next month. Thank you.
No, understood. And if I could just add, when I finally met with the superintendent, I did offer for us to sit down and go over some resources. It wasn't just about cutting it off. That's why I wanted to begin the process way earlier. And, there's still sufficient time. But I sat down with her. We had a Zoom meeting. That's how we were able to connect. But I wanted to give her an opportunity. Maybe we could sit down and kind of figure out what's the best direction for her to move forward for her staff and for the school.
Thank you, Chief.
You're welcome.
So just reviewing, I want to make sure I understand correctly. The deputy probation officer, the priority 1, juvenile sex offender, juvenile mental health, that one was a lost funding. It was filled in this, it's currently filled, but we've lost the funding. Is that accurate?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct. We lost the funding. We were getting money from behavioral health, and I don't know what the funding streams would be but that would be, maybe Don may have the answer to that if you need that.
Okay, and then the adult pretrial supervised home confinement makes a whole lot of sense, but is no longer reimbursable. One of the things that if there is a pathway that you think might have legs, I think that's something we should maybe add to our next Ledge Committee agenda. If there is something that someone's advocating for at the state level, we can support that. But no longer reimbursable. Therefore, those two people are currently filled today,
Yes.
but would not be, there would be no money for them in the future budget unless we get this augmentation. Okay. And then deputy probation officers for the community corrections unit, what happened to the funding for that one?
That's actually when we had to go back and look at our, we wind up getting an email that we had to cut $1.5 million out of our budget. This is one that we had to put up. This is one of the positions through general fund money. There's other positions that are paid through AB 109 or community corrections, but this position is a general fund position.
But is currently filled or it's vacant?
This one is.
So it's currently filled, and we have a vacancy that the person can move to, but we still need the vacancy that we have is a current.
I'm going to have you come to the micro just so everyone in the Zoom can hear you. The microphone, sorry.
Hi, Finance Manager Don Souza for probation. So the question is the position filled? And it is filled today. However, we do have a vacancy that's recent due to a retirement that we can move this person to. However, this position still covers an active caseload in our high intensive unit. Does that answer your question?
I'm just not being familiar with how everything works. So you'd move the person you could move the body to the vacancy, but the caseload wouldn't go with them?
So that would depend on what we need to do operationally.
Okay.
But we would still have the caseload impacts to staff for that because we'd still be hiring for the vacant position. But with it gone, then the caseloads would go up.
Got it.
For other staff.
Okay. Thank you, though. That's helpful.
Just a clarification, Don. Can you just clarify? I think all of these positions would be absorbed into current vacant positions. It's the caseloads that would likely have to be farmed out depending operationally on what you're able to do. But the positions themselves would still be safeguarded going into next year because they're being moved to ongoing funded positions.
So if the positions are not funded, the positions are cut. The people in the positions would move to vacant positions, but the impacts to the department, as the chief has said, would be that we would have higher caseloads. So you would have longer wait times for clients to see their probation officer. Court cases would go longer. There would be a delay in providing reports to the court and also providing referrals to existing clients that we have. It basically just stretches our staff immediately very thin starting July 1st. And these are the high intensive caseloads. These are the people that come directly from jail or from prison, and they really need to have those services available immediately.
So if a follow-up question then would be number two, priority number two, the 2 deputy probation officers. Without the funding, would we avoid, is there any way to avoid folks not being able to participate in the home confinement program? I'm trying to understand best, so we have these vacancies, and I did hear that folks would move that are currently in these positions, they'd move to these vacancies, but I have a concern about folks not being able to utilize that program and instead now overcrowding the jail and not getting the benefit of that program.
So as Chief Ramirez stated, the positions are currently filled, they would be moved. However, what that means is the vacancies that we're putting these people into are recent vacancies. Probation doesn't have vacancies on the books that are over a year and a half old, so we're continually recruiting and churning, trying to get people back into public safety to serve the public. For these positions, when we lose them, it's going to increase the caseload size. So I cannot say operationally if it's going to impact supervised confinement, but it's highly likely that you're going to see a lot more people stay a little bit longer in jail if we don't have the officers to provide those services to get them into pretrial. Does that answer your question? Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chief.
You know, if I could add just to that. So currently in pretrial services, we have a little under 400 clients that are either being supervised or monitored by 3 probation officers. So that's, when you look at the ratios, it's almost a little over double.
Thank you. That's helpful.
You're welcome. Thank you. Any other questions?
Don't see any other questions. And I don't have any on this particular set of slides.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, we will move right along to our public defender. We have Ray Bonaventura with us and Tom O'Keefe from the Public Defender's Office to present.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon to members of the board, to CAO De La Rosa, to the members of the community and the public at large. I want to thank you first for the opportunity to present today and for giving us this moment in front of you. I want to begin by expressing my sincere appreciation for the collaborative spirit that defines Monterey County government. I recognize the difficult fiscal environment we are all navigating, and I recognize that many departments have voluntarily restrained their requests, asking only for what is essential. I want you to know that I believe deeply in that same philosophy. If my office could give up more, we would. But as a constitutionally mandated department, we do not have the option to reduce services without consequence. At its core, this presentation is about one thing: ensuring Monterey County continues to meet its constitutional obligation while managing risk, cost, and community impact responsibly. The Public Defender's Office is guided by a clear mission to protect constitutional rights through effective, efficient representation and to support stronger individuals, families, and communities across Monterey County. We protect rights. We deliver high-quality legal representation. But beyond that, our work reduces system inefficiencies, prevents unnecessary incarceration, and supports long-term community stability. Effective defense is not just about fairness, it is also about fiscal responsibility. The Public Defender's Office is not a discretionary service. It is a constitutionally mandated function of government. Every day, we ensure that individuals who cannot afford counsel still receive fair representation under the law. To be very clear, the United States Constitution and the California Constitution that specifically provides that the county is required to provide defense representation to those who cannot afford an attorney. These services are just not optional. Our office handles the full spectrum of legally required defense services, from misdemeanors to some of the most serious felony cases and to death penalty cases. These cases are complex, time-intensive, and increasingly specialized. The key point is this: again, the county does not have the option to reduce these services, only to decide how effectively and efficiently they are delivered. Underfunding indigent defense does not reduce costs, it shifts and increases them elsewhere in the system. When resources are insufficient, we see longer jail stays and increased custody costs, case delays that strain court resources, greater reliance on higher cost conflict counsel, increased risk of wrongful outcomes and appeals. We also see long-term impacts: family destabilization, barriers to employment, increased likelihood of recidivism. In short, underfunding today creates greater financial and social costs tomorrow. Our current staffing reflects how we prioritize our resources, with the majority focused on felony cases due to their complexity and severity. However, our caseloads remain high. Cases are becoming more complex, and specialty areas continue to expand. This creates sustained pressure on our attorneys and support staff. At a certain point, workload is not just a staffing issue, it becomes a risk issue. If I may now turn to my Chief Assistant, Tom O'Keefe, to talk about that workload, some of the studies on workloads, and give you some data on our workload. Tom?
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Askew, members of the board, CEO De La Rosa. Our office already does more with less. There was a recent study, the National Public Defense Workload, December of 2023. It identified a 2,080 hour per attorney per year as a reasonable workload. Our attorneys are currently handling more than double that, averaging over 4,500 hours annually. Reducing staff would only exacerbate this strain. As workloads increase, cases take longer to resolve, court hearings multiply, jail stays are extended, and pretrial supervision's costs rise. The consequences ripple throughout the justice system. At the same time, our office delivers programs that both reduce long-term costs and enhance public safety. Last year, our immigration unit completed more than 1,000 case reviews, helping families remain together, individuals stay employed, and communities maintain stability. Our Clean Slate program provided relief in over 500 cases, expanding access to employment and housing, reducing recidivism, and strengthening our local economy. These services are not extra. They are strategic, cost-saving investments in community stability.
Thank you, Tom. I want to say something about our holistic defense model. Our holistic defense model is one of the most effective ways we control costs while improving outcomes. By integrating social workers, immigration support, like community outreach efforts, like what we've been doing. We've been doing podcasts, we've been doing forums, we've been doing YouTube channels, community-based services like our Clean Slate program, giving people a second chance. We address the root causes that bring individuals into the system. The result? Fewer repeat offenses, more successful case resolutions, and reduced long-term system involvement. This is a data-informed cost avoidance strategy, not an added expense. Every case we handle impacts more than one individual. It affects families, neighborhoods, and the broader community. When we invest in effective defense, we reduce unnecessary incarceration, we support rehabilitation and reintegration, and we contribute to safer communities. This is not separate from public safety. It is a core part of it. Also, when conflicts arise, cases are assigned to the alternate defender's office to ensure continued representation. Investing in our office is one of the most effective ways to control those expenses. On the restored augmentations, we are thankful for the restored augmentations. These resources are not expansions. They are necessary to maintain baseline service levels. So our ask is not as big as it once was at the beginning of this process, but nonetheless, it is necessary. Here to explain more the need, I'm going to ask Tom.
Thank you. So our request today, it's a targeted and strategic request of the $249,000 that you see in the slide deck. And this is money to cover retired annuitants, to address workload spikes, cover ancillary trial expenses that are associated with complex cases. This kind of flexibility is essential in our system. Case volumes fluctuate, trials are inherently unpredictable, and our legal obligations cannot be delayed or denied. Without this support, the pressure doesn't disappear, it shifts. Delays will increase, legal and financial risks to the county will continue to compound. The request is about maintaining stability and managing risk and ensuring that we can respond in real time to the demands of the justice system.
Thanks, Tom. To close, I want to emphasize 3 key points. This is a constitutional mandate, not a discretionary service. Number two, underfunding does not save money. It increases system-wide costs. And number three, strategic investment in indigent defense is both fiscally responsible and essential to public safety. Our request is measured, necessary, and aligned with the county's obligation to deliver justice effectively and responsibly. Thank you for your time and consideration. I'll welcome any questions you might have.
Thank you. Questions? Yeah, go ahead. It's all you, Luis. No, son. Okay, sorry. Any over here? Okay, I did have one question. Just sort of a theme in my mind right now. So, was the Public Defender's Office a part of the Behavioral Health Services Act planning work? And do we know how many public defender clients might also jointly qualify for BHSA services? And I just asked the question because of, we talk about social work, we're talking about all of the holistic defense programs that are wraparound services that would be somewhat aligned with dollars attached to them.
So I don't have a direct statistic on how many of our clients are also involved with services at behavioral health. However, it would be a great number, a high percentage. We are in constant communication with behavioral health, and we are currently working on a program that we're hoping to work together on to allow us to use a holistic defense funding that's coming out through grants, and also allow us then to leverage Medi-Cal funding by working alongside as a great partner that behavioral health has been for us.
Okay, thank you for that. I think that is something, again, I'd love to see us make sure that we're coordinating in all of those ways that we should be coordinating. And the timeline for that coordination is very limited, being that there's a deadline on our submission of our local plan for those dollars.
And we've been in communication talks with behavioral health, so we're working together. They've been a great partner.
Okay, great, thank you. We have one more question, sorry.
So in regards to the retired annuitants, how many would you, the 249,590 is it currently, what is the caseload of retired annuitants, and what would we be losing if this wasn't augmented in the budget?
So currently, we have one person filling that role. We just lost one of those positions recently. They're handling a full caseload of a full public defender. However, it's half because they're working half the time. And that's kind of one of the reasons that having two retired annuitants really supports our department. It allows us to fill the void across the courtrooms. We have different courtrooms that aren't in session every day, but there are days where we need to have so many attorneys in court. Having people who can carry half a caseload really assists us in making sure that all the courts are staffed at all times.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, and big thanks to the entire team from the Public Defender's Office who joined us here today. Okay, next we're going to go to the Sheriff's Office, and I'm assuming we might have the Sheriff online with us today. Let's make sure we've got the Sheriff and her team loaded up.
Madam Chair, Under Sheriff Boyd here, just confirming that you can hear me and see me in our presentation.
We've got you now. Thank you, Under Sheriff. The floor is yours.
Okay, get myself ready here. Chair, members of the board, members of the County Administrator's Office, as well as our community, thank you for the opportunity to present the Sheriff's Office requested budget. My name is Keith Boyd, I'm the Undersheriff, and I'll be presenting the budget on behalf of Sheriff Nieto. The Sheriff's Office would like to acknowledge that the County Administrator's Office recommended budget, as presented earlier today, includes funding for a total of 45 positions within our department. This includes 33 currently filled deputy sheriff positions, 9 vacant deputy sheriff positions, and 3 vacant professional staff positions. Of the 33 filled deputy sheriff positions, 18 are currently assigned to patrol operations, 15 are assigned within the jail. And of the 9 vacant deputy sheriff positions, 8 are allocated patrol and 1 assigned to corrections. These vacant positions are all active recruitments, and we are either currently hiring or in a position to fill them at the beginning of the fiscal year. The recommended budget also reflects a considerable year-over-year increase in funding. It is important to note that significant portion of these increases are driven by factors outside of the Sheriff's Office direct control, including contractual obligations, healthcare costs, and other mandated expenditures. Over the past 3 fiscal years, the Sheriff's Office has worked deliberately to right-size its budget by evaluating historical, actual expenditures and aligning appropriations within true operational demand. This approach ensures that budgeting is grounded in actual performance rather than unrealizable projections, strengthening both accuracy and fiscal accountability. In the upcoming fiscal year, the Sheriff's Office is implementing several key budgetary practices to further enhance fiscal discipline and transparency. For the first time in over 5 years, the office is not budgeting salary savings as a mechanism to balance the budget. This will allow any realized salary savings to be used to offset unforeseen expenses rather than being assumed in advance. Additionally, unlike prior years, we have included funding for temporary employees as an expense that has not been formally budgeted and has impacted our budget in the past. We have also proactively budgeted for potential retirement payouts, which has not been in the past. And to our knowledge, this level of forward-looking planning for retirement liabilities has not been a standard practice within the county or other offices or departments. We continue to work closely with the County Administrative Office budget team and routinely meet to evaluate ongoing expenditures, monitor fiscal performance, and plan proactively for future budgetary challenges. This collaboration is critical to ensuring transparency, fiscal responsibility, and alignment with county priorities. We also recognize the real-world fiscal challenges facing the county in the years ahead as it works to balance available resources with the growing and evolving needs of our community. The Sheriff's Office remains committed to being a responsible partner in that effect. Public safety remains a fundamental priority for the residents of Monterey County. The Sheriff's Office provides primary law enforcement services to all unincorporated areas across nearly 3,800 square miles of the county. In addition, the office is responsible for overseeing county correctional operations and providing court security, functions that are essential to the county's public safety and justice system infrastructure. While municipal law enforcement agencies provide direct services within their respective cities, the Sheriff's Office fulfills a critical countywide role that extends well beyond jurisdictional boundaries. As a designated operational area coordinator for the California Law Enforcement Mutual Aid Plan within the Monterey County operational area, the Sheriff's Office serves as the primary coordinating agency for law enforcement mutual aid. In this role, we are the first line of support to every municipality in the county during critical incidents, emergencies, and large-scale events requiring coordinated response. This recommended funding represents a significant investment in maintaining core public safety services, supporting both field and custodial operations, and ensuring the county's ability to respond collectively and effectively to public safety needs across all jurisdictions. And with that, I'll now just run through and give you a breakdown. So the Sheriff's Office staffing since July 1st of 2020, you can see a general ebb and flow with slight reduction in 21-22, status quo. And then when Sheriff Nieto came into office, we grew from 468 to 470 with the board's support, seeing the value in adding a jail compliance division. In 24-25, with the board's support, we expanded jail compliance, but the bulk of that growth was through CalAIM grant funding the county received. Due to challenges in the county budget that we recognize across all the departments and offices, the Sheriff's Office had to do its part and cut $5.8 million from its overall budget last year in the current fiscal year, which was a net loss of 28 positions, 15 deputy sheriffs and 13 professional staff. In the current year, our final position count is to be determined, but ultimately that will be based on the funding allocated through the budget process. We still fall under the Hernandez settlement. We've had many conversations about this. The great news is, and I say great news, is we're making progress. When the sheriff took office, we were sitting at around 8% of compliance. We're now in the 50% range with a lot of progress made over the last year. And we have reduced our overtime. When last year before, we were running 200 hours a day. We're in the range of 80 to 100 to meet our mandates. In the upcoming fiscal year, we do see significant, as noted, budget cost increases of nearly $15.3 million facing the sheriff's office that have been built into our budget that we just don't control. We have an $8.6 million increase in jail health care. We have a $3.2 million in PERS. We have $500,000 for Social Security. Work comp insurance has increased by $1.7 million, and our cost plan share has increased by $1.3 million. Again, these are costs that hit the budget that we just don't control, but then they impact our ability to provide general services because we have to make the dollars somewhere. Sheriff's responsibilities are defined under California Government Code 26605. It's a statutory obligations and California Constitution, but we've discussed these, and it's patrol. We are here to provide for public safety. Preserving the peace equals the county's core obligation. 26605 establishes an affirmative duty, not optional, requires the sheriff to act using all lawful means available, forms the legal foundation for patrol operations and staffing, and risk if underfunded, inability to meet our statutory obligations, increased response times, reduced service levels, elevated public safety, potential liability exposure to the county. To expand upon potential impacts of an underfunded sheriff's office, we're looking at potential inability to respond to quality of life code-related violations, reduction of public lobby hours at the sheriff's office headquarters, reduction of lobby hours at the Monterey County Jail. Reduction of jail staffing could possibly lead to reduction of jail population. Hernandez settlement progress could be lost due to insufficient staffing. Our public lobbies in King City and Monterey would remain closed. We could see reduced staffing to our patrol services, meaning right now our minimum across the county at any given time is 8 deputies and 1 sergeant across the county. We could end up having to drop to 4, maybe 6 deputies and a sergeant across the entire county. It could lead to, for safety, doubling up in cars, which could be an impact as well. Our response times could be significantly delayed. Low priorities calls may not get a response at all. Violent crimes, and when I say a response at all, it might be hours. It might be a telephone instead of an in-person contact. But it might just get continually pushed behind violent crimes, which could see delays as well. Proactive policing could cease to exist. Reduced staffing to investigation services. It could lead to an elimination of the Sheriff's Office dive unit, elimination of the Sheriff's Office mounted unit, an elimination of the Sheriff's Office Air Operations Unit, which is the airplane and our drone teams, elimination of the Sheriff's Office bomb team, elimination of the Sheriff's Office SWAT team. Currently, not within the Sheriff's Office the CAO's recommended budget. We're still seeking $755,447 to maintain status quo services as a carryover from fiscal 26 to fiscal 27. This is 2 parts. Part 1 deals with vacant positions, and Part 2 deals with services. It's important to note that in our budget, to balance our budget, and what led to the augmentation in the recommended budget from the CAOs, we had 47 positions that were put into the augmentation process. 33, as noted, were filled, 14 were vacant. The CAO recommended 12 of those vacant to be filled, but these are the 2 that are not in the recommended budget. 1 is a records, and this is our ranking as they're listed and they're going through. This is our ranking. Record specialist 1 for $111,000. Last year we lost nearly 6 positions in records. So this would be expand that loss in records. And we would lose a record supervisor in the jail if not funded for $70,000. And the reason that the number is down is because the time it would take to recruit for this position, we would end up filling it later in the fiscal year. In addition, for services to maintain status quo, we're looking to obtain, and we believe all of these are AA eligible, and that's a board discretion based on board direction whether to fund using AA. But we're looking to maintain our current flock safety network camera system, which is 60 cameras across the unincorporated areas for $253,000. We're looking to maintain the operating system for our Axon Air program, which is $20,000. And this is the backbone of our drone operations across the county. We're looking to conduct an FAA mandated Sheriff's Office airplane engine overhaul for $100,000. We're looking to refurbish 3 critical outdated forensic computers for $60,000, which are critical to forensic investigations in our investigations unit. We're looking to purchase and replace our ballistic shield program for our SWAT team for $25,000. And then we're looking to just put in new evidence locker system to ensure for proper chain of custody integrity at the sheriff's office. The existing property locker system we have is about half of the lockers are broken, and there has been no improvement to this system since the building was built originally for $115,000. Next, we're putting forth additional considerations for new public safety services that we would seek funding for. That, again, we believe would be Measure AA eligible. We're looking to expand our flock safety network of 140 cameras. Again, phase 1 is funding the existing. But if that's funded and then looking to expand, understanding tough fiscal challenges, resource deployment, the ability to put 140 cameras across the unincorporated area is like would allow us to, in essence, have another 140 deputies around the county 24/7 in one spot that we'd be able to go back at and look at the data in the event of a crime in that area. They're not monitored 24/7. They're not, it's not a real-time crime center, but they provide us a tool to use as an investigative resource to aid in investigating crime and closing cases. Additionally, we're looking to add, replenish our Axon Air drone fleet and expand on the operating system for $110,000. We still have drones that we have not replaced from 2023 that were shot down during a critical incident by a suspect. We're looking to add Axon's fleet cart multi-camera system to 81 sheriff's vehicles. These are marked units across patrol, the jail, courts. And the reason it's noted as 75% AA eligible is 75% of the vehicles are in the patrol fleet. We've seen that car cameras across public safety have reduced liability, have assisted with risk management, have assisted with case presentation for evidentiary value, and we see significant value in that long-term benefit to the county. And that's at $452,000. Next, we are looking to add a new search and rescue. It's called a Super SAR utility truck. It's basically an F-350 type sized vehicle, AA eligible, but it's to add to our search and rescue capabilities along the coast and elsewhere, heavy equipment. Our current fleet is diminishing, but one of the challenges we're having is our search and rescue has grown significantly over the last year due to a significant amount of volunteering, and we're up to about 45 volunteers in our search and rescue team supplementing sheriff's personnel. And what this allows us to do is use these resources more effectively with the staff that has been added through the volunteer process. That vehicle is $275,000. Now, we do have vehicle replacement funds. The idea is we would utilize Measure A to purchase, and then we would put the vehicle into vehicle replacement for future in the event it's needed replaced in the future. We are also looking for funds to obtain a new Ford Ranger 4x4 short wheelbase vehicle for search and rescue as well. This will allow it for deployment up narrow fire roads, into the back road, the back country, in the sense that if staff had to go 4 or 5 miles into an area, they wouldn't have to hike that first 4 or 5 miles. They could deploy in a vehicle and then hike from that point. They could also use that to extract rescue parties, again, reducing the hike in, hike out. And that's $75,000. Next, we're seeking to obtain two vehicles for search and rescue. We're looking at 12-passenger all-wheel drive Sprinter vans for search and rescue at $75,000 per van, $150,000 total. Again, the vehicles that we're looking to purchase through AA, we would then convert to our vehicle replacement fund to ensure funds exist for their future replacement. Again, this comes down to our search and rescue team is growing, and at times we deploy elsewhere in the region and the state to support other entities, and having reliable vehicles to transport our volunteers and our sworn staff to those incidents, whether in county or out of county, is critical. Next, we are looking at purchasing a camera thermal imaging system. This will be a significant upgrade to the Sheriff's Office airplane. We believe this would be AA eligible as well for $450,000. This would significantly also aid in our search and rescue operations, being able to expand our capabilities from the air to use thermal imaging to locate injured, lost hikers, or in the event of a critical incident to locate potential suspects where they may be hiding. But it has multiple uses, but that's $450,000. Next, we're looking, I already said this one. We're also looking to replace 160 of our duty handguns and holsters with a new firearm, Glock 47. We believe this will be AA eligible for $153,000. Unfortunately, the current firearm the Sheriff's Office uses is no longer being produced by Glock, and over time, our staff will need to replace those firearms. And by doing a comprehensive overhaul, we can ensure that everybody's operating on the same weapons platform. But this weapons platform also adds what we call a sighting system on it, which increases the likelihood of a successful use of the firearm if it had to be used. But we're looking at that. We would get a credit with our existing firearms that we'd be able to provide back to the company that would buy these from, which is what puts us in a position to reduce this expenditure to the requested level of $153,000. Additionally, we're looking for funding to complete a comprehensive audit of our property and evidence room for $80,000. It's critical that we do a full audit. In this situation, we would hire an outside company to come in. They would touch every piece of property and evidence to ensure its existence and ensure that all the proper chain of custody exists. Next, we're looking, the last two items are pilot programs that we'd like to implement. We're looking for $400,000 for code enforcement special operations pilot. We believe this will be AA eligible. What this would allow us to do is to fund additional code enforcement after hours on the weekends when we don't have staff available, for our code enforcement staff available, to really track how we're addressing and impacting those code enforcement related issues. But then we would be able to come back to the board potentially in the future if we were going to look to increase staffing or add staffing or provide data on what is really occurring or not occurring. And then if we made that request for additional staffing, we'd be able to use this pilot to support the basis, or we may determine that the need to add additional staffing in the future is not supported because the pilot effectively said it was not or was. Last, we're looking for a pilot for the year, for the fiscal year. This would be a limited short-term positions that we would have assigned by Human Resources. These positions would be eliminated from the budget at the end of the fiscal year so that it's a singular one-time process to hire 10 deputy sheriff recruits as step one. That's why it's the $1.2 million. It's a lower cost compared, but where this comes in is we run a high volume of individuals on workers' compensation leave. And in many cases, those individuals don't return to work. And this can be over a year, 2 years of time. And what this allows us to do is to hire individuals into the recruits process, send them to the academy, thereafter get them trained and working, and try to minimize the downtime or where there's gaps between the time somebody falls off the books from a retirement and we get them hired, because it takes approximately 10 months to get somebody through the hiring training process. So looking at the 26-27 budget process, the sheriff's office submitted baseline budget was $177,500,000. And the CAO's recommended budget that has been presented to you is $188.2 million. To maintain status quo position augmentation, or maintain status quo position and services augmentation, is $755,000. And then we have an additional augmentation of $3.9 million for services, and it brings our total requested budget to $192.9 million for board consideration. And with that, I'm available for questions.
Thank you. Any questions here? We'll start with Supervisor Church.
Not so much a question, but just a suggestion on a future presentation. There's quite a few items that are listed here for augmentation, and I think it would be helpful, at least from my perspective, and perhaps for the rest of the board, if you had them prioritized, such as Public Works and Facilities and Parks does, because it's difficult to know in terms of what your resources are in the Sheriff's Department, and do you need this for a ranger more than you need a code enforcement pilot, for example? It would be helpful to prioritize that for the future.
Supervisor, they are prioritized on the documents that were submitted to the CAO that would have been presented to the board in their order of priority. In addition, they are prioritized by the order that you see them on the presentation, beginning on slide 11, going down. Priority number 1 is the record specialist, 2 is the record supervisor, 3 is the camera, and they are prioritized going top to bottom through the presentation.
Okay, that's helpful. It didn't state that in the end there, but it's very helpful to know that. Thank you very much, Under Sheriff.
Other questions? Nope. Questions? Supervisor Daniels?
Thank you. So I'm trying to follow. So the 755,477 are positions. Is that correct? 447.
180. Yeah, 181,719 of that 755 are positions. 573,700 are services.
But then the next line is also services. So they both say maintain status quo augmentation requested, but they're not both the same. So the
sorry, Supervisor, I apologize. That's a typo on the last slide on this slide. Sorry for the speed.
No worries.
That's a typo for maintain status quo. That is, I apologize. That is new augmentation requested, 3.948.
Okay.
I apologize.
That's helpful. So then when we go back to the priority, which was the 2 record specialists, are those are currently vacant positions?
Yes, they are.
And how long have they been vacant?
The record specialist 1 has been vacant probably for less than 2 months.
Okay.
And the record supervisor has been vacant for probably 6 months or so, but the vacancy occurred during this fiscal year.
Okay, great. Thank you. So then going back to the last, just trying to make sense of this, we have positions in terms of the status quo augmentation request. The positions are more than just the 2 unfunded. Is that accurate? I guess let me re-ask it. Let's go to the first page and look at all of the positions, and then you see the difference between fiscal year 24-25 and fiscal year 25-26. In these lists of positions, are those filled and unfilled? I mean, are they filled?
This is just to provide, on this slide, this is to show the FTE allocation within the county budget for the sheriff's office during those years. So the sheriff's office for fiscal year 25-26 is currently allocated a total of 453 positions. And right now, and looking at we have within those positions, we have 9, and for vacancies, we currently only have 9 deputy sheriff vacancies. and we have 17 professional staff vacancies. So we have a total of 26 vacancies at this time.
Okay.
But of those 17 professional staff vacancies, currently 11 of those vacancies are in actively having an employee being hired or closing a recruitment or have exemptions and authorization to hire by the county administrator's office. And that leaves 6, which were of the 6 we put into our augmentation. We put 5 of the 6 into our augmentation request.
And that would be located in that 755,000 number.
Correct. The 2 of them were of our 14 positions, like we put 14 vacancies into our augmentation original in the baseline that was submitted. And the CAO's recommended budget is recommending funding, including recommended funding for 12 of those 14, which is leaving only these 2 that we're seeking funding for.
Okay. So that would be instead about 181, I think, on that slide. So I'm trying to understand the 755.
The 755, that when we're talking about maintaining status quo, the 755 is taking the 181 for the 2 vacant positions and adding it to these services that we currently have at the sheriff's office that total 573,000, which would be to maintain our existing flock camera network. If it was unfunded, then we would look to eliminate the system. It would be to maintain an existing Axon Air system. It would be to allow for the maintenance of the airplane. That's where the let's say 65% of that 700,000 is in this services items, 180,000. So probably about 30% of that total is in people.
So services that you currently have in operation today and the 2 vacancies is what is the maintained status quo augmentation request.
Correct.
Okay, and then the typo is that the next item on page 16 is new services. And that's the
Correct.
Measure AA list you had?
Correct. The typo is on the 4th bullet point from bolded section from the top there where it says maintain status quo. It should say new augmentation requested. And those are what we believe all Measure AA fundable, except for about 25% of the fleet car camera system.
But yet then you do have on page 14 unfunded augmentation requests that include things that are current services, or are those not current services? Oh, you would expand.
These are not current services. These would be new public safety services that we would want to bring to the community, which is we currently have 60 cameras for Flock only. And so we're asking the board to provide the funding for those through Measure AA, which is the maintain status quo piece. What we're looking to do is increase our Flock network by adding another 140 cameras across the county. That's why this isn't a new public safety service, because these would be a new expenditure for additional cameras.
Okay, and then tell me just what that last item is, the total. It's 192,000 is what you're requesting in augmentations, both status quo and new?
Status quo and new, the total status quo and new would be about 4.6
Right, the total
million.
budget, I'm sorry, with the status quo and new.
Yeah, our total budget would be 192.9 million if the board elected to fund our maintain status quo augmentations and our new program augmentation request.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just one. Just to the Sheriff's Department, I would just suggest, maybe it's just me, but it's always better to come in person for this once-a-year budget workshops that we have. All the other department heads came here in person, so just a friendly suggestion there. But just going to the flock cameras, I recognize 2 aspects of it. One, here in Monterey County, there's been some incidents where they've been pivotal to catch some criminals, some robberies that took place within our community. The flip side of that is just the privacy concerns in neighboring counties like Santa Cruz and other communities across California. You're asking for funding to maintain these 60 cameras, but could you just address, do we, in our agreement with this company, do we have agreements about not sharing that information with federal agencies? I just wanted to raise that because that question is going to come to us eventually. But it should, if we're asking for funding to maintain these cameras, we should have that clarity that this company will not be sharing that data for other reasons than what it was originally intended.
Yeah, Supervisor, thank you. Yes, we do not share with outside of California or federal partners to comply with California law. And Flock itself has added an additional feature and there's a feature called National Lookup. And that feature in the background has been turned off by Flock as well. So that restricts California agencies as well from sharing with agencies outside of California or federal partners.
Appreciate you go ahead.
No, and we truly value the public's privacy, and we take that obligation seriously to ensure that the system complies with California law, and that we're using it properly and ensuring that it's not being used improperly. Flock also has a feature that allows that we're able now to, if we do a query of searches, we can see, and I'm looking at my notes here because I thought this might be coming. We'll be able to see more on what occurred with that search, which in the past it wasn't as well driven by them, but now they've cleaned that up and we have more effective control to ensure for that public protections.
Great. It's great to have that clarity, and so when the question comes up and we get asked at some point, we are able to provide that accurate information, and it's just good for the public to know as well. Thank you.
Going back to a couple questions for you. On slide 2, Kate had asked, Supervisor Jen had asked a few questions about, this is the FTE allocation, but this isn't necessarily status quo of staff on the ground providing services.
Correct. This is for fiscal 25-26, the Sheriff's Office was allocated in the final budget 453 positions. And what's important to note in that, of those 453, actually 5 are unfunded. So our last year we had 5 unfunded. In the current, when I say last year, the current fiscal year, we had 5 deputy sheriff positions unfunded. So they sit on our budget as positions, and it appears that we have 453, but we really only have 448 that we can deploy because those 5 are unfunded. And we currently have 26 vacancies. So in theory, we're only able to deploy up to 421 personnel at any given time between sworn and professional staff across our
Under Sheriff, do you have the data on going back for these same years showing that states how many deputies you had filled in 24, 25, 23, 24 going backwards?
Well, I don't have it beyond too far back. I could ensure that we present that at the next budget session. But what I can tell you is that at the beginning of fiscal 25-26, so July 1st, 25-26, we were full. Every deputy sheriff position was full. And our 9 vacancies currently sit in the deputy sheriff range because we do work with the CO's office with the hiring exemption process.
Yeah.
And it's been through attrition that we've accumulated. When the sheriff took office, we had approximately, I think, 25, but I can get you that data incorporated at the next hearing.
Yeah, I just think it provides a little bit more transparency about the realities on the ground. And then on slide number 3, you speak about some of the jail federal settlement impacts. And one of the points was that there was more need for more focused oversight internally. Does that remain the case even with the additional jail compliance staff?
I think we're doing a good job at managing a challenging situation with the resources we have. I truly believe and that we need more resources in compliance. In the current fiscal year, we did eliminate 3 positions that were vacant from the compliance unit because that's where they were staffed on the budget when we had to make those 28 reductions to balance our budget for the current fiscal year. I think anything that we can do to increase staff in the compliance area would be beneficial to the sheriff's office and the county, but we recognize the funding challenges that are ahead. We will be looking in the current year at, as vacancies are created, working with the county administrative office and HR. Possibly we may need to RTC positions to move a position that to a greater need within the organization to create that operational efficiency and increase compliance.
Would you say those compliance positions are more or less important than the other augmentation requests that are being asked for?
I would say that that without the 45 positions in the recommended budget, that even if we added 1 or 2 compliance personnel, if we cut deputies and we cut staff in those other areas, we're not going to be able to provide the baseline services we need to provide for the settlement, for public safety, for the community that they expect. And we're not going to be able to comply because we're just not going to be able to provide the baseline service.
No, I hear that, but there's also a request for like almost $4 million in new services. So are those compliance? So I'm guessing, so that since those aren't listed as augmentation requests, we're feeling like those are less, the other augmentation requests are more important in terms of priority.
All of our augmentation requests, this 4 million, these are our priority augmentations, starting at the top, because these are currently positions that are on our roll or current services we're offering. The other 4 million that is being requested, they are new services, but we targeted in our year, what we tried to do was target things that would be tangible for public safety, that could be funded by Measure AA, that would be potentially one-time expenditures to increase our ability to do services. Our budget this year really doesn't include, in past years, we've asked for additional staff as new funding. And recognizing the challenges this year, we're not asking the board to fund new deputy sheriffs. We're trying to do a pilot to bring in on a short term, but we recognize our past years versus this year and the challenges ahead. So we're trying to live with what we have and make it work, but target one-time public safety expenditures for what our interpretation of what Measure A was meant to assist with.
Okay, I'm not sure my question was answered, but I'll move on to the next one. On page 16, it shows sort of the total amount of augmentation requests. But I'm going to go back to earlier today. We heard our presentation from the CAO's budget director, budget staff. And on slide 11 of that presentation, there was a recommendation from the CAO that we use up to $10.5 million in AA funding to backfill other programs and services with approximately, my math is loose, but approximately $7 million of that AA dollars going to the sheriff's office. So and the board was very clear in conversation about not having clarity about how they want to spend the AA dollars. So if that $7 million that's already been recommended from AA wasn't recommended, that would flow back into your augmentation requests, I assume?
That would mean we would have a $7 million deficit, and that would be unfortunate. But yes, most likely that would be that. Now, keep in mind, we presented our budget, our baseline budget, and once we created our baseline budget, we built our augmentations, and the first 33 slots were filled deputy sheriffs. The next 14 were vacancies. Those were our priority 1 through 47. Then we looked at services and then new services, and the decision on funding is completely the board's prerogative, and we understand that and respect that. The CAO develops a path to fund and presents it to the board, and so we were asked to identify potential expenditures that could be tied to Measure AA. We attempted to bring our needs to the Measure A committee at the March meeting, but the meeting was transitioned and we weren't able to make our presentation because we were trying to follow the process and bring the items to the board members on that committee. But we do recognize there's limited funds, and the CAO's recommended budget is recommending the use of those. It's not our prerogative to decide how the funds are, it's the board's. And if the board chose to not fund, which that 10.5 million is in that between our submitted baseline and the recommended, that's the roughly 10.5 we're talking about. And in that 10.5, there is Measure A money. We recognize that. And if the board chose to not utilize a Measure A to fund a portion of the 10.5, then those items would be pushed. Those items would be pushed into additional augmentation requests. So
and I'm assuming, sorry to interrupt. Yeah. I'm assuming those would be priority augmentation requests above what's listed.
Yes, and just for clarity, once we were notified that those 45 positions were in the CEO's recommended budget, the guidance was, in our interpretation, was not focus on those in our budget presentation. It was to focus on the what was not being included in the recommended budget.
I understand, and I think there's
our priority would be the 33 filled positions. That's 1 through 33 are our most important aspects, and then the 14 vacant positions are the next, which the positions that are in that 181 are included in those 14 vacant. 12 were allocated in the recommended budget.
Okay. Yeah. No, I understood that. I was just trying to get clarity on the very specific question that I asked. And so then, when I go back to the rest of the requests that are in here, I think as you mentioned, the board allocates the dollars, but we don't. I think it's interesting that there's specific asks for us to fund, but once we fund the sheriff, the sheriff really does get to prioritize what you deem as most appropriate in the delivery of public service and public safety. So I do appreciate the level of detail and the specific asks, but I also want to be really clear that that's whatever the total amount of money is and whatever we identify as the sources of funds in partnership with the budget director, that once those funds are allocated, the sheriff really does get to make decisions about whether those are for compliance positions or other positions, and the services beyond positions for services and supplies. So we have a bunch of things in front of us, but ultimately it is ultimately up to the sheriff to decide how to prioritize those within the funds that are already allocated. But thank you very much for the additional information. Okay, let's move on to our, that was the last one. Okay, thank you, Under Sheriff Boyd. We appreciate your presentation.
Have a good day.
Okay, I'm going to open it up to public comment, and then we'll bring it back to the board for direction. And thank you. For those of you who've been waiting all day for this opportunity for public comment, I appreciate you. Thank you. And I do have some comment cards. If you've submitted a comment card, you can come on up when I call your name, or you can just come right up, and we'll work our way through the comment cards as well. But
Hi.
Thank you.
My name is Olivia Martinez. I'm the Region 2 Director for SEIU. This is our first time at the budget workshop, and we were advised to come to these because by the time we come to you guys, it's too late. There is a lot of priorities, but we are concerned that we have 76 classifications that have been waiting for salary adjustments for 8, 7, 6, years. We think you should make that as a priority. People have been working under wage market for years. We would have wished that the county, when we were in contract negotiations, let us know that they wanted to phase the money in 4 years like they did with other contract negotiations. So Unit X was able to increment their wage increases, the DAs as well, but we were not informed that they wanted to phase this money in 4 years. It's interesting that a lot of people have been talking about workload. That is a big issue. Before my time, the time goes on my time, sorry, we are concerned with one big thing that's happening at the county level with Natividad. And we do think that it's crucial to fund the auditors because there are so many mistakes that are happening with workers, employees being overpaid. We have a group of 5 workers that have been overpaid $25,000 and now have to pay back that money. This is not new. This is an ongoing problem that workers are facing every single year at Natividad, and where people are being overpaid because there isn't a proper auditing of how they're getting paid. So we hope you look into that. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? And if you could approach the front of the room so we can work our way through. I expect that we'll have quite a bit of comment online as well.
Good afternoon. I'll keep my comments brief. I want to thank you for your time today. My name is Joseph Louis Drusi Jr., and I am the Senior Director of Career Transition and CTE at Rancho Cielo Youth Campus. I'm here today to support our outstanding partnership with the Monterey County Probation Department. I've had the privilege to work with amazing professionals throughout the organization over the past 18 years. Professionals throughout Monterey County Probation Department provide outstanding support for young people who are struggling with the challenges of poverty, truancy, and crime. Monterey County Probation staff work alongside Rancho Cielo educators in guiding mentoring our county's at-promise youth in completing programming through educational attainment and college and career preparedness. Monterey County Probation staff provides a secure learning environment for at-promise youth, and they also serve as van drivers to provide door-to-door service for those students in need throughout our county. In closing, the Monterey County Probation professionals are more mentors and the type of life support so desperately needed for so many of our at-promise youth in Monterey County. Please consider supporting the Monterey County Probation Division and the vision of Judge John Phillips that every kid deserves a chance to earn a living wage and become a success in our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Askew, CAO De La Rosa, members of the Board of Supervisors, and the public. My name is Natalia Carrillo. I am the president of the Salinas Union High School District Board of Trustees. I'm here today to request your support in maintaining the presence of the Monterey County probation officers at our high schools and middle schools campuses. As we have shared with most of you, we have had a 25-year-long relationship with the Monterey County Probation Department. Our current agreement is a 60-40 funding relationship. 60% covered by Monterey County Probation Department and 40% covered by the district to cover the cost of 11 FTE probation officers. The mission of the Monterey County Probation Department is to provide protection to the citizens of Monterey County by preventing and reducing the frequency, severity, and impact of criminal and delinquent behavior among adults and juveniles who come within the jurisdiction of the Probation Department. One of the ways they achieve this is through preventative activities. The Probation Department today is very different. Today, the probation officers on our campuses look like our students. Almost 100% of the probation officers are Latino or Latinas, and a portion of them are alumni of our district. They not only serve as a safety partner, but they now more than ever serve as role models and mentors to our students. They serve as a critical partner with the district on preventative activities. The Salinas Union High School District serves over 15,000 students. The impact of having the probation officers present on our campuses is enormous as they interact with all of our students. They are impacting the future leaders of the city and the county. The Salinas Union High School District is not asking to continue the 60-40 partnership. We are asking that you maintain half of the current probation officers on our campuses with 100% of the funding coming from the district. This will allow us to sufficient time to develop an alternative safety plan should the probation department decide to fully dissolve the current agreement due to budget cuts. I recognize that we're all under some critical budget times and you have to make budget cuts, but we are here to work with you and I appreciate your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair, Board of Supervisors. My name is Mitchell Huerta, and I am a trustee with the Salinas Union High School District. I want to thank you for the opportunity to address the Probation Department's decision to eliminate 11 of its officers at SUHSD schools in the 26-27 year. The Salinas community in general, and the Salinas Union High School District in particular, have benefited from a 25-year partnership with the Probation Department. The Probation Department officers help create a sense of safety on and off our campuses. The department's hardworking men and women have formed life-changing relationships with students, parents, staff, teachers, and community members. In addition to providing a layer of security, the probation department officers are seen as a bridge between our students and the needs that can be fulfilled through county agencies. Our district is committed to maintaining our systems and personnel required to provide a safe learning environment for all staff and students. We believe the probation department officers are a vital part of that mission. Therefore, we are proposing that we will fully fund 6 positions for the 26-27 academic school year. This gives time to both parties to assess their relationship, their finances, and hopefully work together for a mutually beneficial solution. Again, thank you for your time, and I hope you strongly consider and accept our willingness to pay for 6 probation department officers. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair and members of the Board of Supervisors. My name is Maritza Maravillo, and I serve as the principal of La Paz Middle School. Our daily mission is to maintain stability, focused classrooms, and a supportive environment where learning can proceed without disruption. This stability is built through consistent systems and the presence of supportive adults. For more than 25 years, probation officers have been a vital part of that presence on our campuses, helping to keep the school day steady and predictable. The scale of this work is significant, evidenced by over 1,800 student contacts across our district last year. The proposed reductions would eliminate 12 campus-based positions across the district, resulting in the loss of support for our schools, including mine, that we rely on every day. As a principal, I know that when the consistency of our environment shifts, it impacts everything that happens in the classroom. While student needs remain, the environment we work to maintain is compromised. I recognize the difficulty of the decisions before you today. I respectfully urge you to work with our superintendent to find a path forward that maintains the critical support that keeps our students at the center of that decision. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair and members of the board. My name is Francisco Huerta. I serve as the principal of LaSalle Middle School. At the middle school level, our students are at a point where the direction is still being formed. The choices they make, the habits they develop, and the people around them during these years have a lasting impact on who they become in high school and beyond. This is why presence matters. On our campus, probation officers are part of that presence. They are another adult who students recognize, who can step in when situations begin to shift, who can help guide students back on track in the moment it matters the most. For more than 25 years, this has been part of how our schools and the county have worked together to support our students during these years. The proposed reduction will remove that presence from our campuses, and while our students and their needs do not change, the number of people available to guide and support them does. From a middle school perspective, that matters because these are the years where the direction is still being shaped. I recognize the difficulty of the decision before you today. I respectfully urge you to work with their superintendent to find a path forward to maintain this support and keep our students at the center of this discussion or in this decision. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Dr. Mary White, and I serve as the principal of North Salinas High School. I have had the privilege of serving in this role for more than 8 years, and I have been working in schools for way too long, but long time in this county. At North Salinas High School, our probation officer, her name, Officer Monica Enrique, is an integral part of our student intervention team. Her work is grounded in prevention, restoration, healing, and relationship building, not only with students, but with teachers, staff members, families, and our broader community. Her presence, like her colleagues throughout our district, reflects a relationship-based approach to law enforcement that builds trust and supports student success. At the high school level, I lead a very complex, large campus where issues do not happen on schedule and oftentimes don't come with warning. When situations arise, we need a team. Student conflict, safety concerns, or issues involving violence or drugs need support, need prevention. We rely on people who are already on campus, already trusted, and already part of our community. That is where probation officers make a critical difference. Our job as community members and as educators is to keep students out of the system. That is our primary goal. At the same time, we serve a beautiful and vibrant community that also faces real challenges: youth violence, gangs, and drugs. These realities our students navigate every day. Because of a strong, coordinated team and with probation officers as an integral part of the team, our suspension rates district-wide and specifically at our school site have significantly gone down. This is not by accident. It is the direct result of consistent relationship-based intervention, and it is why we ask you to reconsider the decision and keep our probation officers at our site.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair and members of the board. My name is Ana Aguillon. I am the Assistant Superintendent of Business Services for the Salinas Union High School District. I would like to begin by thanking Chief Probation Officer Jose Ramirez for meeting with our superintendent and me to discuss the termination of probation services at our school sites. We also extend our gratitude to the supervisors for their continued support for over nearly 16,000 students and their families. For more than 25 years, this board support has allowed us to staff probation officers. Currently, 11 probation officers, 1 at each of our school sites, plus an aide at Carl Lake Community Day School. As a chief business official, I intimately understand that budget reductions are painful and require difficult decisions. However, the short notice of this termination has left our district with a significant bind. To understand what is at stake, we must look at the services provided in the prior school year. A total of over 2,800 student contacts, including more than 500 on-campus probationers contacts and nearly 200 critical de-escalation. Removing these officers don't just cut a budget line, it removes a vital safety net for our students and families. We are not here today simply to ask for a reversal of your budget cuts. We are here as partners to ensure a safe environment and a stable transition. The district is prepared to commit $1.5 million in district funds to fully cover the cost of 6 probation officers. We understand the county can no longer financially support these positions. However, we urge you to allow us to retain these 6 officers at no cost to the Monterey County Probation Department. By accepting this $1.5 million investment from the district, you provide us necessary time to plan for the future without compromising the immediate safety and well-being of thousands of our families and students. Thank you for your time and your continued partnership and keeping our schools safe.
Thank you. Thank you to all of our teachers and administrators and school board members. We appreciate the work you do.
Good afternoon.
Chair Rudascu and Officer De La Rosa, Board of Supervisors. My name is Craig Kaufman. I'm the Executive Director of the Salinas Valley Tourism and Visitors Bureau, coming to you today to seek support of our organization, in particular the ANZA expedition, which we just celebrated the 250th anniversary of, and also Heritage Park, Salinas City Heritage Park, which we're developing down at the Intermodal Transit Center next to the train station, and of course our Heritage Center and California Welcome Center. So the SVTVB portfolio, which I'll be having somebody distribute to you, paints a clear picture of our support of the Regional Heritage Center and California Welcome Center and demonstrates the impact that we're having on the local tourism effort. Our entire team works every day to make a difference and deliver results for our partners and stakeholders. The results are that our economic uplift through regional heritage tourism. We continue to build the momentum and interest, and we see increasing each and every day. Not only that, but our plan has been approved by JLL and Visit California. They did a comprehensive 2-year study, and our plan was noted in their particular regional strategic plan. We also hope that you can join us on May 2nd, where we will celebrate Salinas Day at Heritage Park. And we thank you for your support.
Hillary Thayer, Library Director for Monterey County Free Libraries, and I just wanted to take a moment to speak in support of a couple of the requests from Public Works Facilities and Parks. The request for the Porter Vallejo Mansion, the Pajaro Library for the additional security augmentation. This is going to be a multi-use, vibrant, wonderful county building. It does have some needs at this time, and we are working very closely with Randy's department to make sure we can get that building open and supported completely so it can be vibrant for the community. Second, for Fund 478. Fund 478 has kept libraries open, as in we can fix something right now and then we can work out how we're going to do it later because Fund 478 exists. And third, I do think Randy undersold the public impacts of his department just a little bit. I can only speak for the libraries, but every time I have to close a restroom, awaiting a plumber, wrap caution tape around something until his department can come make it safe again. Those are impacts to public services. I may be the one who gets the phone call, but it is support for his department that allows us to keep the libraries open and vibrant and safe and wonderful for communities. Thank you.
All right, I'm not seeing anyone else in chambers for public comment. We will go online. We have a number of hands raised online. It looks like we'll start with Hannah and then go to Colin.
Okay, can you guys hear me?
We can hear you. Thanks for joining us.
Oh, thank you so much. I was with you until about 2 p.m. today live, but I'm calling in now remotely, and I just want to commend you, Chair Rudascu and board supervisors for your service and attending to all of these men and women who make Monterey County what it is. It's been really inspiring to hear everyone's dedication and diligence today. My name is Hannah Tukalski, and I'm the head of ecosystem at Reservoir. It's been a pleasure to meet each of you over the past few months, with the exception of Vice Chair Daniels, and I look forward to connecting with you soon. I want to thank Supervisors Rudascu, Church, and Lopez for joining us at our grand opening just a few weeks ago at the farm on Highway 68 and Hitchcock Road. Your presence meant a great deal to our team and our partners, as well as our oncoming startup companies. Reservoir Farm Salinas is an ag tech incubator on leased land, and I am so pleased to share that we have 10 startups, 8 brand new to the county, signed up for residency right there on that leased land, in partnership with Tanamar and Antle, and featuring a creative reuse project of a 100-year-plus-old dairy farm, including a family home and garages. I'm here today to ask for your support to close the infrastructure gap to fully activate Reservoir Farm Salinas. Our operating model is lean by design, but startup fees, sponsorships, and grants will only sustain programming, not infrastructure. We have one shot to drive startups to Salinas and support them to scale here, and that clock is ticking now. If we're successful in fostering startups incubation and developing their ag markets here, these startups become scale-ups with built-in incentives to take root locally, including hiring new infrastructure and contributing to the county's tax base as business people and residents. I encourage you to please refer to the letter included in your packet today for more detail on our project and our funding gap, and certainly welcome any questions or follow-up. Myself and our team are available to provide anything the board needs for your review. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Hannah. We'll go next to Colin and then to Colleen.
Thank you, Chair Askew, and to the rest of the Board of Supervisors for all the great efforts that you're putting in today. I agree, it's been amazing to watch it all unfold, and you have a large task ahead of you working through budgets. My name is Colin Tuhig. I am the General Manager of the Big Sur River Inn down here in Big Sur, California. And today I'd just like to provide some comment in support of C. Monterey and its importance to my business and my team. We are a small family business with one part-time marketing manager and myself to lead all marketing efforts. C. Monterey is in many ways our marketing department, and their continued success into the future is integral to our success as a business and therefore integral to the success and longevity of my team. C. Monterey was integral in helping us survive during Highway 1, and they did an incredible job supporting myself, neighbor, and all the neighboring businesses in Big Sur. As we lost international and fly markets, they transitioned and pivoted with creative strategies to keep visitation numbers moving. And while they dropped a lot, they dropped less than they had historically. So we couldn't have survived without them. And then fast forward to the road opening after 3 long years. Thanks to C. Monterey, business came back faster than it has historically. And I can say finally, with Highway 1 being open, that we as a business are looking forward to the future. And I, as a business operator, am finally able to reinvest back in my team. Thanks to C. Monterey, I was able to lose almost no employees during the road closure. And now, thanks to their efforts again with the road opening, and it becoming national news, which it isn't always in the past, I'm able to reinvest in my team and make their lives better moving forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We'll go next to Colleen.
Good afternoon. My name is Colleen Bai, and I'm with NAMI Monterey County, part of the National Alliance on Mental Illness. I appreciate the care it takes to balance so many competing priorities in this budget. And today I'm just asking you to take a moment to think about a very small contract that the county has. The County of Monterey asked NAMI to build and grow our programming, and so we did. And today we provide the only countywide family support groups and warm line, serving people before, during, and after mental health crises. NAMI Monterey County has been told that due to the implementation of the Behavioral Health Services Act, our county contract is expected to end after next year. So today we're asking you to find a way to restore our $290,000 funding, and with a small inflation adjustment, and to help us identify a sustainable funding path moving forward. This is a small investment that delivers an outsized return. Families come to us before they call 988. We teach them how to respond, how to navigate care, and how to keep their loved ones safe. That reduces unnecessary 911 calls, emergency room visits, and law enforcement involvement. Unfortunately, sometimes our services have been described simply as preventative, but that misses what's actually happening. We're supporting people and families before they escalate into far more expensive interventions, regardless of the documentation that they have or insurance. A sudden loss of funding to NAMI would destabilize services, reduce our capacity, and leave families without trusted support, which will ultimately increase costs elsewhere in your systems. We're asking that you maintain this small, high-impact investment and adjust it for today's economic realities, and work with us to identify a sustainable funding source within the county beyond next year. This is public safety work, it's cost avoidance, and it reduces pressure on your highest cost systems. Thank you so much for your time and for your leadership.
Thank you for joining us, Colleen. All right, I'm not seeing any other hands raised for public comment or any other public comment. So let's close public comment. We'll bring it back to the board. Just doing a quick time check. It is 5 o'clock, and we need to give some direction to our county team as they move forward with the finalization of our draft CAO budget. So no one's making eye contact with me. We'll let Supervisor Lopez start.
Sorry, we do have a
sorry.
wrap-up slide. If we can just jump over to the wrap-up slide real
Perfect.
quick before the...
That sounds fantastic.
Thank you, Chair Root Askew and Board of Supervisors and CEO De La Rosa. For all those that earlier you also missed, that my introduction is Deja Seros, the County Budget Director for the County of Monterey. As you see the slide here, just to wrap up, just a quick 1 minute, 2 minute wrap up, what we're looking for from the board today for direction. And the requested augmentations, we're not looking for line item direction. We're looking on how we're going to move forward with fulfilling some augmentations that fall on high priority lists through either vacancy management, so we can work, given the direction to work directly with departments to clean up all vacancies, not just a few slotted vacancies, and discretionary contributions, which may include or may not a change for direction in the TOT contribution to road fund, development set-aside amounts, and or alternative funding solutions. And just a recap of what those that we've offered as insight, which doesn't mean that the board could come up with others that they see as items that they can find as alternate funding solutions. Sensitive to the fact that we know that we will be bringing the full eligible ongoing costs and identified one-time costs to the Measure A committee here in April, along with the fiscal policy. That first one on the list is stating that above and beyond the $3.1 million that we are requesting to roll over from 25 to 26 and our currently approved Measure AA, we would need an additional $7.4 million to help support the CAO recommended budget for FY 26-27. Another alternate funding solution is that reduction to road funds, which I've noted that we don't have support for that going forward, and some others with the realignment swaps, allocations from the capital fund 478, discretionary program reduction, and development set aside retain at the FY 26 amounts, as well as a TOT tax increase measure 1.5%. And just want to point out that while we'll need to find funding solutions, if you remember the status quo 3-year suggestions that if we don't have a full Measure AA support, the funding that we will need to support the current CAO recommendations will need some alternate funding solutions from the board today. And that wraps it up.
Follow.
Yeah, maybe we should leave the slide up just for good measure. And go ahead.
Just a follow-up question here on the TOT tax increase, because that's going to require a ballot measure, and it's being included in here like it's for next 26-27, but I don't see how that works.
Right. It would still take us some time to get the ballot to measure, right? But as you see it now, we had some suggestions that would put us over for the FY 26-27 budget if those aren't retained to help fund those recommendations for this year. Those would help eliminate that rolling negative budget for the ongoing years as well.
Okay. It just sort of seems like it should be almost a separate issue out of this, because it is going to take a longer period of time, and then it opens up just other considerations on how we're going to spend the money. But okay.
You're correct, and it's a strategy that we threw on the board as currently in the recommended that we currently have right now. We're looking at using $20 million of one-time money, and so we're trying to figure out how to offset that one-time money that we basically have for not just the current year that we're looking at, but also the next fiscal years. And so that's why it's kind of identified as a initiative that we probably need to start moving on if it's supported by the board.
Just for the future.
And keep in mind, we have an update coming back to the board on the 14th related to the transfer tax, and so there will be. It is just an item to potentially consider, but know that there'll be a discussion on the 14th of whether or not the board wants to move forward with that. On the 14th, yes.
Anything else, Glenn? Okay. Okay. We'll start with Supervisor Lopez.
All right. So I get that this is a new process, but having been through, I think, 17 of these in my life, it's not new overall, and I get the push and the pull and all the stress that we're under. And so for me, I'm going to take my approach just slightly different than typical, understanding you're not necessarily looking for line by line, but I do want to call out sort of for me what some of the red lines are. I think we've been clear as a board, and I'm not moving off the direction that I want to make sure we protect staffed positions. I think that impacts a lot of what we heard today, including the DA, and so I want to be clear that for me that line remains. The question around AA, I heard my colleagues talking about a policy. It is something we've discussed at committee. We've gone back and forth between 25 and 30%, and we're debating it, and staff is supposed to come back to the next meeting with a recommendation. I'll share for me 30% is kind of that red line. If we're going to do ongoing costs out of AA, for me 30% is where the line is for me in that back and forth. And so as we develop this budget, I know it's lower. I think the number as I looked at it was 40% that was coming out of that based on my own calculation. So correct me if I'm wrong, but given that, I think there needs to be some adjustment there. I'm not asking for all of it to be pulled back, but if we're going to do ongoing costs out of AA based on the policy discussions we've been having, I would like to see that set around 30. The roads reduction is a no-go for me, which I see here. And so finding a way to be creative there to make sure that, again, this maintenance of effort question, I get that there's a certain definition for that dialogue. And most of you know my district has 900 of our 1,200 road miles in unincorporated Monterey County, and the need is real. And I cannot confidently approach my community and say, we got AA, and then now we're pulling back on our contribution to road. That's just not something I can vote on this year. So I'm going to go, I know you don't want line by line, but I'm going to speak about a few highlights within the different departments that I heard. To the assessor's three vacant requests, I can support that. To the IHSS social worker request, I can support that. To the public works facility and park requests, there was an A and B fire request, which I, again, like Supervisor Daniels called out, I see as very necessary and not something that we can move on. I want to see that done. The Ranger Academy, we recently lost. He'll be here next week for a presentation. Long-term Ranger, 24 years of service to our community, and a very emotional goodbye, but I recognize that filling those positions is going to take work, and having folks properly trained is critical, and getting that done effectively for only $40,000 makes a lot of sense to me. So making sure we get that training done would make sense. The rifle range and getting those hours to baseline to me is important. I want to see that maintained. Then there was this question around the CSA studies. I can support those knowing that that's a short-term investment and a long-term fix. I already spoke about the DA. On the probation question, I'm supportive of creating the runway that the high school district was requesting for those 6 positions, understanding that there's still some reservations from the department, but for a 1-year agreement to get us through that, understanding that there'll be attrition and other opportunities for those folks to shift out. We'll have to continue a dialogue on how that plays out, but I'm supportive of finding a collaborative way to maintain those positions for now while they look at other options. One of the keys in this to me was that home confinement question. The way I see it is right now, those folks that are on home confinement also do some work in the community, and those folks have been a huge benefit specifically to the special districts in my communities. They've cleaned up my separate cemeteries, my parks with supervision. It's been very beneficial. And if we don't fund it, what I see happening is those folks then instead being handed off to the jail facility and likely just released based on the Hernandez case and our inability to hold more folks given the actual staffing levels that we're looking at. And so rather than seeing a benefit in having those folks actually do time and meet justice in a way that serves community, we're just going to be releasing them in my mind. And I think that $400,000 for the benefit the community gets of that investment in work is worth it. So I would like to find a way to maintain that program. I still have a lot of questions about the animal services positions of 4.5. I'm not comfortable supporting those today. I just wanted to call those out individually. I saw those as 4.5 recommended coming out of AA. I've got a lot of questions about why, how, costs. I'll be frank, so far my community is still struggling to see benefit from that department. And so the idea that we're going to augment after we had a dedicated officer that's no longer dedicated to our communities is hard. So I need more answers around that specific ask that I didn't hear in today's presentation. It was only lightly touched on. To the UC Cooperative, the $22,000 for a couple trucks makes a lot of sense. So I'd like to see that funded. The TOT question. I know that this is a big one for many of us up on the board, but I'm hoping that we can find a way forward on that we can all agree with. I do think that there's solutions in front of us. I'm hoping that we can agree to go to the community to ask for that, but as part of that, making sure that the key questions around C. Monterey, I'm tired of having the debate every year, yes, no, how much, can be settled long term. So I'm just hoping we can have that conversation now and move forward. I think that we can get there. I think the last department that I have on my list for now is the sheriff's questions. And there was a lot of numbers there with sort of some highlights that I wasn't really clear on. But I do think that there's some need. And I believe that a lot of these asks can come to the AA committee through those requests. I'm looking at the one-time cost, specifically, the firearms that they use. I want to make sure they're safe and have the latest and the ability to make sure that we're not going to be transitioning on them. The Ranger, the truck, a small truck, I think makes sense out of AA one-time investment. Shields for the SWAT team, that stuff makes sense to me. The flock cameras have been a huge benefit to my community. They help solve that mass shooting in King City, as well as the recent robbery in Chular. Nearly every press release I've seen come across from my district in the last 6 months has included that those flock cameras were the way that the issue was resolved. And so I do want to see that sustained and potentially increased depending on clear answers to some of the questions that were asked by my colleagues, including Supervisor Alejo and Daniels in the past as well. Evidence lockers as well. I think custody is really important around some of those items. But again, I think those are proper to AA. Process is a question here. Do we want to send those to AA? I'll leave that to staff to determine. But I just wanted to signal that I'm supportive of those as we move forward. And I'll leave it there and see where my colleagues are. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Just a quick question. Right before the A and B, you had listed something else. It's IHSS.
The social worker 3 positions that were matched at 50%. Okay. It was a request, I think, of 2 positions that were not included in the refurbished or refined budget from your office.
Okay, got it.
All right. So, appreciate your direction. You don't want to go line item either. I'm probably going to end up on that because that's kind of what we've done in the past. And I feel a little bit like an NFL quarterback who's had 3, every year has a different offensive coordinator because we've had different budget directors presenting us something, and everybody does it a little different. So, next year will be a little more in line with what you're requesting and how you're wanting us to present things. I also want to go through and really state that I think for one of the red lines I'm seeing here is maintaining all positions that we have. Fully in support with Supervisor Lopez, who opened with that, and I'm fully in position onto that. The AA, I'm really kind of trying to sort this through, and I understand the frustrations that there are a lot of undefined policy that we haven't done, but we do have some general guidelines. And what is what I'm looking at right now is that I'm seeing that there's some being allocated here, proposed here, that is beyond what has been previously discussed by the committee and the board, and so Supervisor Lopez was talking about 30%. I think I'm kind of looking at the number that we used this last year. I don't know what that is, 25% or 30%. I think it's 25% because we haven't even gone through 1 year where we know exactly all the money that we're getting in. So I'm hesitant to put down a percentage when we don't even have that number in hand right now. And I'm not sure exactly what number is it. We did spend this at 7.4, somewhere around there.
So I think in the current year budget, we had 5.7 million that was in the initial budget with the assumption of, the assumption was 24.
Well, I might be able to go a little higher than that, understand the situations here, but it's hard for me to really put a percentage in. So, going down and looking at these, at the different requests here then, and, I look at animal services and, again, I brought up earlier, I don't think it's good on that to tie it to positions because it's a JPA, it's an agreement that we're contributing so much money into that, and it shouldn't really be tied there to that. Just like we're not tying contributions to the Air Resources Board or AMBAG. I know they're a lot smaller, but they're not. They're individual contributions into there, and while those might be more discretionary than this, I think with the JPA we're dealing with something a little different than directly tying in the positions. I also want to express support for the two social service and home service positions that are already being half covered. I mean, I think it's just a great use of resources. Looking at Public Works, Parks and Facilities, I'm going to go with the first four priorities because I think the department knows best what its priorities are, and I'm going to go up there to 4, which is the mandated one. I do support the 10 too because it's repayable, which is to the CSAs. So I'll back that up as well. Let me see. There's on the probation, the home confinement. I'm also very supportive of that as well. According to the sheriff, the unfunded status quo, I see the need for that. On the other items that are listed there, I'm really more inclined for future consideration on items that really are capital projects such as equipment, vehicles, and something that's tangible, especially if it's going to go to Measure AA for consideration. Going up, just listening to the public and their conversations, I like to see what a proposal would look like with the high school district on those 6 positions, if it can be worked out with probation on that. There's 3 others here which don't have a whole lot of details on, but would just like to to see for what that may be, what might be the request on there. There's a call in about Reservoir Farms. I guess it's in the email. I don't remember when I glanced over it if I saw the number, but I would explore opening to be understanding what the request is. There more. The Heritage Park thing, it was something, and I haven't quite taken it all in with the De Anza Trail, just to see what that is. And then NAMI came in with a request, and I don't know what the cut is going on here on the $290,000. I assume that's the health department. I don't know if it was heard for next year. I don't know if it's this year or if it's next year. But again, those are just things I'm throwing out for just some consideration here as we look down the line. Going to the some of these alternative fundings, I've already expressed my opposition on dropping the road fund down. Again, we just increased it. I can't support decreasing it. Again, the Measure AA, what would be 30% anyway of Measure AA? Do we have an idea what that estimate would be? It'll be 7.8 million. That's 7.8. Yeah, so that's roughly about 2.7 million less. Okay, so I'll go up to that. I know we've got to have some flexibility on this, but I really am not comfortable going much beyond anything beyond that, and I'm not even comfortable going that much, honestly. On the TOT, and I brought up here a little earlier, I think that's a conversation in itself we need to have separately as we move ahead outside this budget, and I think at this point that's about. I think I've covered about everything out of here on that. Thank you.
And if I can just say something real quick, at no direction of my supervisors was what my by line item. What I mean by that is, yes, we want to hear by line on what we are going to approve, but what that does is it puts us into then where we're in a shortfall if we're going above. So just like reducing what our initial request is of Measure AA to the 7.8 now puts us in a shortfall for this budget. And so then we're going to need some solutions, which are what we're going to need that direction from with vacancy management or underfunding solutions that you all have either see on our list or some that you have decided that could be also a contribution to this conversation.
I'm good just on that question, leaning into the question about vacancies. That's where I'm comfortable. Again, with vacant positions going further, that's where my comfort level is.
since I'll share that same comfort level up to there in vacancies.
Agreed on that last item. I just wanted to speak on the bigger picture, just about AA. I think if we lock ourselves in into not wanting to do certain things, there's going to be more painful decisions to be made later. I think we got to keep all options on the table. I know that my colleagues disagree on that, but when I brought the idea of increasing the sales tax when Ezekiel Vega was here, it was to bring more resources to the county, period. That's when I first brought it. And I got the emails with Sonia, Ezekiel Vega. I had worked on Measure K in Santa Cruz County. Michael Bean came from there. They increased the sales tax. And I volunteered on the campaign, and we came and I brought that question: where do we stand on our sales tax? And so Ezekiel started researching it, and then we started predicting how much it would generate. At first, he gave a number; it was very little, like 2.9 million. And then, when he talked to the consultant, then he said it could be almost 30 million, and it became a very significant number. And then we brought it to this board for a decision as part of, I think, our budget discussions then. But then when this board decided to put it on the ballot and it became Measure AA, we didn't lock ourselves in. The title itself said to fund critical County of Monterey services, including, and it just says this. It doesn't say incorporated or in cities. It just says this. The only place where it says incorporated is where the tax would be generated from. It says to fund critical County of Monterey services, including street maintenance, pothole repair, enhanced public safety, which could be a lot of things, emergency services and disaster response, prevention and recovery, programs to reduce homelessness, libraries, parks, and recreation facilities, water and sewer infrastructure, healthcare, clean and affordable drinking water, and other services. Shall the County of Monterey's transaction and use tax be increased in unincorporated areas by 1% and potentially generate up to $29 million annually. So I just want to remind us, when we put it to the voters, it was very general, very broad, and then we started locking it in. It has to only be this percentage for roads and this percent for this and that. We created that. It wasn't what was on the ballot. I just want to remind folks. But I get it. When we message the public, so there's expectations here, but I don't think it locked us in any way. And when I brought the proposal forward, I just said we have increasing cost. Part of our job is to try to see where we could generate more revenue, and that's why we followed Santa Cruz County example. Now I just wanted to speak to the TOT. I know it's on the agenda for next week. I think that's an important measure to consider and put on the November ballot. And as your chart here pointed out, it could generate an additional $5.7 million, a significant amount. And I think we have to talk to our stakeholders in hospitality, and I know Supervisor Daniels has done a lot of that. But also there's also wanting to some predictability for our development set-asides, right? That's been an ongoing conversation, not having to do year to year, but looking at perhaps a 5-year commitment and a locked percentage, so they don't have to come and ask, hey, are we going to get the same, or are we going to get a little bit more for the next year, or we're going to get less? They want to just have that predictability for at least a 5-year outlook. And I'm okay with that, but that's a conversation for next week. On going on to these line items, I just want to reassure what I stated earlier about the DAs and working with her office and trying to maintain those 3 critical positions that she stated. And I know it seems like there's a way to get there. On probation, I agree with what my colleague said about the 6 positions that the school district is offering to fully pay for the coming fiscal year. And I know how critical it is, because at some of our schools, probably more than other places in Monterey County, there's been some tragedies. I remember when maybe I first became a supervisor, maybe at the end of my years in the state assembly, a young student walking 7:30 in the morning to Alisal High School, lost his life. He was stabbed in the throat. I mean, that story of that young person and the discussion about security around schools, on campus, it's a real one. It's a real challenge. And if we have a program that is working, yes, there's financial constraints on probation, but if these are trusted individuals that are part of the school campus already, Just removing them overnight, I don't think that's in the best interest of the students and the schools and the staff and the families when they had significant context. But I also understand what Chief Ramirez is saying, that there's other priorities that they got to fulfill under state law, but this also frees up $2.7 million in that budget, and it frees up 5 positions, and that could be redirected to these other resources that he is asking for. Priority 1 and 2 on his list, I'm good with. For the, I don't want to restate it, but also I wanted to be supportive of the Silver Star, the HAP position at Rancho Cielo, because they do amazing work on that campus for young people also. So that would be priority 1 and 2 for probation. There was 3 FTEs. For the public defender's office, I'm supportive. We have a new chief public defender trying to make some cost savings in his department, but also asking for resources that he needs to balance his budget next year. I want to express support for what he asked for. Our Department of Emergency Management, those are ongoing management analyst of $175,000. We've seen more of the reimbursements from FEMA that we've been able to put back into our strategic reserves. I think having that additional support coming out of that office is imperative to keep getting that money to be reimbursed. But we know that's been a struggle with that federal agency. The UC cooperative vehicles, the 2 vehicles, I'm good with that as well. Facilities and parks, I know there's a long list here, but I think that department, Randy Ishii and his team does really amazing work, and he really tries to prioritize what he really needs for this next year. And so I know there's a top 4 list project. I'm good with the first 3. IHSS, I'm good with those 2 positions. On the health department, on the medical outreach, there was an ask for $750,000. It's a big number, but I think we might have to. I think we have to see what gets put into the May revise, right, in terms of that additional eligibility workers, because they're asking out of the health department. But if we have the state fund additional eligibility workers, shouldn't that work and outreach be done by our Department of Social Services instead? It would make sense to me, rather than having two departments doing that kind of outreach and re-enrolling people into Medi-Cal or CalFresh. On the Hitchcock, I don't fully understand the positions, because I don't know how many positions they have within the JPA. I know Supervisor Lopez and Glenn have a better insight in our CAO, but I do want to just say I'm very supportive of how we funded spay and neuter clinics. I know that's separate. We've contracted with SNP, and they do, I think, for the amount of money we give and the amount of animals that are neutered or spayed, we get a lot of bang out of our buck funding those nonprofit providers doing that work. On the sheriff's, I'm supportive of the flock camera continuation, but with those assurances from the department regarding privacy protection. I think those are all the ones I wanted to speak on.
Chair, thank you. I just want to clarify for Measure AA, it is a general tax, so you cannot lock it in or earmark it for future years. You have to make this annual decision on how you're going to spend the funds, and I just wanted to point out that clarification.
Thank you. I heard you loud and clear when you said that earlier today. But I want to start with Measure AA, and I apologize to my 2 colleagues who sit on the ad hoc. I think you can sense my frustration, and I didn't mean to direct it at you both. But I feel like there's still a lack of understanding of what I'm asking for. Because even if you could, and you were to say 30% was for something that is an ongoing expense, it's still going to you, and you're deciding, am I going to fund these, or am I going to recommend to the board that we fund these positions in the DA, or am I going to recommend? And what I'm looking for prior to an ad hoc committee making any determination, whether it's a road or a position or any, is what the goals are. Even if we can't form a policy, what is the desire of this funding? Like, how are we, I think that our departments actually need some direction, because if they don't have direction, we're going to be in this game every year. And what happens is it goes to then the ad hoc committee that then returns with a list of projects, whether or a list of positions, like. And what I'm looking for, and perhaps it's hard even to articulate it, and we could maybe work this out together. I'm looking for the guidance, and if we can't have policies, can we have guidelines? Can we have anything? And it sounds like, Susan, you're saying no, but I'm asking for us to figure out a way with Measure AA to have some general guidelines. So if something doesn't fit those guidelines, someone's not asking, right? And we don't even have to have the conversation. So I know it sounds like you're all going to meet on that, but just know I'm looking to preempt any future conversation that the ad hoc has where you're making a decision and coming to us with a recommendation to not happen until we know how we want to spend this money. And so that's what I feel like is still missing. And that's what I'm looking for, just some guidelines, general guidelines about how the money is going to be spent for both the departments and for all of us. Because when it comes to the board, we're going to be absent the full context, right? We're not going to have gone to the ad hoc committee and heard how you got to what. We're just going to get a list of recommendations. So maybe what I'm asking for is not easy or possible. I don't know, but that's what we're hoping for. In regards to all of the line items that came forward, there's nothing that anyone has said that I disagree with. So there's not anything that someone suggested, whether it's IHSS or the fire maintenance or, DEM or the cooperative trucks. Like, I don't know how we're going to, we need to provide direction on the remaining augmentation requests, but not any augmentation request that has been recommended today is one that I would disagree with. So I know that's not helpful. I know you're looking for direction on remaining augmentation requests, but in terms of the priorities of my colleagues, nothing's been articulated today that I would disagree with. In regards to, some of the bigger things that have been said today, yes, the prioritization here is protecting staff positions. And so that would speak to the district attorney. That would speak to the pretrial home confinement that probation came forward with. I feel like these are all very, very important positions to fill. So again, my direction would be protecting these filled positions and figuring out a way, working with the CAO, working with the budget office, working with the actual departments to figure out how we can fund those filled positions. And I think that comes with a request to the both of you to come up with a vacancy management plan. Like, is there a plan that over time could give, I think, the departments some planning direction and then could save money for the county over time? What would that plan look like? I think it's a hard step we have to take, and if that's one way that we can cut into the deficit that we're seeing next year or the year after, it looked like we had a pathway for this year, but maybe not with all these augmentation requests, but that for future years. That brings me to some of the direction that would come from the discretionary contributions. I cannot support a TOT increase unless we have and provide something we have not been able to provide for many years now, and that is some stability for our DSA partners to be able to plan. And I think that stability has got to be at minimum 5 years. I know anything could happen, and I know the board has the discretion to change that, but if we could at least make a commitment to a percentage that we are willing to stick with for a certain period of time so these entities can plan, their budgets accordingly, that would be super helpful. So what I would suggest is that we have some conversations with entities like C Monterey and look at what folks need and how that matches a potential TOT increase. And so I know for years it was 6%. There was a period where, and then it's fluctuated, it's gone down, it's been retained at certain years. I'm looking for an actual percentage that an entity like C Monterey can count on and plan for if we are going to move forward with a TOT increase. And so that's one thing that would be very important. And again, and I just don't think this was the intention, this roads reduction in TOT to the road fund, and then adding to the road fund with AA, like it really defeats the purpose of AA, because I see that allocation, that 25%, as, for lack of a better word, a maintenance of effort. So if we were going to bring a new stream of funding, it would be above and beyond that. But instead, it's just a creative way to still reach a 25%, but it's not going to lead to an improvement over time. In some ways. I mean, yes, it will in others, but it's a budgeting tactic, but not true to, I think, the intent. So with that, let's see if I had anything else I was wanting to add. I think we're good, if that's helpful. Did you get anything from me? I don't know. I'm sorry.
All right, thank you. I think the real direction that our team is going to need and looking for is how do we fund all of these requests that are in front of us? And I don't know that I heard a couple comments of support for eliminating funded vacant positions, and I think it's an easy thing to say, but the reality of what the impact that has on departments who've been utilizing those funded unfilled positions to balance everything else in their department, that will ultimately result in decreased levels of service from departments who have those cuts made. So I just want to be really clear, like we're talking about cutting funding to departments that are using that funding for delivery of services currently. When we say let's cut the the unfilled vacant position. Thank you. So I hear that, but I think that as a board, we need to be really clear that we understand what that means. And so I think we need to have information come back about like, what would that look like? How much money can be generated from which departments? And then once we do that, they're all going to be out of balance in their budgets. And we're going to have a whole different list of augmentation requests that show up to us, I anticipate. So the question that I come back to then is, okay, how do we get to, how do we find the money to pay for the requests that are in front of us if we limit the amount that we're going to use for AA, if we take some of these other actions? And I don't know that I have an answer for you. I think my comments every budget year that I've been on this board have been coming from a place that says we need to be thoughtful about the decisions we're making because they will catch up with us. I think we're now in that place where those decisions are catching up with us. We don't have one-time money available like we have had in previous years because we spent it on ongoing expenses when we could have been, I think, more thoughtful about how to plan for the future. And the decisions that we make now are going to determine what future boards and future residents of this county have available to them in terms of services. If we continue to spend down reserves in health and social services, like the impact of those cuts will hit us and hit future boards with a reduction in services because we won't have one-time money to backfill. We won't have reserves available for those ongoing expenses. So I'm really worried about those things and those policy directions that we've made over the past couple of years. So having said all of that, I can't emphasize more and back up the comments of my colleagues, Daniels and Alejo, in regards to Measure AA directives and how we think about those dollars. I appreciate Council's direction. But I want to be really clear, we have general fund dollars in the form of TOT tax revenue that is for general purpose. We have an annual financial guidelines policy, what is it, the financial policies that we approve every year on a yearly basis. We've changed them over time, so I don't think anyone can come in and argue that like we've put a policy in place and it's never changed. We as a board always maintain the ability to change, but to set some expectations and some guidelines for AA money in the same way that we've done for TOT dollars, so that our staff and developing a budget in our departments and understanding what funds are available and where and how will those decisions be made. I'm really uncomfortable with just sending $30 million, $25 million over to two colleagues, any one of the two of us, and saying, here, go spend those however you want. Like that's just not something I'm okay with. So I would echo the comments that these are intended for broad purpose, but we need to be intentional about how we spend them. I'm supportive of concepts around using these dollars for one-time expenses that we know will always be coming at us over time, but being really clear about what that looks like. And if 30% is what we push into general budget, let's make sure that it's 30% that's really visible and clear for purposes that benefit the community in ways that are visible. So I want to echo, and I think there are three of us clearly saying like we want to make sure that we don't just have a sidebar set of proposals going to a subcommittee, having decisions come back pre-made that then we have to back out of. So I just want that to be super clear. So from the committee's perspective, I think what we're asking for is what those guidelines and criteria might look like. And that would be really helpful. And once that's in place, then maybe we have a committee that operates within those guidelines and criteria, but we don't have that. And it's challenging for me. So going back into some of the other things, I'm not comfortable reducing the TOT amount for roads. I think we've worked really hard to make those investments. I'm also really uncomfortable reducing the allocation to Fund 478, given the amount of capital projects that we have. And I have some significant capital projects in District 4 that we've been working on diligently to move forward. Part of the reason we worked so hard on AA, knowing that it wouldn't benefit those District 4 specific projects, was that generally the budget needs money available so that we can have capital improvements to deliver the services that our community relies on. We have a building right now that's not ADA compliant, that has staff moving out of it, and we need to make sure that there's revenue available for those capital improvements so that we don't later find ourselves with other buildings that are out of compliance because we haven't made investments that are necessary. So I can't support a reduction of the allocation to the Fund 478. Let's see here. I mentioned earlier, I think we need to take a closer look at the BHSA funding and how it can be integrated to meet some of our broader needs. The health department and the Medi-Cal outreach, whether those are dollars coming from the health department or in partnership with community partners, I think we could probably leverage some partnership with the Alliance for Health and county nonprofits to be able to make sure we're doing Medi-Cal outreach. I do think that's important. And I do also want to acknowledge, I think it's very different. The outreach work is very different than the eligibility workers that are in social services currently. Just the type of work that's being done is different. I'm concerned again about the health department's loss of the realignment dollars, but also recognizing that those are one-time funds that we're now spending on ongoing expenses. I definitely support the social services to IHSS workers. For public works, the priority number 10 was the Prop 218 studies. I think we have to do those. Priority number 7 was fire fuel reduction around Fort Ord, around residential communities. I think that's something that needs to happen. And then there were a couple mandated required public works priorities that we got to figure those out as well. The home confinement program, I think, makes perfect sense, and every reason to figure out how to continue to fund that. For the district attorney, I appreciate the serious challenges that you've been facing for years and years, and the positions that you have, the individuals that you have working in your department. I want to make sure we save those individuals, and I think there's just some working around maybe in the other positions and restructuring to make that happen. So I hope we can have that be clear. I think that summarizes at least what I had in my, I didn't have a full list here, I'm sure there's others, but the bigger question for me is how do we fund how do we backfill the funding that's now at risk? Oh, the other thing I wanted to mention, in terms of position management and just vacancies, I really am I'm concerned if we just go with a straight vacancy management, or only, we're going to have to right size. Like the funding over the next 3 years, countywide from the general fund, like it's not enough to continue growing at the rate that we have. So we have to find a way to work with our department so that we can be really clear about what the expectations are from here to 3 years from now, and what the total position count in each department should be, would be. Just saying that because it's a vacant position, it's not important or needed, I think that gets us into some trouble along the way. But something like, identifying how many positions are appropriate for each department, and we can't fill more than that because we can't fund it on an ongoing basis. We need to be really clear about that so that our departments have clarity about what the expectations are and what our realistic ability to fund things moving forward. So I will roll back through. We'll start with Supervisor Lopez.
Yeah, one that I forgot to address was the $47,000 for the Silver Star, which I would be supportive if we can find a way, again, knowing that those first 3 items were my red lines. But I did want to speak just briefly to the TOT discussion, not TOT, I'm sorry, the AA discussion, because I think as it's come back several times, we've kind of lost the original agreement when it came forward and we created the subcommittee. The agreement for the subcommittee was an understanding that we did set priorities, which were highly visible, public-facing projects that would appear to be immediate wins. And that was without the expectation of having a policy before spending those dollars, but that was a debate on this dais. We went back and forth on that question. And the initial onus was given to the subcommittee to return for projects. And there was a question whether we hold for a year and build the money up before spending, but a majority of this board elected to give that ability in order to create highly visible public-facing projects out of the gate for the first year priority. And so I think we've lost that a little bit. We are working on the policy. We've been working on that at every meeting. And so I just don't want to be put in a position where, it's stop on the initial charge when there was a majority at the time, unless we see a majority shift away from the concept of continuing to invest in and bringing forward highly visible projects that the community will see as immediate wins. The first signs went up today in Bradley. I got those photos from staff on either side of that project. Thank you, Randy and team. So those first purple signs are up. And so I think if there's a policy shift on how we want to approach that, I want to know that. But as far as we understood, as I remember the direction, it was bring us recommendations for those public facing and work on the policy. And we've been doing both. But remember, we're still only 6 months into this work. We're not even through year 1 when we proposed doing this for 2 years, keeping this subcommittee to keep that consistency while we created that foundation. So I just want to be clear about that on the record because I've heard a lot of questions about what we're doing and why. And so that's important for me. Thank you.
No, and just to follow up, I think a board could have given some direction last year when it formed this for budget onto this, but we were asked, as Supervisor Lopez said, to do high visibility, and roads was the particular item that was brought up because that would be high visibility. And the money that we're spending on major AA is very popular out there among the public right now. I'm getting calls on Dolan Road. I think Supervisor Lopez is getting calls. I'm getting calls from Supervisor Daniel's office on San Benancio on the paving being done. Yeah. And so, what we've done here this first year on that high visibility is what was asked and was done. Unfortunately, we're looking here at next year. And the board did not, when it approved this first year, did not give direction to the committee or to its, to staff on how it wanted to go forth. And I understand that's where the problem is. But as I mentioned earlier, this is the first year. It's a new program. It's got some rough edges to be smoothed out. And we are meeting next week to, I think, really going to spend some time on that and come back. And so it's good to, to try to get that direction. And if there's some ideas that the board has, now's the time to bring them up so that we can know that and can carry that forth. Because all we're saying or hearing is give direction. Well, Supervisor Lopez and I are going to go and give direction, and they're going to come back and we're probably going to hear that, well, that was a wrong direction. But what is the direction that this is asking for?
If I could just touch on AA. When we initially started receiving the dollars, the measure passed the year prior, and then we started in April is when the dollars started rolling in of that fiscal year. So 25 would have been 24, 25. It started in April, and then what we were asked to do is let's monitor for 2 to 3 years to see what the revenue is going to look like, to see whether or not it would materialize, et cetera. So we continue to track that. But in addition to that, I think with us having the ability to look at departments a little closer on their vacancies and other areas where we maybe are tying up dollars, my hope is that eventually that shift will occur where we're not tying up dollars within departments on vacancies that will never be filled, but also the system is going to better track where the dollars are going. So if you actually allocate them for services, for salaries and benefits, it's actually going to tell you whether or not it was spent there. And it's going to create it will not allow them to spend outside of salary and benefits without receiving board approval. So there'll be specific stopgaps that'll happen now versus what we have now where we can't tell you whether or not those dollars were spent in the right place. So that's one thing that'll happen. And I think with AA, we looked at it as a potential resource. We did work with departments to try to identify, is it in the unincorporated area? And part of the reason we did that was because we know the losses were going to be huge. And those that are primarily impacted are the sheriff's office. And I know the DA's office is impacted as well, but we asked departments to take a closer look. And I know Public Works was one of the first departments that started receiving some of these dollars, but it's because we wanted to do the high visibility piece.
Chair, I just wanted to comment that I agree with the high visibility piece and have agreed with the projects that we moved forward in the last board meeting. I'm not on the Measure AA committee, so I'm not rolling up my sleeves and trying to come up with those guidelines. I'm not even thinking about it, but you guys are. And so I won't disagree with, I mean, I think the comment was you're probably not going to like the policy that we come forward with. I don't know what you're going to come up with. You got to roll up your sleeves and come up with something, and that's all I'm asking for. I don't know what it's going to look like, but it's kind of a mess right now, and we've got everybody asking. I mean, the money's been spent 10 times over by various needs that we can't accommodate all of, and so I just think if there was some direction, in addition to the roads, last time we saw a plan that would have been far more elaborate for the future roads, and and today we have some needs that would go in a whole different direction. So I'm just looking for I'm excited to see what you might come up with in that ad hoc in terms of, guidance for all of us, guidance for the departments, how we envision using this money. And that's all I'm looking for. I don't have any ideas. I really don't have a plan myself. I asked my colleague if I was unclear, and maybe she understood better than I, and what she sent me back was like, clearly I'm not clear. The recommendation was, why don't you just do it district by district and save up the money and do one big project, so it could be anything. It could be anything. I don't know what it is, but I'm just looking for some guidance from the committee before we continue to have these sort of one-off conversations, making decisions each in a vacuum.
So do we have direction? I mean, I think you've heard from each one of us sort of some of the high level priorities, some of the high level concerns. Given what everyone shared, do you have anything else you'd like to add, Supervisor? Anything you missed? Any of the ideas for where to find funding from? I didn't hear that from.
I did agree with you on is it 478? of not filling. I'm not comfortable pulling back some of the funding we're putting into that fund. So I did want to agree with you. I didn't say that because it hadn't been said yet.
Okay. And anything else, given what was said, that you want to add, take back? More ideas for where to find the dollars? No? Okay. Good luck finding the money.
Thank you. Thank you. But yes, I did receive direction, and I think it's very clear that while the concern, with the vacancies, thank you for that, Chair, is that we'll be working with the departments, not working at the departments, to really take a closer look at what those vacancies are and how they're rolled into either salary savings or what that impact is, and not just for a immediate relief, but looking at more into the projection of that 3 to 5 year forecast on how that impacts and how we can maintain service levels that do not impact the community or their operations. And so just as some relief in that thought and what we're looking for, because there's a lot of vacancies out there, but we really need to be able to look at right sizing our budget at the same time.
Chair, I'm sorry to interrupt, but there also may be a difference in vacancies for departments that are funded by the general fund and from other sources. And so I'm sure you'll consider all of that.
Yes, absolutely. And that would be one of that conversation piece is why I'd be working with them, is to really identify what's going to really impact, what is really impacting the general fund and not just general fund cost, and seeing what positions are funded by other resources within the general fund, the GFC that they have in their budgets.
Great, thank you. And I guess I would just say, to be really transparent with us also as you bring back recommendations, as you figure out what are the impacts of, what are the trade-offs that we're making when we say, don't dip into this funding source, or because there will be impacts. And I think we just need to be really clear about what those are. So thank you. Yes. Thank you to our department heads who spent the entire day here in chambers with us. We value the work that you and your teams do so much. I know you hear from residents every day, but we hear from residents every day. And the service delivery that we have and the care and commitment to meeting the needs of every resident and visitor in Monterey County, it's top notch. And we have incredible staff doing incredible work. And this is a challenge to try to figure out how do we maintain those levels of service that our community not just expects, but that they rely on to live safe and healthy lives. So thank you so much. And we look forward to stay in touch with the CEO and the budget team. And we'll look forward to continuing this conversation, knowing that we do have some right sizing to do over the next few years. We want to do that in partnership with you. So keep talking to us so that we know where those needs sit and how we can best find the balance moving forward. But thank you all for being here. Okay, any final comments? On the budget?
No, just thank you all. I know it hasn't been easy to just walk alongside us as we try to navigate this budget. And I know things were done very differently before. We're absolutely more involved, and I expect we'll be even more so from the CAO's office, not just through one assistant CAO, but through the entire team. So I appreciate all of you that have shared information with us in advance to understand what the challenges are. And you have my word that we will work to ensure that filled positions are safeguarded, and as much as possible, as we look at the vacant positions, to try to better understand what your departments use those positions or those related funding for, to make sure that we're budgeting in the right area as well. So thank you all.
Okay, we're not quite done here yet. We have board direct. Okay, so we've done our board. We have a referral response that we're delaying till next week. That's item number 27. So we will table that till next week. We do have a Water Resource Agency Board of Supervisors item, so we'll call to order the Monterey County Board of Supervisors. Board of Supervisors of the Monterey County Water Resources Agency. Let the record show that all supervisors are present. We do have one scheduled item to approve a new employee agreement with Ara Azadarian, our general manager, and we will have Sonia announce that.
Just really quickly, we did work with Ara to encourage him to spend some time with us again. So in work with HR, we've drafted an agreement, which Andreas will cover briefly.
Chair, SQ, members of the board, thank you very much. We are bringing to you the new agreement for the general manager of the Monterey County Water Resource Agency. And this will be in effect from April 24, 2026 until December 31st, 2031. And the compensation as in Section 4, he will be remunerated at $337,572,000 annually. And it's for the board to approve. Thank you.
Great. Is there any public comment on this item? This is the only item we have on our Water Resource Agency agenda today. I'm not seeing, can you tell me if there's any hands raised? No. Okay, there are no hands raised. We have a motion from Alejo. We have a second from Church. All in favor? Was that a solid second? Was that you? Oh, yeah. All right, that was a second from Lopez. Sorry. Okay, good, right? It's all yours. So it was a motion from Alejo, a second from Lopez. All in favor? Aye. All right. Thank you, Ara, for your work with us, and thank you for sticking it out with us as we move forward. All right, we're going to adjourn the Water Resource Agency. We'll bring it back to the full Board of Supervisors and have a readout from County Council.
This is a rather lengthy readout, but the board authorized signing on to amicus briefs in various proceedings in the case of the Attorney General of the State of California versus Chad Bianco, Superior Court case number CVR 2601580, and the related actions of Clarissa Cervantes versus Chad Bianco, case number S295866, and the Attorney General of the State of California versus Chad Bianco, case number S295901, and all of these are in support of the state's position in upholding state election laws. The board also authorized signing on to amicus briefs in United States versus Weber, Ninth Circuit, case number 261232, and any related appeals in support of the state's position opposing the federal government's demand for unredacted sensitive voter information. And that is it.
Okay. And with that, we are adjourned. Thank you all. Oh, we're not adjourned.
Very briefly, just basically say, I just want to wish a happy birthday to a Prunedale resident, Dorothy Hall, who turned 102 yesterday. Woo! And had a had a birthday party at the Prunedale Senior Center, where she attends lunch on a regular basis with her 81-year-old daughter. Just
happy birthday.
Yeah, just wanted to say that before you adjourn.
Thank you. Well, we'll all wish Dorothy a very happy birthday. With that, we are now adjourned.